A couple days ago, I made a video goofing around while covering the body cam footage that showed an officer being arrested after walking around flashing his badge at strangers in public. And by badge, I mean penis. And since then, I have been inundated with YouTube-recommended body cam videos. And one of these puppies really caught my eye just a little bit ago.
911, where's your emergency?
I'm at Kent State University. I need to get into my building, please.
Okay, is this an emergency? Can you look up the non-emergency number?
I need to get into my building, please.
Okay, I need you to look up the non-emergency number and contact the Kent State University Police
I need to get into my building, please.
What doesn't this dispatcher understand? Ellen needs to get into that building. She's got papers to grade and students to flunk. Like, what the fuck? Someone send over the National Guard ASAP to let Ellen into this building. Why is she locked out in the first place? What kind of nefarious plot is this from Dr. Evil trying to keep Ellen out of her office? This is unacceptable, and he's trying to direct her to the non-emergency line? Has there ever been a more pressing emergency quite like this? This is just disgusting. This dispatcher needs to have a stern talking to. Lord help us if Ellen ever got a hold of him on the horn.
You need to contact the Kent State University Police Department. This is not an emergency.
What is it? I need to get into my...
You're going to need to look it up, ma'am. I'm going to let you go.
I don't know what it is.
After the college professor repeatedly abuses 911, demanding an officer, she eventually gets her way.
Abusing 911? Why, I oughta. Are we in an alternate dimension here? What kind of circus is this? Am I taking crazy pills? This is an emergency! This is Ellen! She's worked at Kent State for over 2 decades. Hello? She's not able to access this building. Get the police over there lickety-split to let her the fuck in. Do you not know what position she holds at Kent State?
I'm the school director of the School of Health Sciences.
Gotcha.
I'll show you my driver's license, which is in the car. Can you get me into the building, please, so I can go pee?
Sure. Do you have anything to drink today?
I had a drink.
You had a drink?
A drink.
Okay. Because I can smell a little bit of alcohol on you.
I can smell a little bit of alcohol. That's fine. You can.
Okay.
Is that a problem, officer? What's the crime? What's the charge? Enjoying a drink? A succulent after-hours beverage? For the Kent State Health School Director, Prime Minister, Turbo Ruler Empress?
I had a drink in my colleague's office. That's fine.
In your colleague's office? Where was that at?
In the annex.
Okay. How'd you get over here?
I walked.
You walked over here? Okay. I'd like to give you a couple tests just to make sure you're good to go because I don't want you driving if you've been drinking.
Sir, I'm fine.
Okay. Well, I can smell it on you and you're not able to use a card to swipe into the door. So it's
Sir,
a little...
this is not working. This is not working. Can I go pee, please?
Well, here's what I'm saying. You're trying to swipe 2 cards at the same time, which kind of shows me that you're lacking some motor functions.
Yeah, well, you're lacking manners. How about that? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. This is Ellen. She has worked at Kent State for over 2 decades. She is the Kent State Health Director, Health Rock and Roll Specialist or something. Yeah, maybe she was relentlessly calling 911 all because she couldn't quite figure out how to scan her card because she was a little too hammered. Who hasn't been there, huh? We've all been there. That door's tricky. That could fool even the most sober of us. All of us would be scanning 2 cards even without alcohol. I'm sure it's a mistake that happens often. And she just, given her position of power, perhaps a bit of entitlement. Like, hey, I'm gonna need to start using police resources here to get this door open for me. It's fucking absurd, man. I gotta drop the sarcasm. So she's had a little bit to drink apparently. And she's trying to scan 2 cards at the same time, which is obviously not working. The door's not opening. So then she immediately resorts to calling 911 numerous times here as if it's an actual emergency, diverting resources away from what could legitimately be real possible emergencies out there that now have to deal with this shit. It is a little wacky. I'll tell you what, Ellen. Not great.
I wouldn't want you to...
Can I go pee? Can I pee, please?
Yeah, here, I'll let you in to pee real quick and then we'll talk, okay? Do you have someone you could call?
My husband.
Okay. Do you want to go pee first and start working on calling him?
No, I don't. This is not okay.
What's not okay?
That you're going to call my husband.
No, you're going to call him.
I'm fine.
I don't think you're okay to drive.
I think I'm okay to drive. I have a Tesla.
Checkmate, she has a Tesla. She can be extremely drunk and the car will get her home, no worries. What's the big deal? She has to pee. This officer just must not know who she is. This is Ellen. She's the health director. If she says she's okay to drive, she's okay to drive. She's the health director. She directs health, for crying out loud. Come on, she knows health better than all of us here. And if she just needs to tinkle a little bit, then hop in the old Tesla and get herself home while being, I guess, a little too inebriated to figure out how to open a door that I imagine she's opened thousands of times in the past, then we just need to forget about it and trust her better judgment.
Sir, I'm going to call your captain in a minute.
That's fine. You're not going to drive out of here.
You're not going to be okay.
Is there a bathroom back here you're using?
I'm sorry?
Is there a bathroom in this office you're using?
I'm going to go over there. I'm the school director of the School of Health Sciences, and I'm going to be okay.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay. I just need you to call somebody for me before I go.
I'll be fine.
She's too far.
Okay.
So she said she walked here, though?
So it doesn't seem like it's an emergency here. She doesn't need to hit the urination station urgently. She takes a small detour here to complete a side quest where she takes off the cap and gown in her office, and then also just stays in the office for quite a while, to the point where the officers were concerned she crawled out the window to get to her vehicle and drive home. So then they go around the outside to check if she's still there, and they're about to get a big surprise.
Out to the parking lot that way. Yeah, she's trying to swipe like 2 cards at the same time to get in. No, you're not driving home.
Okay. I mean, unless she's calling out a window. I mean, the window, there's definitely windows right there.
Turns out she's just sitting in the office now. Just blankly sitting there. Kind of looked like a horror movie scene, like right before a jump scare. I don't know what she's doing. I guess maybe she went over there to start giving some students failing grades for fun. Like maybe that's what she does when she's drunk, just flunk out some students just for the hell of it. I have no idea. But the whole thing was about her not being able to get into the building and how badly she needs to pee. So she calls the police multiple times. Eventually the police show up, smell alcohol on her, realize she might be drunk because she is not able to just swipe a card to get into a building because she keeps trying to swipe 2 cards, which is preventing her from accessing it. I'm also really surprised she even called the police in the first place for that. I don't know why she wouldn't just ask any of the people around her. There's other people on this campus. I'm surprised she didn't just go to anyone else and immediately resorted to going to police. Her sense of entitlement is just that large, I suppose. So anyway, now she's in there, just sitting there. Maybe she's peeing in the seat. I doubt it. But she's just sitting there and still refusing to call someone to drive her home or get an Uber or anything, and still insists she's going to drive.
You're harassing me right now, and I don't appreciate it.
No, I'm just making sure you get home okay.
I'm going to be okay.
Okay. Well, I just need to make sure you call somebody here because I don't want you driving home.
I'm going to call Captain Getman from Kent.
Who's that?
The captain of Kent, if you don't leave me alone.
What's his name?
Captain Getman of Kent. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and you're going to leave me alone.
Captain Gitman of Kent. Sounds like the name of a character from Game of Thrones. Seems like the officers don't know who that is. I don't know if that's actually their captain or not. But apparently she's got a direct line to him. So, I guess, be ready.
I'm missing a best part that's out there.
It fell down out there?
Yeah. He's going to leave me alone, and I'm going to go home and go pee, and you're going to leave me alone.
Okay, but you're not going to drive.
I'm going to drive home.
Okay, ma'am, you're not going to drive.
I'm driving home, and you're going to leave me alone. I'm fine. And you're going to leave. I have water in my car. I'm fine.
I don't care if you have water in your car.
If she's not actually drunk, then it's just a pretty impressive aggression and sense of entitlement. Like, even the officers kind of chalk it up to her, under the influence. But if she actually is just sober, man, what a bad attitude. Like, she seems very miserable to be around. And also, this is entirely of her own doing. She called the cops multiple times to try and get them out there. They showed up exactly like she was asking for. So, like, she brought all of it on herself.
No, you're going to leave me alone. My husband just had surgery, and I'm driving.
Okay.
Home. Sir, you're going to leave me alone? Do you want me to take a breathalyzer? I'll do that for you.
Nope, don't have one.
What?
I don't have one.
Sir, you're going to leave me alone? I'm fine.
I would have been super curious to see the breathalyzer here, because she's saying she'd take one, but the officer, I guess, doesn't have one, which was pretty surprising.
I will. I my work. You can leave me alone. Look, I could not get in the building because you locked my building.
We didn't lock your building. It locks automatically.
Okay.
So we did you a service by letting you in here.
Okay, I could have driven home with my cap and gown. So can I go pee, please? Because
I never told you you couldn't. Go ahead.
Not quite the checkmate maneuver she thought that was going to be. I couldn't get in the building because you guys locked it. Which obviously didn't happen. I don't think the officers pulled one over on her here with the fast one. She was swiping 2 cards and couldn't open her own building. And was calling the authorities to come do it for her. Again, she demanded they show up. Like, it's unbelievable. And now she's like, okay, can I go pee? Come on. Grow up. I want to go pee now. Is that okay? Do I have your permission to pee? And the officer's like, yeah, just go pee. Like, no one told you not to. Like, she's been in here for a while now and has still not peed like she said she really needed to do at the very beginning. Like, it's... I don't know, it does feel like maybe she drank a little too much, even though she likes to claim she's not drunk.
Jesus Christ. I've worked here for 28 years.
I understand.
So can you give me my other card back?
I don't have your other card.
I'm not intoxicated.
Well, I think you are.
I'm glad you think I am, but I'm not. And you can have your day. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can you call somebody for me?
Sure, I will.
Can you do that right now?
I will. In my car.
Now we're starting to get into the big stalemate territory. The officers are getting, like, really annoyed here, just saying, please call someone. We cannot let you drive that vehicle while we believe you're intoxicated. And based on all the evidence here, like this interaction, she does appear to be intoxicated. She did mention drinking earlier. She claims it was just a drink. It does seem a little different. So, like, I think it's a pretty reasonable request to just say, like, can you just call someone, get an Uber, just fucking something, because drunk driving is bad. It's a terrible thing. But she continues to refuse it, and she gets more and more heated about all of it, and as you can probably imagine, it doesn't exactly go swimmingly.
Ma'am, listen, you've been here a long time. Please don't tarnish your own reputation by doing this, because we are going to arrest you if you try to leave here and drive your car. I promise. Like, you're going to be arrested. And that is not what we want to do.
So my husband is home.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you said he just had surgery and he can't drive, right?
I'll call Captain Gitman right now.
There's no Captain Gitman.
He's here at my phone.
Okay, well, go ahead.
There's no Captain Gitman that works for Kent.
He works for Kent City.
No, he doesn't.
Bye. Have a good day.
Well, explained it all you could.
Yeah.
Now it just sounds like they're sad, like, oh fuck, we're gonna have to arrest Ellen. Ellen, she's been at the university for over 2 decades as the school director of health. Oh man, shocks. Jeepers. And she just keeps going on about this Captain Gitman, who they don't know who that is, so I'm assuming she's barking up the wrong tree there. Maybe there is a Captain Gitman that exists there in her phone, but, like, what is he gonna do? Like, no, you boys, listen. She's got my permission to drunk drive home. Stand down. Like, if they don't know who Captain Gitman is, I don't think they would respect the authority of whoever answers that phone.
It is what it is at this point.
Kent City police officer. He reports to you.
That's not accurate.
It's totally accurate.
Okay.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic...
All right, do you have all the stuff you need?
Captain Gitman, call me back. It's Ellen Glickman.
You have a lanyard on your right side under your jacket, if that's what you're looking for.
Nope. I'm looking for office keys. You guys f***ed me up. Thank you.
Are you going to be able to call anyone for me?
No, are you?
Okay. I'll take this one.
No, you would not take my...
All right, well, right now you're under arrest.
I'm calling my husband. Stop.
Okay, just relax. You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
I've made my decision. You are under arrest.
I'm calling my husband.
Put your hands behind your back.
No, I'm calling my...
This feels like someone who's probably used to bullying people to get anything she wants and just kind of steamrolling around conversations in order to come out on top. And her hardball didn't quite work here. So after quite a lengthy period of time here, she finally, at the very end, concedes, saying, "Okay, I'll call my husband. Stop." But the officers have already had enough of it at this point, because she already said she'd do that a few times and then didn't, and then tried to call the imaginary captain, fucking super sailor, whoever she was calling. So they make the decision to arrest her, because it seems like she is still going to be driving herself home, because she keeps saying she's going to.
I'm really, really sorry.
It's okay. You're walking to this car right here.
No, I'm walking to my...
You're not walking to your car. You're not driving home.
Can you please call my husband?
No.
No, I'm really... Stop this! Call my husband. Please call my husband.
Stop.
Can you call my husband right now? Right now.
You can call him when you're being booked in.
I'm not being booked.
You are.
I'm really sorry for being an asshole.
So it's not because you're being difficult. It's because you're drunk.
I'm not drunk.
You are.
No, I'm not. Please take my phone. Please take my phone.
I already have your phone.
I'm sorry for being an asshole.
It has nothing to do with that.
I'm being an asshole. Thank you so much. Sir, I've worked here 28 years. Can I speak to somebody who's worked here a long time? Because
Hold on.
I've been here 28 years. Can you please?
Have a seat.
So they take her to the facility. She reiterates numerous times that she's worked there for 28 years, this and that, flexing her position and standing in the community for so long. Eventually, her son shows up to take her home and ensure she doesn't try and drive. She was charged with disorderly conduct, intoxication. After a plea deal in community and service, it was dropped. And you'd think that's where the story ends, but it doesn't. Because after all was said and done, and this was water under the bridge, she and her husband came back to try and argue.
I'm Lieutenant Campbell. How can I help you?
I'm Ellen Glickman. Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
I wanted to chat with... Do you know who the officers were that night?
Yes, Officer White and Officer Womack.
So what would be the best way of chatting with them?
What kind of conversation are you wanting to have with them?
Peaceful.
Yeah. I think there was errors on both sides.
Well, I'd have to disagree on that.
You do?
So, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
They were doing their jobs.
Okay.
And potentially could have saved your life by not letting you drive.
Well,
if you disagree with that, that's fine.
Shut that shit down pretty quickly. Why is she coming back here to try and argue with the officers from that night? Everything had already been settled. It had actually just totally been dropped after her community and service and plea. Yet she still wants to come over and make an issue. Like, I really think that shows her general attitude and the way that she carries herself. It is someone that is so used to, like, bullying her way through life, is the impression I get from all of this. This is just like an inexplicable decision to try and come over here and now try and have further conversations with the officers from that night. Which, no doubt, were not going to be overly peaceful, because she's already pretty upset, it seems, and still a bit heated about it, saying, oh, there were errors on both sides.
So wasn't drunk.
I was not inebriated.
Okay. If that's fine.
You weren't there?
No, I was not there.
Okay, so there was a lot of, he was home with cancer and was post-op for about 4 hours. Mm-hmm. I was not intoxicated. I was sleep deprived. I had a drink. I have PTSD from y'all. My ex-husband was a cop.
Okay.
So there's a lot of stuff you didn't know. I was not given the opportunity to discuss. And
you were given many opportunities, and you did not take advantage of any of them.
Okay.
It is incomprehensible how she keeps doing this. So again, all of this started because she was calling 911, relentlessly about trying to get officers over there to open a fucking door for her. That's what started all this. And now, after the whole case has been done and dusted, all settled, she still goes out here and does this kind of shit again. It's so wacky. It's just so weird. And the officer did make a good point. They very realistically could have saved her life. Even if she wasn't drunk, she doesn't appear to have been in a good condition for being behind the wheel of a car in the first place. If it was sleep deprivation or whatever was causing that, it does not appear she was in a good state to be operating a vehicle. So, it is a very real chance that they saved her life there. Anyway, though, this professor was insufferably self-entitled, and I just had to yap about it after watching this Midwest safety video. That's really about it. So, yep.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Cooking Mama, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals Edition. Let's do this shit. Make a Thanksgiving feast, prepare the fetus. Pluck the turkey, click on the feathers with your mouse, pluck them from the dead turkey. This must be the fucking Jack Bauer of turkeys here. What am I doing, poking him in the face? No, grabbing him by the feet? Oh shit, the feathers are falling. These feathers don't belong to you, turkey, you fucking thief. Call the president. Tell him the interrogation is going according to plan. Oh shit, done. Nice work. 56 points. That's a lot of points. Remove the internal organs using your mouth. Stick your hand inside the turkey. I'm sold. Don't need to read the rest. Not sure why its anus is bloody, but we're going in. Brace for impact, turkey. It's gonna be a wild ride. This is fisting of the highest caliber. The next level of fisting. Where's its shit-producing facility? I'm taking it out. Shit, I'm running out of time. Fuck. Get in the bowl. Oh, no, I'm just holding its heart. I'm sorry, turkey. Your shit box remains intact. Complete? Little do they know, it's incomplete. That shitting box is still in that turkey. I feel bad for the family member that bites into that. Gonna get a mouthful of turkey shit right up in there. Fuck it, I'm skipping all of this. Bonus? Fuck your bonus. Oh, fucking heaping pile of turkey shit. I could have skipped this step had I successfully removed the shit-producing depot inside of the turkey. What are you doing, cracking some eggs? Let's do it. Not sure why the hand's making the crip sign, but I don't give a shit. We're cracking this. This bowl is an asshole. Oh, there we go, crack the egg. Get in the bowl, there it is. You wanna fuck something, egg? Why don't you fuck the bowl? Come here, egg. You too. Oh, son of a bitch. 2 eggs, 40 points. Keep your hands inside the roller coaster at all times. We got fucking 40 points. This looks too easy. I'm the karate cooker. I'm kung fu cooking in this bitch. Some baby vomit? Slide it in there. A sponge? The meal would be bland without it. Bubbling mucus? No meal's complete without that. Some eggs? That's real food. That's fucked up. Is this arrow pointing me to ancient treasure? Oh, give it a stir! Oh, shit. Fuck, whoa. In my stirring excitement, I almost clicked bookmark and share. Oh, alright. You think you can just turkey shit anywhere you turkey want because you're a turkey. No, sir, not on my watch. This turkey shit's going right up the turkey asshole it was shit out of. I've been shoving turkey shit up turkeys' assholes for years. I call it tossing the turkey toys. Fuck. Not all the shit made it back in the turkey's asshole. Remove the head. Well, since you asked so nicely. I'm about to samurai slice this shit off. What am I doing here? Oh, there we go. Hit it with a Yoshimitsu overhead slash. That'll make it quicker. Good ass cheeks. That was a buzzer beater. My goodness. That's fucking phenomenal. Cook the turkey. Alright, here we go. Oh, wow. You don't see that in food magazines for a reason. People would look at that and instantly cream themselves, especially after it develops those blisters. That is appetizing. Chefs must be scratching their head at, oh, just look at that. Makes your mouth water just looking at it. Looks delicious, scrumptious, nutritious. What everyone's wanting from their local deli. Make the giblet. What are we making after that? Some macaroni and fuck? Little Red Riding Hood is looking pissed. This turkey is tough as nails. It's had its head chopped off, its asshole fisted, its organs taken out, and yet he still maintains eye contact. This turkey must have been the Hulk's sparring partner before it was captured. Where the fuck did they find this turkey? In Hercules' living room? He is still just staring a hole through the fucking chef. That looks like the face of a galactic thumb war champion. Alright, what's next? Alright, one of these again. Alright, here we go. Let's do it. Oh shit, I gotta do this. Let's throw in a FedEx package, an asteroid to enhance texture, nitrocellulose for taste, motor oil. Now that looks like a delicious mixture. What is this? Oh wow. We are flipping this shit here to help it reach apotheosis. Now that is a succulent gravy mixture. Oh, that is incredible. Strain the gravy. Alright, what are we doing here? What is this? We salt and pepper in this bitch? I guess not. What are we doing then? Oh, what was I thinking? We're sticking our hand right in this acidic solution. Oh, fuck. I didn't even manage to pull the pigeon out of that shit in time. A Thanksgiving meal has never looked this delicious. Wow, that is fucking juicy. Alright, what do we got next? What is this? Alright. Mash the tofu. Just fucking drops a cinder block of tofu on my lap. Oh shit, this isn't tofu, it's silly putty. Yeah, look at this. See how high I can throw the silly... Oh shit. Move my mouse off the damn... There we go. Damn it! Son of a bitch. I only got to play with the silly putty for a couple of seconds. Shape the tofu turkey. Are these bubbles? Alright. Alakazam. Mobile command, this is not working. Oh, there we go, never mind, I got it. We are shaping this now. Oh, this is shaping. If you've ever seen something being shaped, then you've seen this. That looks good. Alright. Baste the tofu turkey. There's some anal discharge and Godzilla's wart. Oh, just exchanging phone numbers between the two of them. That's lovely. This tofu turkey's being basted like it's never been basted before. Fucking taste the baste. A flawless performance. Cook your tofu turkey. Alright. Time to cook. Perfect. What's next? Oh, complete. Alright. Completed it. What's next? I guess she loves turkeys now. Did I just complete this? I think I did complete this. And I guess she went back to slaughtering turkeys. Alright. Dominated that shit. It only took like, what, 10 minutes? Damn. Alright, well, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing The Wolf Among Us again. Let's do this shit. This is right where I left off, so let the adventure continue. Stay off the grass.
Sometimes be a disciplinarian.
Well, the good news is I didn't want to go on the grass anyway, so I will be obeying that sign. It's all the commotion. What was that? Can't you read the sign? You have to stay off the fucking grass, you hooligan. Show yourself. Who are you? Oh, looky there. Stay off the grass is an option. Bigby's got his priorities in order.
No walking on the grass. No White's orders. She made a sign and everything.
That's right. Learn to read, you son of a bitch. What is this? Popcorn? What the fuck?
Send her an apology.
That's an interesting texture for hair.
Hello, Bigby.
Will you please stop disrespecting the sign that you almost stepped on?
Wasn't expecting
You ill-mannered homunculus. Have you no boundaries?
Looks a little odd.
Yes, it is odd. You're stepping on grass you shouldn't be.
You're out pretty late.
Is there some sort of curfew I don't know about? What's with a 3rd degree?
Yeah, there is a curfew. You can't be out past grass o'clock. So get the fuck off the grass permanently. I tell you, some people just don't give a shit about signs. Those are people you can't trust.
Please, Bigby. Promise me you won't tell Beast you saw me.
Oh, I'm gonna tell him I saw you. I'm gonna tell him I saw you on that grass. I'm gonna tell the police too.
And it would just make my life a lot easier.
It'd make my life a lot easier if you wouldn't step on grass like you owned it. Get the 3-dot treatment. How do you like that? Yeah. Bet you're rethinking your actions now, aren't you? Bet you regret stepping on that grass after the 3-dot treatment.
I will.
Elevators are a lovely invention. They take you wherever you want to go, no questions asked. As long as where you're trying to go is vertical. Is that Thad Castle?
Bigby, hey, wait up.
What do you want? Oh, what the fuck?
Have you seen my wife? Have you seen Beauty?
Oh, that's your wife out there? Yeah, she was stepping on some fucking grass. You might want to give her a stern talking to.
Have you?
Yeah, I did.
What? When?
You're not even going to ask if she was stepping on any grass?
Just now.
That is absolutely ridiculous. For that, you get the 3-dot treatment. Learn to live in a civilized society. It's your fault. That is entirely your fault. Learn what's important in life.
That's the attitude that gets you in trouble.
Oh, don't give me your hocus pocus mumbo jumbo.
Across tonight.
Not everyone.
Name one.
Oh, well, that's easy. Toad. Toad's my boy. We were gonna go to a strip club together until I busted up his car.
He was yelling at him.
Sounds about right.
Well, good evening.
Snow?
Come with me.
No, I'll come with you. We'll come together. And we'll form a bond. A covalent bond. An ionic bond. A hydrogen bond. A James Bond.
Sorry,
An Autobahn.
What is it?
I have no idea what she was saying. I'm just gonna ask her to slow down.
Slow down.
No, keep up. We need to...
Hi,
Hello. Good morning. Or evening.
Yeah. I didn't realize I was on the set to the new Home Alone movie. I have deduced without a shadow of a doubt that this right here is a victim to one of the aliens from the War of the Worlds movie and book. Let's find out what we have under the jacket. Let the curtain be lifted. Soon. Damn, that is a shitty Christmas present. Hang in there, Big B.
You knew this girl?
Almost.
She's not a Monday, right?
No, Monday's a day of the week.
Who was she?
She's a human.
I thought
That rules out the possibility of her being Tuesday as well.
She looks familiar.
She's a prostitute.
She was a prostitute.
Everyone said she gave the best head. It's alright, Big B. We'll find out what happened here. Oh, look at that, there's some blood over there. Is that your blood, Miss Snow? Did you go over there and, just drop blood that you happen to be carrying around over there? Is that what you did?
This is just so surreal.
It is rather surreal. Salvador Dali used surrealism in his paintings, but that's a discussion for another time.
What do you want to do next?
Well, Miss Snow, there's only one thing to do in a situation like this. And that's leave. Yeah, I think we've got it all under control. That blood over there was just probably from some unrelated incident. Pardon me, gentlemen, I've got an appointment.
What are you, blind? What, you don't see there's a line?
I see there's a line.
I've been standing here a half hour already.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You get to just walk in?
Yes.
Must be nice being the sheriff. Do whatever the fuck you like.
Enjoy the 3-dot treatment. Yeah, go ahead and remember that, tunnel snakes.
Fucker.
I don't fucking care. Doesn't matter to me, I gave you the 3-dot treatment. I'll remember it too.
You asked me a question.
Don't change the subject. You are to blame for this unpleasantness, Miss.
Don't talk to her like
As
that.
soon as I could.
Don't worry, Miss Snow, I've got you covered.
This is a
I'll
disaster.
impress you.
Who else is to blame if not you?
Back off, Ichabod. It's not her fault.
I don't need your help, Big B.
Alright,
Instead
well,
of trying
fuck
to
me.
assign blame, maybe we should figure out how to catch the fucker who did this.
Oh,
his daughter, Faith.
Oh, so the girl's name is Faith. The pieces of the puzzle are coming together. The name of this episode is Faith. Oh, that's interesting.
Eventually, she married a prince who could see past the magic cloak and knew her true beauty. And they lived happily ever after.
Happily ever after is a bit optimistic. She is decapitated at the moment.
Should I mark it, Miss Snow?
Yes. Please.
What are you stamping there, green guy? Oh. Donkey skin.
And what's her husband's name?
Lawrence. Prince Lawrence.
He killed her. That's the man who did it. Case closed. Show me Prince Lawrence.
Prince, I think. Show me Prince Lawrence.
Where is he right now? Oh, look at that. There's a bloody knife right there.
What's he been doing?
That's what he used to kill the girl.
Where is this?
Where's what?
Do you know where Prince Lawrence lives?
If he's a prince, probably relocated in the South Bronx. Yellow building, red window shutters.
Red frames.
Yep, that's the one. I can take us there.
Big B, it's me, Toad.
Hey, Mr. Toad, how you doing? Let's talk about your car.
Sorry about the car.
I'm sorry about that car.
Yeah, it's fine. Big B, shit. Listen, right, there's a bloke upstairs going through all the woodsman's things. Get over here, Big B, before he... Oh, wait, hang on.
Mr. Toad, are you alright over there?
Why? Shit. Hey!
Oh shit, Mr. Toad.
What's that about?
I think Mr. Toad's in trouble. Get the private jet, teleportation pad, something to get there fast.
What about Faith's husband?
He can go suck some ass cheeks. I don't give a shit. Mr. Toad's in trouble and we've got to save him. Let's move out.
We should go there anyway to search her apartment.
Maybe Prince Lawrence can wait.
He absolutely can wait. Mr. Toad's in distress. We've got to save him.
Well, where to first?
Is that even a real question? Is that honestly a question? Mr. Toad all day.
There's a bloke upstairs going through all the woodsman's
You
things.
think he did it? What's her husband's name?
Lawrence. Prince Lawrence.
Well, this is the easiest decision I've ever made.
Toad
Just be
sounds
strong,
like he's
Mr.
helping
Toad.
out now.
I'm on my way.
Check out Prince Lawrence after.
The fuck do you think you're doing lying to me, Mr. Toad? Tell me the fucking truth right now, you son of a bitch. No, you go back to your room. I'm having a chit-chat with your father. This is grown-up business.
Bigby, is this really necessary?
It is absolutely necessary. That sack of shit is telling me fibs.
What is it? Is it hurt?
He's hiding something. Either something he knows or something he's kept, but I won't play any more games with him.
Unless, of course, those games involve squeezing titties.
Oh
Then
my
I will play
God.
those games with anybody.
Take off your hat.
Yes, show me your scalp. Ooh, you've got a little boo-boo there, Mr. Toad.
You didn't.
He didn't. It was that butcher, a Tweedle, Dumb D. You gotta strip them down to their johnnies before you can tell which is which.
Did she just put a bar of soap on an open wound?
Screaming about something the woodsman.
Or is that like a sugar cube? What is
Thought he
that?
had. I don't know.
So, the prince is now?
Lawrence is. Yeah. It's our best lead.
Our only lead, really.
Oh, that's not true at all.
That way.
No, you're still wrong, even if you put it that way. We have plenty of leads. Alright, well, this is a good stopping point. Alright, well, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. A couple days ago, I learned a very valuable lesson on the importance of being a good wingman for your friends. I'm sure you all know what a wingman is, but I'll explain it anyway for anyone that hasn't been outside. A wingman is someone that you can rely on to help get you laid. Basically, it is a friend of yours whom will vouch for you in a social situation when you're talking to a stranger that you're romantically interested in. So for example, you're at the bar and you start a conversation with someone you're interested in, but things aren't really going anywhere. You start to sweat, your ass gets a bit swampy, and it's looking like all hope is lost. And that's when the clouds part and a heavenly glow shines upon your wingman. They're the Batman to your Gotham. They're about to save you. So they scoot in on a skateboard and they just hype you up in front of the other person. They vouch for you. They make you look great. They say some shit like, "Hey Charlie, thanks for letting me borrow the Lambo yesterday. Really appreciate it. Oh, and also, those animals you saved from the shelter last week, well, they all found loving households today." And, you know, they just say some shit that like really puts you up there. It's like, damn, this guy's fucking cool, right? That's the purpose of a wingman. I've always believed, I guess delusionally, that I was a good wingman, and it wasn't until a couple days ago I learned, man, I fucking suck at it. But not only am I a shitty wingman, I'm just a bad friend. So a couple days ago I posted this video where I was interviewing two Moist Esports athletes, Cola and Goblin. We were eating spicy food together and just really, you know, dudes being bros. We were bonding, learning a lot about each other, and Cola told a story about the time he relied on me to wingman him, to vouch for him, in order to help his chances with a lady he was interested in. Now, this wasn't in the final cut of the video, so it's not actually in the Pain Isn't Real video. This was something that I kept in the archives because I wanted to make a very special topic just addressing it and like a public apology to Cola for this. So I'm going to play the clip now and then go into it a little bit more after the fact. So just to paint the picture in case you haven't seen the original video, you should check out the interview just to get the context, but just to sum it up, right now what you're about to see is after they had eaten the Mr. Pain hot sauce. Mr. Pain is like a 1 to 2 million Scoville hot sauce, so it's pretty fucking rough. The tagline is execute your taste buds, but it almost executed our friendship as well.
I'll get one more.
That wasn't even a lot of Mr. Pain. It's like Danny said, Mr. Pain just stops in for a second to say howdy, and then he's gone. Doesn't last long.
But at Little City, I lost early in pools, and I was mega down bad. So Aaron took a couple of candid pictures of me, and somehow some body got tagged in the Twitter conversation. And I remember going into the DM of the Moist, you know, esports chat and asking for your vouch.
That's right, he did do that. I needed a wingman him.
So I know you said LOL all under the case, and I was 2 weeks ago. I was like, nigga, I'm dropping Boise Sports. How did you feel after I typed that?
I didn't know how to vouch for you because it'd be weird to like just type on Twitter like, yeah, this guy fucks. Like, what am I supposed to say? Like, there's like no way I could wingman for you without coming across as like some kind of weirdo. I would ruin your chances. I didn't realize how close Moist Esports was to losing one of its finest athletes, and it's entirely my fault. When he sent that message in the chat, I didn't know if he was serious or not, so I just hit him with a lol, which, looking back on it now, my god, what an asshole. I'm not a big texter. I don't really go on Discord. I don't really text much. I just don't really text in general. So I guess, for me, I just didn't think anything of it. But now looking back on it, I could totally see why receiving that would be like me spitting in your face and slapping you. Like, how heartless. If I was reaching out to my wingman, like, come on, help me out here, and all he hit me with was a lol, I would be pissed. I would actually be super mad. And it just didn't even register with me. It really didn't, and I feel so fucking bad for it. I really do. Which is why I'm making a solemn vow to be a better wingman now. I'm gonna turn this shit into a Darman video. You know, YouTuber is a horrible wingman, regrets it, but then changes for the better. So from now on, I will be the ultimate fucking wingman. I'll vouch for anyone, anytime. I'll have like a goddamn hotline set up like the Powerpuff Girls where they, you know, my players can just call me like, you know, ring the hotline, I'll pick it up, Charlie, we need you to vouch. I'm on it. He fucks. And you know who else fucks? Everyone who comes by my Twitch streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical. I stream every day and you're guaranteed to get laid if you just stop in a few times. So I'm probably streaming right now as you're watching this video. I'll put a link in the description. But anyway, hopefully this is helpful to anyone out there that doesn't realize how important it is to be a good wingman, and more importantly, a good friend. You know, all of my wingmen when I was in college, they weren't great. Like, I was always disappointed with, like, how they'd wingman for me. It was always, like, counterintuitive. I felt like we were competing more so than we were helping each other. Because I remember one time, a buddy of mine and I were at the bar, and I was talking to a lady I was interested in. And my friend came over, and I was expecting a wingman. Like, hey, this guy's great. You should see him build Legos. He does it in record time. It's incredible. Have you seen his KD ratio on fucking Fortnite? You know, anything, really. But he comes over and he's like, oh, this guy, Charlie, he's great at drinking. Like, watch this. Let's do a chugging contest. And I used to be a pretty big drinker, and I was pretty good at chugging, but the guy who challenged me, my friend, is a man that can open his entire fucking throat like some kind of mutant and just immediately drink anything. Kind of like those viral videos you used to see where people would take a water bottle and stuff it together and they immediately be gone. He could do that. So he challenged me to this chugging contest and beat my ass in front of them. What he did is he came over and didn't wingman me. He established that he was the alpha in front of her, I guess was his thought process. I don't really know. But he's like the fastest hot dog shooter in the West, but without hot dogs. It made me so upset. Like, I didn't have good wingmen. And yet, I have now become what I once hated without noticing. So I think it was very important that Cola shared this story with me so that way I can improve for the better. And hopefully you all now understand just how important it is to just be there for your friends when they need it, really, goddammit. I still feel awful about it. But anyway, I just wanted to share this. That's about it. See ya.
This is my home. It's my United Nations. It's my country. But I am not a tree. I am a snowman. And this is my son. Together we are snowmen. My son's favorite activity is a good game of Who's Got Your Nose. This is our nemesis. The tigers drove snow people to the edge of extinction. It is only myself and my son left to clash with these creatures. They do everything in their power to prevent us from rising up and reclaiming this planet. This includes fucking up my trees. And I prefer my trees not fucked up. But one thing the tigers don't count on, they don't know about, is I have an ace in the snow. You see, according to a prophecy written long ago in ice tablets, my son is destined to become the next Frosty, the Tiger Annihilator, and once and for all, defeat the Tiger Menace. What the fuck do you tigers want? Stop sniffing my asshole, face me like a man. You're not getting my lunch money. No, I'm not afraid of you, don't whisper in my ear. Oh, you stepped on my snow hole, that's a cheap shot, you son of a bitch. Alright, my son, if we want to survive, we're gonna have to put the whooping on them. They don't know we're snowmen yet, so get ready to strike. This one's getting up close and personal. It's sniffing me. It's looking for my lucky charms. We got the drop on him. Go, get him, son! Where are you, my son? Why are you not going berserk? You didn't even attack. Why'd you freeze? We had him! You just decapitated my son. You fucking fiend, you'll pay for that. Fear the frost! Oh, no, no, no! Alright, I may be down, but I'm not out. Fight me. Come here, I'm not finished. Get your nose out of my nose. We're not sniffing buddies. Get out of here. What are you doing, you sack of shit? Oh no, fuck! They've resorted to cannibalism. This is like a twisted episode of the Magic School Bus, damn it. The tigers may have been triumphant in this small battle, but believe me, nothing can stop the return of the snow people.
I remember when I was a child, birthdays were always a big deal. My parents would get a cake, I'd have my friends come over, we'd fill up water balloons with a hose, throw them at each other, play some basketball. And I even remember one year my parents had a magician come through, which I thought was super hype. But now I've just seen a video and it makes me kind of embarrassed that my parents only ever got a magician to perform at one of my birthdays when I was a kid, when the optimal choice would have been hiring a coked out superstar dancer to arrive and just be like a fucking wrecking ball destroying my entire house for my birthday. See, that's what a birthday is all about. Your fucking uncle coming through fresh off the meth pipe and just going hog wild. This dude looks like an unholy fusion dance performed between Aaron Paul and Agent 47. And he is going ballistic here with the moves. So they put on the TV, there's another angle, and it just says, mixtape. So I'm guessing dude brought his own music. But since we're in the modern age, he didn't have the boombox on his shoulder. He instead just said, pull up my fucking YouTube channel. I got mixtape ready. Cue it up. I got something. And it's at a 9-year-old's birthday party. And he just wants to be the center of attention. So he's like clearing out, the space here. And he hits a gnarly backflip, actually. That backflip looked like it happened in slow motion. That looked like he did a fucking 0G backflip right there. That was incredible. Pops the balloon with his belly, like a full belly flop balloon bust, which was incredible. And then just when you think he's done with the routine where he's doing one of these side to side and you think he's about to, call it curtains there, he goes for like a full-blown dead drop onto the table like it's WWE and just blasts it, annihilates that table. It was incredible. He did like one of these, like he was about to be like a ODST shock dropped in there like it's fucking Halo or something. It was unbelievable. And he just bounces off. No damage, no problem whatsoever. Like, if I did any of these moves, I would have blown out my ACL, my MCL, my VHS, my BBL, my DVD. Like, my whole body would have combusted. But this guy is blessed by drugs and he's basically immortal right now. He's activated God mode. This is like in, Mario Kart. When you get the star and you can just blast through everything, you're invincible. He's got the star power up right now. And he is utilizing to its fullest potential at a 9-year-old's birthday party for some reason. That true combo of the spine buster into the head spin into like selling a Frankensteiner or whatever he was doing is just, it's mind-boggling stuff right here, what he's able to do without hurting himself. Obviously, that's in no small part thanks to the drugs. This guy is geeked out at 1000%, but I just can't get over the routine here. Like, he had set his targets on that table. He knew he was gonna fucking destroy that. He had a grudge against it. Come hell or high water, that table would be destroyed. And then even when the birthday boy, the 9-year-old, like, entered the frame and was kind of like making fun of him, like, doing what he was doing, jokingly, trying to have fun, even though his coked out uncle there was, I guess, making his birthday all about him for whatever reason. When he, like, went into the frame there, the uncle pushed him aside in order to clear enough space for him to body slam the table. to like frog splash onto the table. He just throws the birthday boy over to the side. It's crazy. And I can't believe that no one was upset about that. Like the homeowner there, whoever owns the apartment, I can't believe they were just okay with this fucking madman, this lunatic, this raving fucking feral animal destroying their table and like ruining this kid's birthday party. Like, I guess he didn't ruin it because the kid seemed like he was like, you know, laughing about it up until the table got destroyed. Then he seemed pretty upset. Like, he's the only one in that whole room that was like, guys, is this okay? Is this like acceptable behavior for an adult? Like, what are we doing here? Like, he's the only one that looked concerned. Everyone else is laughing. Honestly, I'm a little confused by the atmosphere here. I can't say I recall for my 9th birthday my parents inviting all of their friends and only their friends, as well as our drugged out uncle, and I didn't get to invite any of my friends. I think it's a little weird that the birthday boy is the only kid there and everyone else is just an adult that I'm guessing is part of this uncle's posse. Like, they're all friends, I guess, with the way they're responding to his breakdancing. I think that's already kind of weird. And then he makes the whole celebration about his breakdancing, even throwing the kid to the side for it. It's so weird and wacky, but it's also impressive. Like, his moves, they're no joke. Now, the one move that he did that I liked a lot was this one, which was like a bunch of nothing. And it just feels like it's such similar DNA to some of the rancid dance moves that I've cooked up over the years, just for silly, shitty moves. And I'm just honestly impressed. Like, I'm equal parts shocked and confused, like why he'd be doing this at a 9-year-old birthday party, but also equal parts blown away that he was able to do all of these moves in the first place. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about that for a little bit. That's it. See ya.
No, I'm not the lead singer of Escape the Fate from 2009, though I do look like him at this point in my hair growth cycle. It's me, Charlie, the ace reporter on all things video games. I debated making this video for the last couple days, and I just decided, fuck it, I kinda do want to talk about it. I'm not a massive gamer anymore. I don't sit down and pump the dick into games like I used to. Now, don't get me wrong, don't misconstrue my words. I definitely do still get down dirty like a fucking grease goblin sometimes, snorting Dorito dust and injecting G Fuel in the veins, getting after some fat grinds in certain games, but it's not quite to the level that it used to be at for me. That being said, I still keep up with almost everything video game related. I'm still very passionate about the industry and the craft. I mean, I still have video game themed wet dreams and shit like that. Like, none of that changes. But what I want to talk about today is the internet demands video games always have a deep meaning or be politically charged and motivated, be socially conscious and socially aware of everything that's going on. And I think that's really detrimental to video games as a whole. It's no longer enough for a video game to just be fun. In fact, I'd argue to the internet, fun is secondary to the meaning and the political message behind the game, and I think that sucks some fat, filthy butthole. That makes every game uninteresting to me. I think politics is very unenjoyable as a topic. I don't get political. I never get political. I think it's a very boring world. There's no entertainment to be had. It does nothing but isolate people, lead to arguments. It's not fun. Politics is never something fun. And video games, at their core, were always meant to be a fun escape from reality, a fun time investment, just fun in general. And now, making every game so politically motivated, it makes it not fun. And the internet makes it even deeper than that, where if you don't like a certain game, it somehow gives people the impression that you're some politically charged loser, or you're not a politically charged loser, and thus you're a loser for not enjoying the politics in the video game. You not liking a game now is an indication of what side of the spectrum you're on politically. That's so fucking pathetic. I think making and demanding games conform to what you personally believe is really sad, and it really holds games back. Not that I think if we didn't have politics, games would have reached this level where we're traveling to Mars to play the newest VR, AR experience or anything, but games wouldn't be so samey. Most video games that come out these days follow the same formulas, and for the most part deliver the same messages. I can take or leave the message. There are games that I believe should have powerful messages, ones that are intended to, but for the most part, games are just supposed to be fun, and I'm not there to dive deep,
feel something in the real world, a thought-provoking experience where I'm jerking off in front of a candle and really reflecting on the game's message and themes. That's not what I play games for. I'm there to have a good time. Now, why I'm bringing this up is because a channel called Extra Credit released this video called Stop Normalizing Nazis. This video is an objectively large pile of dog shit. It is a horrible video no matter how you spin it. Their message is very clear. Basically, in this video, what they're saying is the old debate of video games cause violence, but they spin it as video games cause Nazis. These people are so fucking shameless, they go as far as to compare playing as a terrorist in Counter-Strike to making people into terrorists in the real world. It's really sad and pathetic. And no one agreed with their message. Even the most politically charged gamers disagreed with how they framed their message. But this made me realize just how ingrained politics and social shit are in the video game industry. And I think it's just not good. I think it's ass. I think it's just straight hairy ass that video games have become so synonymous with politics and social shit that it's, you know, you feel the need to make a video called Stop Normalizing Nazis and using fucking Counter-Strike of all things as an example for how it's a bad thing and that you play as a terrorist in a fucking fictional video game. Their arguments in this video suck. They say, you know, you don't opt in to play as a terrorist when you play Counter-Strike. Well, yeah, you do. You fucking bought the game. You know that it's terrorists versus the counter-terrorists. So you opted in by buying the game, by playing the game. They have no argument here. It's really shitty. It's just this really agenda-pushing piece of shit that doesn't work no matter how you look at it. But that's the video game industry as a whole. The more you look at it, the more you'll, you know, read from a reviewer that the negatives they give a game are almost 9 times out of 10 about the message of the game or the politics of the game, and how the reviewer didn't agree with the main character not being who they wanted the main character to be, or be associated with the group they wanted the character to be associated with, and how it was a missed opportunity that the character's a muscly man instead of a skinny man, or something dumb like that. Like these really nitpicky things, how they want everything in their life reflected in their video game. Why do you want that? Why do you want your fictional piece of entertainment to reflect the sad real world? That fucking sucks. Who wants that? That's like going to sleep and dreaming of doing your taxes. When you dream, you want to be flying around like Superman, firing lasers from your fucking eyes, bench pressing 700 pounds, and, you know, fucking supermodels. You don't want to go to sleep and you're in your high school classroom taking a goddamn math test again. It's stupid to want that from a piece of fictional entertainment. It's really dumb, and it holds the whole goddamn thing back because developers like CD Projekt Red is a good example, how they got attacked for Cyberpunk 2077 that's not even out yet, just this whole laundry list of social problems that they noticed with the game or things that were missing or they felt were missing from the game. So then CD Projekt Red had to go back, allocate a whole bunch of time and resources to make everyone happy that the game is so socially aware of everything in the world that's going on right now to try and make everyone that exists on the internet happy. So all that time they spent doing that could have been spent making the game more fun, making more quest lines or stories for more characters. It's just, it feels like to me it holds developers back, it holds games back, and I just don't get the purpose. Why does everything, and I guess it's not even just games, but everything these days has to be so deep and politically driven that it's sickening? And that if it's not deep or politically driven, fucking John Wick got shit on because there wasn't enough politics or social issues addressed in the fucking movie. As if you're going to a movie like John Wick looking to have your goddamn ideals reflected or having a thought-provoking message delivered down your urethra. It's just, it makes no sense to me. I don't know why people want the fictional shit to be reflective of the real world. It should be totally separate. It shouldn't be held to this standard where it needs to be powerful or deep. I think it all just needs to be fun. It needs to be entertaining, but that's secondary now, and I think that's a goddamn shame, and I just wanted to vent about it because that goddamn Extra Credit video was so insultingly bad that it made me open my fucking third eye, made me see the strings that hold this universe together, and made me want to complain about some video game trends. Oh yeah, and also the community manager for Extra Credits is a big asshole. They go on Twitter and they're celebrating the fact that Extra Credits YouTube channel is losing thousands of subscribers. They have the audacity to go on Twitter and say they are happy they're losing subs because it means less bigots are watching their content. And they double down saying we're celebrating the sub loss with wine because we're losing all these bigots. That's so fucked up. And that's just another thing in the video game world. If you disagree, you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're a bad person because you disagree with whatever message was delivered in the video game or even the video about a video game. It's just unreal. You're not losing bigots. You're losing people that thought the video was really shittily done, which it is. It's a really bad video. Even people that do agree with your message, and I don't imagine there's so many people that agree playing a terrorist in Counter-Strike makes you a terrorist, but even lunatics that do agree with that shit on your video because it's a bad video. And to call them bigots, that's just biting the dick that feeds you. I just don't understand. Well, I don't know why they made the video, and I don't know why they're doubling down so hard defending it. Just roll over and admit it's bad. No matter how you look at it, it's a shit video, and you celebrating like this just makes you all look like the biggest douchebags. It's just stupid. I guess the video game spectrum online is fucking wild right now, and I think it's a really toxic environment full of just a lot of bad shit that nothing good comes from it, and it makes video games as a whole and gamers a lot shittier. And that's just my take on the situation. That's about it. So yeah. Stranger Things final season just dropped. Well, volume 1 of the final season just dropped, so they're releasing it in like waves. And I just finished it. So, let's give you the review. Does the 9 years, the nearly a decade of build-up start to pay off here? The question on everyone's mind. 5 seasons in 10 years. One of the biggest criticisms around this show isn't even really the quality of the show. It's the time in between seasons where it's like 3 years of just fucking purgatory, so then everyone kind of forgets what was happening by the time the new season rolls around. And I always see the intense enthusiasts of this show start attacking people that point that out, like, oh, you homunculi, what, you can't remember every single fucking iota of detail that happened 3 years ago from the last season? Well, why don't you just do what I do and watch the entire series start to finish every 3 years in preparation for the new season? It's simple. And I just think that's a really weak argument. I think it's a very valid, legit criticism to say, like, a lot of time passes that it loses a lot of its hype. So much time has passed that the actors started as children and are now full-fledged adults. Millie Bobby Brown even has a child of her own, and they're still playing these same characters that are supposed to be kids. It is unusual how much time passes between new seasons, and it's preposterous to expect everyone to do fucking homework and rewatch the series every couple of years so that way they can be caught up with what's going on so they don't feel fucking lost with the new season. Anyway, though, I think it's a real complaint. That's the whole point I'm making. But the final season, Volume 1, is here. But real quick, before diving into the spaghetti and meatballs of this review, I want to let you know Starforge Black Friday sale is live right now. It is fucking huge, up to $1,000 off of everything, so you can go there and check it out if you're looking for a better PC. It's got the best PCs in the universe. You can click the link below. So overall, my thoughts on Stranger Things Season 5, Volume 1 are that it's fine. It's a little bit of a letdown. Like, there are more things I didn't like about it than things I liked. There were definitely still things I enjoyed about it, but there were so many things in here that I thought were just kind of underwhelming and even went against some of the, like, really good things Stranger Things had done in previous seasons. I'm going to be getting into spoilers, so this is your full warning here. I'm not going to spoil, like, everything with the first 4 episodes, but there are some things I want to talk about that I just think showcase that they were really trying to just get through it. There are just a lot of moments in here where it feels rushed. And I think there's no better example of that than the military themselves here. They, right now, lack any real clear motive for what they're doing. Like, we don't understand why the military is carrying out plans the way they are, other than just, we're the bad guys. That's as deep as it goes right now, and I'm sure that'll be fleshed out more in the next in the next volume of the final season. But right now, they're just literally flat, one-dimensional antagonist, military bad. And they put that fist up your ass, letting you know you should not be rooting for the military at all. So, like, they start taking kids from Hawkins to bring them to their barracks to try and protect them, but what they're actually doing is using the kids as bait. Which one character's like, well, this is kind of fucked up, and she says, well, get over it, rub some dirt in it, pussy. Dr. K, that's like the new main military bad guy. And then, like, as the kids are there, the military's, like, really mean to them. Like, one of the officers even, like, just slaps one of the kids when he, like, speaks up and says something rude. Military guy's just like, poof. It's like, okay, so military bad, I get it. But what I don't get is, like, the response to everyone else in Hawkins about the military. So, like, they have Hawkins quarantined, basically, like, they're prisoners, they can't leave Hawkins. And everyone's totally fine with that. They're like, oh yeah, no, just fucking normal day paradise here. So much so that when they start taking their kids, the families don't put up any kind of stink about it. They don't like fight back or anything at all. They literally go door to door and just say, "We need your child." And the parents are like, "Okay, we'll take them. Do you want all of them? Like, I have more children. Do you want to take all of them or just this one?" And it's like, what the fuck? Really? All the parents are going to be okay with the military just taking their kids to their undisclosed location that is inaccessible to the parents? It's really fucking weird. Maybe like the entirety of Hawkins has been hit by a stupid beam. Why though? Like, what are they trying to accomplish? We don't know yet. So they're just like literally cartoonishly evil to a certain degree. So when you see Hop just start gunning them down, murdering a bunch of them, or watching Eleven snap one of their necks like she was breaking a Kit Kat bar, even dropping like a quirky one-liner saying, "Sorry for this," and then he falls from the second story, you're just supposed to be like, yeah, that was a bad guy, because military bad. We don't know what they're even trying to do yet, though. So they just feel like such a lame villain, and they're actually fucking incompetent too, by the way. That is like a crazy wombo combo here, because you set up the military as like one of the big forces here that they're battling against, and they have this massive base set up, both in the normal world and in the Upside Down. And in both of these cases, they are extensively researching, studying, and mastering their understanding of the Upside Down and the creatures that reside there, like the Demogorgon and stuff. Yet, in the final episode, when they get ambushed by Demogorgon, it's clear the military has no real answers to them. Instead, they continue to just use their guns, which have been established for a decade now, are not effective against the Demogorgon at all, yet all they rely on is their fucking guns. There's only one brave goober in their entire platoon, in this entire military base of hundreds of soldiers, that decides to use the flamethrower. To great effect, mind you. So why, with all they understand about these creatures, with entire science labs dedicated to the full understanding, Dr. K even demonstrating that she knows heat is what is weakening the thing that strangles, which is basically like a fucking hentai tentacle monster that starts strangling Hop, even explaining like, they thrive in the cold, but heat weakens it. Why then is this entire military operation gun-focused instead of having more fire-based weaponry? Or like incendiary grenades or something? Why? Why are they fucking stupid? If they have that knowledge, is it like budget reasons? Like they weren't allocated enough budget to buy fucking flamethrowers, more of those, or God forbid even a lighter? Jesus, a flare maybe even? Why are they still using guns knowing full well it doesn't work on these creatures? It just doesn't make sense, especially considering that they have done so much research and actually thoroughly understand a lot of it to the point where they literally have L's kryptonite. They have basically the brown note that they're able to blast through their satellite dishes, their, antennas, which is like a frequency that disrupts Elle and she can't like use her powers anymore and it hurts her. They call it her kryptonite. So they studied so much that they now can fight against Elle, one of the most powerful beings in the show, yet they can't just get some more flame weaponry to actually fight the other creatures that they are literally basically cohabitating with. I don't get it. Are the guns just to keep the kids in line so that they can start shooting the kids if they start asking too many questions? Like, I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. It just feels a little lazy, and it's my big complaint about part one is that a lot of it feels rushed. It knows it needs to get to certain places, but to get there, it doesn't really follow what's already been established. It just kind of like speed runs through it, at least in my perspective. And I also don't like that a lot of the character interactions just feel really weird and out of place. And the biggest culprit of that is Dustin and Steve. Now, their banter has been established since the beginning, basically. Like, they have camaraderie where they joke back and forth and they do argue. But in this season, that's dialed up to fucking 5,000. There is not a single scene with these two together where they are not at each other's throats. And to me, that just doesn't compute. Because these are like basically best friends. And Dustin is a shell of his former self. After the death of Eddie, he's traumatized from it, and Hellfire being dragged through the mud, it really hurts him. So his big character arc here is he's trying to basically stick it to the bullies by staying true to himself, like Hellfire's the greatest, Eddie's the GOAT, and for that he keeps getting his ass kicked, and it actually starts to deteriorate his friendships with Steve and the rest of the gang. And then when Steve is like trying to talk to him about it, he's not even really talking to him. He immediately is just combative with Dustin about it. And then Dustin is combative back. So then they're just perpetually arguing back and forth to the point where they have to implement a rule where they don't talk to each other anymore. Because every time they do, they argue. And when they break that rule, they're just arguing again. It's really annoying. These are like supposed to be best friends. Steve clearly knows what's going on. Why wouldn't Steve try and connect with him and try and like help him get through what is clearly a very rough period in his life instead of just immediately pressing his buttons and attacking him? Like, it's not banter like it used to be. They're literally just perpetually arguing for the sake of just having some kind of conflict between them. Same way Steve and Jonathan are constantly arguing now because they're in this competition to impress Nancy. Like, it feels like characters are regressing. And it's just annoying. Especially Jonathan, by the way. His whole role in this series now is basically just being like a stick in the mud. Like, he is just always against the good ideas, and when an idea pans out, he's mad about it panning out. So like Steve, for example, he makes a pretty brave decision to drive his car with all of them in it to the Upside Down as the portal is closing. A decision that Nancy also supports, and Jonathan's like, no, don't do it, don't you fucking do it, don't you fucking do it. And then when they get through there, Jonathan immediately is mad at him like, well, maybe if you didn't drive it in the fucking Upside Down. And it's like, Jonathan, what are you talking about? And that's basically him for the entire volume 1 here of the final season. He's just always against the good idea. It's just lame. His whole character's been reduced to just like being obsessed with trying to like propose to Nancy now to beat Steve in this competition without ever really improving his relationship with Nancy and never actually contributing anything of value to the overall plot anymore. It's really disappointing to see. I also really don't like how inconsistent they are with the Demogorgon for the sake of plot armor around the main cast, or even the parents of the main cast. The viral clip that everyone's shooting spitballs at is when Karen, the mother, is trying to protect Holly and the Demogorgon is chasing them, and it one-taps the husband, whose name I already forgot because he plays such a little role. He hits him with like a golf club and the guy just slaps his nipples off. He survives, by the way. Well, now Karen is trying to protect Holly, so she breaks a wine glass and starts stabbing it, and the Demogorgon's like really suffering, like, ow, 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 ow. So Karen is literally fucking shaking this thing down for its lunch money, this thing that is unaffected by like bullets and everything, but this wine glass imbued with the power of a mother's love is just blasting it. But it doesn't kill the Demogorgon or anything. It does end up like slashing her, basically like fucking Wolverine cuts her to ribbons, or at least that's what you're supposed to believe. She survives that as well, by the way. But she did so much damage to it that they were able to follow its blood in the Upside Down, which was pretty important for Elle and Hop, which, again, how the fuck is a wine glass more effective at making these things bleed and causing damage than all of the countless bullets that they just fucking face tank, just bullet sponge? I don't get that. It's just for the sake of, this is very important characters. Not only can we not kill them, we also need to make sure they have their moments to shine. I get it, but it's really very interesting when you show a scene like that, and you even show like this Home Alone style sequence where the main cast like booby traps a house and puts a tracker on a Demogorgon, hitting it with like fucking planks of wood and nails, trapping it in barbed wire, and then it's like so afraid that it has to run away from all of these like tiny little like doodads that they were blasting it with. And then you have a scene only an episode later where a Demogorgon, the same kind of Demogorgon, is just eating hundreds of bullets and literally splitting trained soldiers in half with no effort. Yet it can't kill a middle-aged man and woman or a bunch of kids, and it's so afraid of all of them that it has to leave, and it took so much damage that it's fucking bleeding out. It's just, like, I understand suspending disbelief. I get that. But it's a little over the top, and it's a little blatant. Like, the inconsistency with the Demogorgon when it comes to the main cast versus literally everybody else. Which isn't the biggest deal in the world, but it is something that kind of grinded my ass to a grease a little bit at the end of episode 4. Like, I've hit you with a lot of things I didn't like about it, but there are things I do like. I think Will's character is probably the best in the season. Like, this is a character that's basically been benched and sidelined for a while now, where he hasn't really done all that much, and basically his scenes kind of devolve into him just like staring at a camera or feeling his neck over the last few seasons. I struggle to remember anything of real significance he's contributed over the last few seasons, but in this season, he is the most important character, and he gets a huge power boost at the end that I think does actually make sense. It doesn't fully come out of nowhere. They do kind of place the breadcrumbs, but when it happens, you're like, oh wow, he can do that? That's going to be really important. And I think they do a good job of setting it up overall. Murray, I think, is the most enjoyable character in the show. He's basically just coming along delivering gifts and goodies to the crew when they need it in his big old truck, calling himself Santa Claus, delivering, all the valuable materials that they need and doing it with his quirky, wacky personality. I actually like Murray. He was another standout so far in Volume 1. I also think Vecna is an interesting villain, even though they keep introducing new things instead of answering previous questions, which is kind of annoying, which is another one of my one of my mini bah humbugs here. I don't like how it's mainly just presenting you new information, or even at points retconning previous information. It's still not giving any answers yet. Even with that in consideration, Vecna is still very interesting, and the mystery of his grand scheme is enough to keep you invested and hooked on it, especially now they introduce all those memories, and there's one that he's very terrified of where Max has been hiding in this cave, and when she gets into that cave, you just see him just standing there in his normal human Henry form, just crying. I gotta fucking order a French fries there. Why? There is a lot of interesting mysteries it proposes, though it has done a really poor job at providing any answers from things in the previous seasons so far. I'm guessing they're saving that for the next drop, which is a little frustrating. I would have liked to see some lines start to wrap up or start reaching a conclusion, but whatever, there's still plenty of episodes to go. I also think they do a good job of showcasing just how menacing and powerful Vecna is. In the final fight of episode 4, they have him walking out fucking aura farming. He's in his turbo evil Groot form, so he's got fucking tentacles all over him. He looks like a rotting tree ant, and he starts using his abilities to just massacre all of the remaining soldiers from the Demogorgon ambush. And they show how strong he is, and then he has a speech to Will, and then, unfortunately, and this is another thing, the writing in this first volume feels so different from the good writing of older Stranger Things episodes. So after slaughtering 15 soldiers, gruesomely massacring them, Joyce is standing between Vecna and Will, and he just, flips her to the side. And then he, force chokes Will over to him and gives a little speech about, you were my first experiment, you broke so easily, your mind is weak, you've got poop brain, Buster, you got smooth brain, I don't like you, you're stupid, you're stinky, and for that I'm leaving, and he's gonna let the Demogorgons take care of them. But why, though? Vecna, while he does enjoy reveling in the suffering of others, they've established that, they also, even in this very season, said he is not the kind of person to leave things unfinished, so why wouldn't he have just killed them himself? Why would he not have just immediately, fucking bopped Joyce, just slimed her out right then and there like he did all those soldiers? And I can see why he'd try and let a Demogorgon finish off Will, because that'd be the ultimate torment, but still, it was just it felt lazy, more so than anything. And that's the way I feel about a lot of dialogue in this first half of season 5, where it just feels like these characters talk at each other instead of with each other. So Elle and Hop, as they're going through the Upside Down, which, by the way, the Upside Down is no longer this scary place with bats and giant tentacles and everything. It seems very sterile now. You can make an argument that maybe the military went through and cleared it all out, and they've also been so experienced with it that now it's just no longer a big threat, which I think takes a lot of wind out of the sails of the Upside Down, which was once the worst place imaginable, basically hell. Here, it's fundamentally just a blue light filter area with a little red lightning, and there's nothing else to it. There's no sense of dread or looming terror in the Upside Down. It's basically empty now. The only people left are the fucking military and the Demogorgon once or twice. Outside of that, it's just completely vacant. Like that place Squidward went to be all alone. So like when Elle and Hop are traversing it, they're not even worried. Like they're just casually strolling through the Upside Down. When Steve, Dustin, Jonathan, and Nancy get into the Upside Down, they're not worried either. They're treating it like a joke that they're now in the Upside Down, and they're just more annoyed that Steve crashed his car. So like the Upside Down is no longer like a scary thing. But what I was getting at with the dialogue, while Elle and Hop are going through the Upside Down, like they bicker and then immediately make up, only to bicker again during like their making up, and then bicker again. Like the line punk ass was used like 15 times in a single scene, where Hop is like injured and she's being stubborn. He's like, oh, you're such a stubborn punk ass. And then she's like, oh, you mean like a stubborn punk ass? And he's like, oh, you heard stubborn punk ass? Yeah, well, I guess I'm a stubborn punk ass too. It's like, okay, come on. You don't need to wear the word out so much. Like, they really hammer that word in there. And that's a lot of their dialogue. It just feels really stiff. But now I want to mention something else that I think is probably a hot take with something I liked from this volume 1. I really like that they brought Eleven's sister back. That's probably a really spicy take, because that episode is still the worst in the series by far. That was in like season 2, where they had this like random, completely out of left field episode where Eleven meets her sister who has powers like her, and they basically have like a fucking biker gang and they go out causing a ruckus. And that was an episode everyone hated. And it seemed as though they tried to pretend it never existed, because it never came back again. Eleven's sister was never even loosely referenced again, really. But in the final episode here of Volume 1, we see that the thing that was like clogging her ability to use her powers and hurting her and like weakening her was actually the military using her sister as that sonic weapon. I actually really like that idea, because you can't just say that episode in season 2 is not canon. It has to still exist as a part of the overall lore here. And I think this was a good way of doing it. You no longer have to like address anything else about that episode. You now have the most important part of that episode, that character, now in the megamix here in a way that I think does make sense. And now you have another very powerful piece on the chessboard for how they could fight against Vecna. It does make me a little concerned that the final fight between Vecna and the main crew is going to be like a fucking Conjuring movie finale where it's basically just like force pushes back and forth. I would really hate if it, and I hope I'm wrong, but I can see this happening. I would really hate if it ends with Vecna getting into like basically a Dragon Ball Z beam struggle with 11. And then he's like, you can't defeat me alone. And then she's like, I'm not alone. And that's when her sister comes in and adds to the beam. And then that's when Will comes in and adds to the beam. I'm using beam metaphorically because, of course, they're going to be fighting with the invisible force pushes. But then you have all three of the very powerful people all banding together to force push into Vecna, which obliterates him. I would hate that. I would really hate that. And I could maybe see it happening, because now you have three people that can all do this. You have 11, you have her sister, now you have Will. But there is a chance that's how they're going to kill Vecna, and that would really suck. That would be so fucking lame. But hopefully I'm wrong. For now, I do like how they brought 11's sister into the fold. I think it was well executed, and I'm very curious to see where it goes with that character now. Anyway, I've been yapping about this one for a while, but this is a season 9 years in the making here, and I don't think it was the greatest volume 1. I don't think it was bad. Like, I think there were definitely good moments, but instead of providing like answers, it is still giving you more questions and expanding upon previous questions, and it's really starting to feel like it's dragging, even though it also feels like it's rushing through certain things. It's just, I don't know, it's just in an odd spot. I'm really hopeful that the next volume, like, I do think this will still, it still has the potential for a good ending. So I'm still looking forward to how it wraps up. It's just, I didn't love this first batch of 4. It was fine. That's really about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm going to be answering some questions I get in messages. Let's do this shit. What you're seeing in the background there is Vanquish for the Xbox 360. It's one of my favorite games, and it's just me getting my ass kicked in the secret mission number 6. Alright, let's get this show on the titties. usually when I receive a message, it starts with, I know you don't read messages, or I'm not sure if you read messages. I actually read every single message I receive on YouTube and Xbox, and just about, well, that's just about all I fucking have, so I read all the messages people send me. I don't always reply to them, but I do read every single one of them, so everyone's welcome to send me a message. I will read it. Another question is, what happened to the Fun Tactics series? It seems a lot of people think I just stopped it. I didn't. I usually only make Fun Tactics for multiplayer games that I enjoy, or in some cases don't really enjoy, but play. And there just hasn't really been a multiplayer game that I haven't enjoyed, or I have enjoyed. I neither have nor haven't enjoyed a multiplayer game recently, so I haven't really been thinking of Fun Tactics. However, if a multiplayer game gets released here soon, that's good, or shitty, a shitty goodness to it, then I will start thinking of Fun Tactics again. Another question is, what happened to the Critical Versus series? Honestly, I vastly underestimated how fucking difficult it would be to do some of those boss battles. At the time I thought, for some fucked up reason, I could just skip to the boss battle recommended and fight it in a specific way. It didn't factor into my stupid fucking cranium logic processor that I would actually need to go through the game in a very specific way on a very high difficulty just to fight one boss on a very fucking strict regimen. And that was just way too fucking difficult, so honestly, I don't really see doing that again, because that's just really fucking difficult. Another question is, do I take suggestions? I do, and if you want to suggest anything like a game, or just suggest anything really, send it to me in a message. I will read it. Alright, I'm just going to answer these next two questions at the same time. Why am I not a partner, and did I go through with the charity idea? Last year I posted a video saying I'd like to get partnership and give all the money to charities. And I went through with it last year, and I'm still doing it, and I will continue to give all the money to charities. So I am a partner now, and all the money goes to charities. I set up a Twitter account that shows the monthly donations. That Twitter account is Charity Critical, so you can go there and see the monthly donations if you give a shit. Now the next question is one I really want to expand on. The question is, why do I like titties and nipples so much? Now to answer this question, we need to thoroughly examine humans themselves. What is a human if it does not have a titty or a nipple? It's not a human. As simple as that. You see, when titties and nipples collaborate, they form a flawless entity. On a woman, the titties and the nipples are flawless. A woman's titties and nipples make up everything in this world. Everything in this world currently exists because of a woman's titties and their nipples. Everything is existing right now just to see titties and nipples. Like a fucking common misconception in today's society. We think the universe is expanding. That's not the case. The universe is simply trying to get closer to a woman's titties and her nipples. That is the only reason the universe continues to grow. So, in conclusion, I really like a woman's titties and nipples. In fact, I love them. Now, that's going to be all the questions I answer right now. I know there's a lot more people ask, but these questions were ones that over the past year I've gotten a lot, and I think people really wanted to know the answer to these. So, these are the questions I chose to answer. I know that I've taken a lot of shits. Actually, I shit a lot every day, so that's splendid. Alright, well, see ya.
Boy howdy, I can't believe it. The title is not clickbait. This is big. Color me blue and call me a smurf. I'm looking real stupid right now because I've been quite the Scrooge humbugging, saying that it'll never happen. They'll never release the Epstein files. And look what happens. Random Friday evening, they drop these puppies. Oh, you know, the same Epstein files that the government also tried to say aren't real are actually a huge hoax and you're an idiot if you believe in them. They're like the Tooth Fairy or something. No such thing. Oh, well, here's those Epstein files that we said not long ago weren't real, by the way. Finally, all of the information on all of these evil pedophiles right here at our fingertips. We get one sentence and then pretty much everything else redacted. And this isn't some isolated incident where I'm cherry-picking shit. The bulk of these files are heavily redacted, and heavily doesn't even do it justice. It's so beyond that. Like, it is redacted to a comical degree where it would be laughable if it wasn't just so blatantly evil. Like, look at the thumbnail here. You could close your eyes and see the same thing that these files show you, which is just nothing. Darkness. I always said if they do release it, it'll probably be heavily redacted. I didn't even expect it to be this extreme. This is crazy. They don't even let like a couple of like rogue words fly, like random like the or and. It's all just blacked out emptiness. They released hundreds of pages of it's unfucking believable. Yeah, we've really got these evil pedophiles on the ropes now that the most transparent administration in history has dropped these puppies fresh on our laps here. Look at this. Wow. We've really got them now. We've got them cornered. Surely they'll be held accountable with this out there.
We'll talk about blacking out. I don't know if I can get a close up of my phone. This is one of the documents that the Justice Department released. It's 100 pages.
Right.
This is what it looks like. I don't know if you can see. It's all black. It's just 100 pages of redaction. That's the transparency we're getting here.
Right, and I'll point to...
This is like the LaCroix of Epstein files, where it's the idea of the files themselves, not actually providing anything. Imagine scrolling through those 100 pages of just pure void emptiness. What the fuck? That is absurd. Now, it's not just these empty files that they plopped out there in the open. They did also provide a lot of new photos that show people like Bill Clinton with Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell, as well as like Chris Tucker, even Michael Jackson. Like, there were a large amount of photos that weren't previously public. And in those photos, there are individuals whose identity is redacted. They have like the giant black square over them. They've been censored. And I thought that was supposed to be for victims, you know? But according to what I read, this actually comes from Fox News. They said the Justice Department redacted the names and identifiers of victims. Fox News Digital has learned that the same redaction standards were applied to politically exposed individuals and government officials. What the fuck? Why would those same redaction standards be applied to politically exposed individuals? That's like the most important individual to be exposed in these Epstein files. Why would that under any circumstances be suitable for a redaction? That's fucking crazy. So, like, they can just be censored out like it's fucking Super Smash Bros. Melee when you're about to unlock a new fighter through, like, a challenge approaching you. Why? That makes no sense. That should just be reserved solely for the victims here. I don't understand, if this is true, why they would be able to redact that kind of information on politically exposed individuals. And it doesn't apply to all politically exposed individuals, clearly, because Bill Clinton is completely unmasked here. He is just, like, raw out in the open in these photos, as well as others, like I mentioned. So it was, I guess there was exceptions for some of them. I'm not exactly sure how the ruling all worked. There's like a bunch of like nuance to it here. It's very confusing, but under no circumstances should there have been exceptions for these politically exposed individuals in the Epstein files and photos. That's really peculiar, and that really seems extremely corrupt because they should all be going to jail. Like, take, for example, Bill fucking Clinton here. This guy's like the Ronald McDonald to Jeffrey Epstein's empire of child sex trafficking. This guy is in so many photos with so much evidence to support how deeply involved he was as a client. We now have even more photos of him, and still nothing has happened to Bill Clinton. The only person with more photographs with Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell is Trump. And speaking of Trump, he is doing everything in his power to ensure Maxwell has the easiest time imaginable. Maxwell, the only person, by the way, who has ever faced even an iota of punishment for all of the innumerable, unthinkable, heinous crimes with Jeffrey Epstein's empire of child sex trafficking, the only person who faced even the slightest punishment, he has now ensured went from a prison to a fucking summer camp where she gets to, like, pet training service dogs now, and she lives luxuriously there. It's pretty weird. I think it's very odd that these files are so heavily redacted. I think there's also a very good chance that the photos released were probably not the entire kit and caboodle. I would bet there were probably even more photos that we don't have access to and have probably been completely burned and buried somewhere that just don't exist anymore. That would be my guess. And if you're wondering about any new photos of Trump with Jeffrey Epstein or Maxwell, there's not really anything new there, but he does appear in a few of these photos they released, like this one where there is a framed photo of him with Jeffrey Epstein and Melania in between. as well as this right here where you can see 2 different pictures of Trump in the drawer. So overall, no like new photos of them together, but there is a framed one and a couple in that drawer, so he did like to keep photos of Trump around of the 2 when they hung out. And it's hard to say if there's any new evidence there because there isn't anything new in the files themselves since it's all fucking redacted. So the only thing like new here are some of these photographs, which also are redacted. And while I thought it was supposed to be reserved solely for victims, it seems as though there is the potential that it was also used to hide politically exposed individuals. I don't know if that's 100% confirmed or not, but there is now a lot of hoopla saying that this doesn't comply with what was actually sought, and they are looking to pursue further action because they redacted so much that they weren't allowed to. So I guess we'll see how it all shakes out, but holy shit, I still cannot believe what they released here in the state that it is. I can't believe they thought this would go over well with literally anybody to release hundreds of pages of pure redactions. That's unbelievable. But as far as the new photos go, I don't see how that's not actionable to at least try and investigate further. In particular, someone like Bill Clinton, who's here constantly. This guy's popping up like it's Where's Waldo, but he's really easy to spot. I don't understand how, if all this information has existed for this long, and even in this administration that was denying its existence, why don't they do anything about what they have? I feel like it should warrant, at the very least, some further poking around to see what the fuck was happening here. Like, it just makes no sense to me until you start to realize that all of these people in power, this administration, the previous administration too, who also didn't release anything of substance when it comes to the Jeffrey Epstein case, still nobody's been punished. It's very clear when you realize that there are people on both sides of the political aisle here that are implicated, and should someone like Bill Clinton fall, there's a chance that many others do too that they don't want being exposed. I think that's probably why there's been so little action being taken. It's just so fucking sickening how blatant this corruption is just out in the open. And now with these documents they released, if you can even call them that, it's even more clear as day just how deep this rot goes. It's fucking absurd. Anyway, I had to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. I think most plants are pretty fucking stupid when it comes to war. You see, a lot of the vegetables you eat actually have defense mechanisms. For example, if you bite into something hot, the capsaicin is its defense mechanism trying to ward off predators. But I say that's entirely fucking useless because your defense mechanism doesn't trigger until you're already dead. That'd be like if my defense mechanism was when you cut my head off, I spit blood that burns your legs a little bit. Yeah, it's a defense mechanism, but I'm already fucked, so it doesn't help me. Onions are one that has a very big reputation. You know, they're no Weenie Hut Jr. when it comes to vegetables. There's some fucking salty Splatoon action, and I don't think they've earned that title. See, it all started on one of the incredible Twitch streams that I do over at twitch.tv/moistcritical, which I stream almost daily. Come check that shit out. I was watching onion eating competitions, looking at the world record, and I wasn't impressed. I was like, this is pretty fucking easy. I eat raw onions like this all the time, and I don't have a goddamn world championship WWE belt for onions. And the chat was going nuts. No, you're a fucking liar. It's impossible. Humans haven't evolved to digest those kind of enzymes and handle that kind of acid, that sulfuric acid. It'll destroy your entire mouth if you try and eat an onion like that, Charlie. You'll probably die from it. But I knew I could do it because I literally do this as a hobby because I fucking love raw onions. So last night, I finally decided to get some onions and do it. So I posted a couple of videos on Instagram of my onion eating talents, and it occurred to me that not many people can do what I can do. It is my special ability, my X-Men gene mutation. I am immune to onions. Only cowards can't bite into an onion. I really don't know why everyone bitches about how hard that is. I fucking love onions. More. Onions have literally never made me cry in my life. The only thing that makes me cry is when all the squat racks are taken at the gym. Do a time lapse on my eyes, you won't see a single fucking tear leave. It's just so overhyped. It's just a fucking onion. Everyone says it's the cutting that makes your eyes water, not the eating. So to prove that I truly am the highest level of evolution, I will not cry. Nothing. I'll keep cutting. I'm like the fucking David Copperfield of onion magic. Nothing. Another onion. Maybe it's the brand of onion. Maybe this is just a weak-ass pussy species of onion. I feel nothing. I'm literally immune. My special mutant power is the most useless fucking one unless the world's being invaded by onions. Nothing. Another one. Wow. I think I might have got an eggplant this time, but whatever. It'll be worth it.
Are you smelling it?
Yeah, I'm also huffing it. Nothing is making me cry about. Oh, hold on. They say it's the top. I missed the top on this one.
I don't hear you inhaling.
Look at my eyes, Tiana. Not a hint of moisture. I am genuinely immune to onions. Now, naturally, after posting these, I was contacted by both the Avengers and some of the top scientists working in the world's best universities to try and study how I'm able to pull off this phenomenon. I declined. I want to keep this a secret in order to protect the ones I love. Obviously, I've seen all of the superhero movies. In terms of superhero tier lists, I don't think immune to onion acid is towards the top. Probably not even top 10,000 superpowers that you could imagine, but it definitely is one, I would say. You know, I always daydreamed about being able to do Dragon Ball Z shit, like make ki blasts in my hand and fire them. And I thought, you know, that's just not in the realm of possibility. Until today, when I realized how rare it is to be able to eat onions like this. Now I do believe in the paranormal. I believe in ghosts now. Also, I should mention, everyone pointed out that my breath was going to smell like shit from eating the onions that way. You're absolutely wrong. It made my breath smell great. It made it smell better than ever. It smelled like 10,000 roses. It smelled like what heaven would smell like when you get to the gates. It made my breath better. You see, what I'm saying is, when it comes to onions, I am the highest level human beings can be in that department. If eating onions was a character trait in an MMO, I've maxed that level out. I've gone beyond what the developers had in mind for that stat. I am a fucking animal when it comes to onions. How incredibly useless. So yeah. Oh, it's the drug woman!
I never had a beard.
What? What are you talking about?
I've never had a beard.
Do you know Kale?
What?
You look just like
That's
somebody
my
I
twin
used to
brother.
What is going on here? I live with Kale. I used to live with him.
Did he hurt you?
You bitch! I've never once had a fucking beard in my life! You motherfucking slut!
Please don't blame him.
Also, fuck all of you bandwagoners. I've been watching Neil Breen since 2012 with Double Down. So suck my fucking dick. He was my underground genius. I don't know who blew him up on the internet. I think it was Red Letter Media, but whoever they did can suck the fattest, dirtiest part of my butthole. He was mine. I even sent him a Facebook message to audition to be in this movie. It's not Universal Pictures. It's much better than that. It's Neil Breen Films. Now, one thing many of you may not know about Neil Breen if you're a child or just not enlightened yet, haven't opened your third eye, he uses a lot of stock footage. Fucking dumbass kids can't even eat hot dog slices. It's embarrassing to think that I was once this age. Couldn't even use Reddit.
Going to the beach.
Entering Smash, Neil Breen joins the battle. Oh my god, it's Neil Breen and a Second Life avatar. Neil, watch out! There's a man. Oh, it's two Neil Breens. Just a smaller one.
The final human invention.
Neil
AI.
Breen. He looks confused.
I was approaching a robotic, humanoid state.
The human mind wasn't meant to work the way Neil Breen's does.
While developing
He's an
further and further
evolutionary
in a humanoid
anomaly.
state over the years, I never wanted to lose touch with the magic and majesty of nature.
Pet it, Neil.
And the gifts it had given me.
Kiss it. Make out with it. Fuck it. Make nature your bitch.
Good morning. Have a nice day.
Thanks, Neil. Will do, Neil. Just the motivation I needed this morning. Oh, God! Jesus, he truly has been augmented. Oh, is he the one that just killed the ISIS leader?
Follow me.
Neil, get me out of here.
You won't get hurt.
Neil, help!
Follow me.
Christ, terrorists win. Should have bought the diffuser.
I'll protect you.
Save them, Neil. The training exercise is going wrong. Neil, be careful. There's a good-looking woman behind you, but she could be an android.
Programmable virtual reality. The corrupt version.
Oculus Rift? Mark Zuckerberg?
A limitless digital universe, connecting all shared virtual reality.
Stop it, Neil. I don't want it.
Digital tribes.
No!
With all my abilities to defeat evil.
Hey, look, it's the
still
Twisted
think of my
Pair
brother
premiere.
Kale
Look at all the
all
people
the
that showed up.
A crisis. Programmable virtual reality.
I hate it.
We have evidence of the largest cyber and terror attacks ever planned.
Programmable DNA.
That one's actually kind of good, though.
This is very serious.
I disagree.
Homeland Security is ready.
What are those?
We are on the verge of
Speakers?
mind hacking.
Programmable matter.
We will
Pretty good.
all be connected telepathically.
Special agencies are prepared.
Why are they shouting like this?
I have the power of instant
Guns!
personal facial
Bullets
recognition data.
and programmable
Content on
bullets.
Oh, Jesus. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I apologize.
I got it.
No. Here, let me get that for you.
Hey, shoot.
Wait, it's my fault. It's my fault, really. I apologize.
Leave me alone.
Let me make it up to you.
No.
I'll take
You're
you
a
out to
creep.
dinner.
Leave me alone. I have a boyfriend.
Let's have
Get out of my
let's
face.
have a
Leave me
drink.
alone.
He's
Let's have a
superhuman,
drink.
lady. You're about to get
I have a boyfriend.
I'll meet
Get
you
out of my
back here at 8 o'clock,
Get out of
and
my
we'll go out and have a drink.
Go.
That's how
I'll
flirting
meet
works,
you here
boys.
at 8 o'clock. We'll go out for a drink.
Hey, homeless guy, you want a kiss?
She was very pretty.
Hey, Neil Breen's inside of a building. That just means he hasn't been kicked out yet.
Hey, that's the girl I met earlier.
No,
I'm
it's
gonna go follow her.
it's you, Breen. What do you mean? Where was she? Ma'am, you forgot to ask for my phone number. I'll invite myself in. We can skip that part and just have sex. Like James Bond does. Christ, Neil's in the house. Every woman's worst nightmare. Can you not smell Neil is on the prowl? Get out of there, quick!
You're mine now. I'll teach you to ignore me. You were supposed to meet me at 8.
Oh my god.
Bitch. You can't fight me.
Neil, no! You are my hero! Why are you raping her? Oh god! Not the Van Gogh!
What's for dinner?
Your favorite. Mom called today.
He raped her until she loved him!
So lonely.
Well, it just goes to show.
I miss my brother.
Don't get raped by Neil Breen or else you might fall in love. These sound like moans of pleasure, not pain. Needs to be more guttural. Ugh. Ugh. They're doing like fucking hentai stuff. Dude, Neil Breen's so insane. I bet that gun is loaded.
Injustices.
Oh, he shot him again. Oh, he shot him too.
hang
Jesus.
here.
So what's for dinner? How was your sex life? That just turned me on. You want a doggy style in the elevator? Called it. I have a sneaking suspicion that this hooded man is Kale. Breen's evil twin. I'm starting to think
So,
Neil
it might
Breen's
be
becoming
another
self-aware.
vigilante justice kidnapping?
Because he's got a piece of tape with some scribbles on it for a mustache. I think not even Neil Breen is deep enough into lunacy to think that that was going to be serious.
This entire restaurant. I hear the food is spectacular. The service is impeccable.
Whatever you say, Neil, I just want to go home.
It's just friggin' invisible.
What?
I bought you a present.
You did.
Neil, I really was hungry. Can we get food? It's not a candle, it's C4 and it fucking explodes. Kiss him. Kiss yourself. Make out with yourself. He looks like a cult leader with the
Or it
beard.
was taken from me.
What does it all mean, Neil? The metaphors are going over my head. Yep, that's glass. Yep, still glass. It's like he didn't believe it at first.
AI, the singularity. Its technology passes human intelligence. It thinks, dreams, and creates.
No, it doesn't. Why would AI sleep? That'd be so useless. Yeah, I made a robot, but it has to go to bed by 9 p.m. every night, and it won't wake up again until 10 a.m. the next day.
This is for both of us.
Gosh.
Kale, just let her drink and inject heroin. Buzzkill.
Take it.
Oh!
What the hell are you doing?
She fucking breaks the bottle over her
I don't
head.
even want you anymore. All I want is the drugs and the money.
Oh, yeah. Jesus, Neil. Oh, God, Neil.
Come back here.
You've lost your fucking mind.
Straighten up.
They got him now. Why did he return to the scene of the crime? Run, Kale. Oh my God, he's hacking the earth. He's changing climates.
I don't need to carry a weapon.
I am a weapon.
I am the weapon.
Ugh. Is that a woman or is it Neil Breen disguising himself as a wo- Oh, there she goes.
So you're interested in my special art?
He sounds like a UFO
and
documentary
investing
guy.
in my special projects.
Technology scares me. I hate this. I'm leaving. The 2 moons is symbolic for the 2 testicles in his sack. Keep that in mind next time he fucks that girl in the elevator. I bet that's real cocaine that Neil Breen's about to snort.
It's sworn intelligence.
What's happened to us?
Don't you still have 3 men in your basement? He's like a toy from Toy Story. He has to go totally still whenever the other Neil Breen is around. This is fucking awesome. Sir, this is a high school.
And you believe things you wouldn't ordinarily believe.
Neil Breen has no idea how to use a computer. Yep, that looks about right. Couldn't even figure out how to log on. So what was he doing in the tech lab? He was trying to recruit 4chan or something? What was that plot line that hasn't been wrapped up yet and never will? So why is he in this high school? If a man's planning to take over the world, he's probably not doing it at the local high school.
Kuz's biological mutant warfare plans must be stopped.
Right. That was always my least favorite class.
Programmable matter. It can transform itself into anything else.
Even a titty. Too powerful for one man to have. I agree.
I miss what I never knew.
Oh, it's so deep. What don't you know, Neil? They're playing Beat Saber. Neil's about to ruin this LAN party. Okay, goodbye, boys. Neil, be careful! The Blues Brothers are on the other side of that railing. Jesus, is he vanishing him with his mind? God, he's so strong! Do you agree to stop being corrupt, evil businessmen? Okay, you can go.
We're done.
I'm done with you.
We're done. We're done.
Ooh,
We're done.
oh.
I'm done with you.
Damn, he really meant it. It's gonna blow! Oh! And just like that, he's destroyed a sewage waste treatment facility. Neil, you pick up that can of SpaghettiOs right now! No! The world can't take you destroying more of these important facilities. Oh, God. He's destroying the society! So many pipes for Neil to destroy, but don't do it. Shit, he's sneaking on screen. He's creeping in. Show mercy this time. Oh, God. He's going all out. This looks like Supergirl special effects. What do you mean that my poop facility is in flames? It must have been programmable Neil. Damn, Neil. Fucking American hero. It all comes full circle. You heard correctly, Hawk. I did save the world.
Hello, my friend.
I love you, baby. In the trailer for his movie Double Down, his cock and balls are in full display. In the trailer, it was a really bold move. So you never know what he's capable of.
Who's there?
Oh,
Who's there?
close.
I know somebody's there.
I thought he was getting up
Who
with a
are you?
full chub.
What do you want? Who's there?
He's already under the covers, crawling up Neil Breen's semi-chub. Ah, must have been the wind. Ah! Why? Why did you stab that block of wood in his pants? Oh, it's the drug woman.
I never had a beard.
What? What are you talking
I've
about?
never had a beard.
Do you know Kale?
What?
You look just like
That's
somebody
my
I
twin
used to know.
brother.
What is going on here? I live with Kale. I used to live with him.
Did he hurt you?
You bitch! I've never once had a fucking beard in my life. You motherfucking slut.
Please don't blame him.
I've never had a beard. Tell your friends.
Take this money.
Now his wife thinks he's paying for sex. Can you tell your prisoners to stop orgasming?
And your evil empire.
Whoa! But those henchmen, they get to live. They're minimum wage workers, and I didn't feel like killing them. Not the high school! No!
Sir.
No, spare the computers. No, God, Windows 7. That's a dangerous stunt, Neil. I gotta say, I'm impressed with that right there. I didn't expect that. Neil does all his own stunts, wouldn't you know? Now these kids will have nowhere to learn after summer vacation. And now I'm going to beat my wife. In my home theater. Watching one of my own movies. With the Tooth Fairy.
It's a lonely life.
No!
It's a lonely world.
Neil!
Kate.
Oh. Why did you let him turn around with a gun?
I knew you wouldn't join us.
Don't do it. Show mercy.
It's only business.
No.
Had to do it.
It wasn't business.
Only business?
It was pleasure.
I'm so sorry. You're breaking my heart.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa. She wanted me to join them, but I will not join them. I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them. I miss what I don't know. I guess we won't see. Oh, maybe we will. So it was the aliens the whole time, huh? I knew it. It's Neil Breen's true form. That's what happens when he takes off the mask.
Even as a humanoid, I can't give up my feelings for Alana. Regrettably.
The video said an hour and 28
There's
minutes, but this
much
shit's been
more
going for like
important
5.
things to do.
It's Neil's world! We're just artificially living in it. You see, Neil Breen is a special kind of talent. A literal once-in-a-millennia talent. God, I love his fucking work so much. Mortal Kombat 2 just dropped, and I just wiggled these cheeks on home from seeing it in the cinema. I liked it. I think in every possible category, this was a drastic improvement over the last movie. Which I recognize is not the most awe-inspiring of praise. It's a pretty low bar to clear. That's like saying the last suppository I took hurt my butthole the least. Though, I will say, even Mortal Kombat 2021, I actually did enjoy. I know a lot of people hated it. I totally understand why a lot of people hated it. But for me, it was just the perfect amount of silly that it became charmingly enjoyable. Like, by no means was it like a great film or anything, but I did like Scorpion and Sub-Zero duking it out in the beginning and the end, and I thought there were some good fights sprinkled throughout, though there was a lot of dead air and a bit of a slog, especially because the main character, Cole, was entirely uninteresting. They just went into the default character creator and just shipped out the most plain person ever. They gave you fucking a scoop of nothing burger with that guy, but overall, I still did enjoy the 2021 movie, but Mortal Kombat 2 is much better across the board. Now, real quick, I just want to let everyone know before diving into the spaghetti and the meatballs here, Starforge is doing its largest sale on 5090 PCs, so if you've been looking for a good opportunity to upgrade your current rig, now's the time. It is the biggest sale we've done at Starforge for 5090 PCs, so you can go check that out now, link in the description. It is constant fighting. It sets the premise right away. We're introduced to Johnny Cage, and then he gets chosen to be Earth's substitute champion after what happened to Kung Lao in the last film. And then they just instantly start the tournament. They go match after match after match after match. It's fucking fun. And it is unapologetically true to the video game, to the point where they're even using, like, the character's actual move sets. For better or for worse, because a couple of the moves work really well in the game, but on screen look kind of fucking silly, like Sindel. Sindel, all she does is just spam her scream, which is kind of, But it's true to the video game counterpart. So I appreciated that. I also appreciated that some of the arenas they fight in are genuinely straight out of Mortal Kombat levels. Like, they actually, like, one-to-one recreate little pieces of the levels from the games. Like, we'll get into spoilers right away. We'll immediately get into spoilers. When Cole fights Shao Kahn in his match of the tournament, it is on a level that I believe is iconic, that I know mostly from Mortal Kombat 9. I've said this a lot. Mortal Kombat 9 is my favorite fighting game of all time. I mainly spammed Ermac, Noob Saibot, and Raiden. 2 out of 3 of those characters are in this movie too, by the way. They dusted off Noob Saibot for this bitch. That is so hype. But anyway, they actually have Deadpool in this movie. The stage, not the fucking Marvel character. The level with all the acid, I'm sure if you've played Mortal Kombat, you know the stage. You know that level. And Cole fights Shao Kahn on that stage. And it's a really good fight. And it ends with Cole getting his head popped like a watermelon under Shao Kahn's might. And it's not like he was just like a pushover. He didn't get, fucking folded like origami. He did put up like a valiant attempt, and he actually would have won if not for a power-up Shao Kahn had just received. And I really like that fight. And it also shows that they are very receptive to what everyone was saying about Mortal Kombat 2021, that Cole was the weakest part of it. And instead of like trying to improve that character, they just said, alright, fuck it, we'll kill him. So they blow him up in his match. It happens pretty early into the film. I was shocked. So Cole is not the main character here. And Johnny Cage also isn't either, really. Katana is the main character. Johnny Cage is a very important character who gets a ton of screen time, but I would say he's not exactly the main character. And also, speaking of Johnny Cage, I was pretty vocal about Carl Urban not being the right choice for Johnny Cage. I'm a huge Carl Urban enthusiast. I love his work, but he's just too old for Johnny Cage. That's what I thought before I saw this film. And now that I've seen it, I still think probably wasn't the best choice. They did a very different Johnny Cage. So he is not like the, smooth talking, badass, shit doesn't sting, confident dude from the games. He's a very different character. He's in his twilight years. He's washed up. He's aged out of his stardoms. His movies are treated like a joke. No one's even going up to his booth at Comic-Con asking for autographs. So he's older, and they lean into it. And I think it actually works in the context of this film. Like, it's not like bad, but being familiar with the Johnny Cage character, it's super different. And I don't necessarily think it's better this way with the way it's done here. I feel like it probably would have been even more fun if they had, like, a Johnny Cage like in the game. Because every other character in this movie is pretty true to their video game counterpart. So while I do think Carl Urban did a good job with this character, I still think it probably would have just been better to stay more true to Johnny Cage from the games, because I think that would have fit the tone of this movie even better, because it is just constant action. And a large part of it is Johnny Cage trying to, like, figure out why he was chosen when he's really just kind of an actor, not really like a hero. Like, I get that, but that's not even like the actual emotional heartbeat of the film. That falls onto Katana, who I think has more screen time than him anyway. He's still shit-talking, he's still nut punches, which are two things that I think are integral to Johnny Cage's character. Both are intact here and delivered very well. But as far as shit-talking goes, by far the best is Kano. Kano carried the last film. He was the best part of Mortal Kombat 2021. And in Mortal Kombat 2, he returns. They literally bring him back from the dead because, again, it feels like they were listening to the feedback. They heard everyone liked Kano, even if they hated everything else. So they're like, okay, here's more Kano. We're bringing him back from the dead. So they bring him back from the dead, and then he instantly gets brought back into the fold in a big way. He doesn't have, like, the most screen time or anything, but he is very present throughout the rest of the film once he comes back. And he is fantastic again. So now you have Johnny Cage talking shit, you have Kano talking shit, and they bounce off of each other often, and I think it works. And speaking of what works, I cannot compliment the fighting enough. It is so fun to watch, even at times a bit goofy, but one fight in particular really stood out. It is the Liu Kang vs. Kung Lao fight. That was fucking cinema. It was so good. It felt so in line with the games. It felt like I was watching like an actual goddamn esports match here with someone playing Liu Kang and Kung Lao. It was great. And it was so cool because the hat's going all around the arena, so they have to keep constantly dodging the hat, while also, Liu Kang doesn't really want to kill him, but he knows that he doesn't really have a choice. It is so good. And the fatalities in here are nice and over the top, as you would expect them to be. Just genuinely, they did everything right when it came to its action. But, of course, and I'm sure no one's going to be surprised to learn this, the story and, like, the actual writing, like, around the narrative isn't that strong. But you're probably not going to this movie expecting it to be, or even really wanting it to be. And counterpoint, this movie knows it. Like, I feel like they know that the writing is by far, like, their weakest part. The narrative, because, like I said, I think Johnny Cage and Kano writing was strong. But, like, the narrative, as well as some of the other characters, don't have very strong writing. So, they instead don't even bother putting that, like, front and center. Instead, it is just always fights, like I said. You go fight, 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 fight. Then they do try and sprinkle some character building moments in there to flesh it out a little bit, and it's fine. It's not great, but, like, it's fine. It's enough. And then it's right back to fight and fucking and all of that. It's so, like, they don't put a whole lot of eggs in the basket of their narrative, which, if you like Mortal Kombat, you go in as a fan, you're probably going to be pleased that they give you just enough. Tournament starting, it's game time. And also, there's this medallion that has given Shao Kahn immortality, so we gotta destroy that too. But we've also gotta beat ass, eat ass here in the tournament in Life or Death, and it's constant clashing. Which is great, but the narrative is a mess. Like, the narrative isn't good. And it seems like they were aware of that, so they really kind of pumped the brakes on making the narrative like a big part of the film. Like, heavens to Betsy, Cole, the main character of the last film, dies pretty early on, brutally murdered. The whole gang knows it, and he is never mentioned again past the initial, like, where's Cole? And they go, oh. Then you never hear his name again. Not once. I mean that. Not a single time does Cole's name come up again. And this was the fucking protagonist of the last movie, by the way. Jax as well. Jax dies right in front of Sonya Blade, and she's like, no! And then you never hear his name again. They don't even acknowledge his sacrifice or anything. His name never even pops up. So, like, the narrative is a mess. And even outside of that, then you have Jade, who is back and forth, like, Katana and I are like sisters, but I gotta turn her in, and my loyalties lie with Shao Kahn. And then she decides to, like, betray Shao Kahn a couple scenes later, but there was never, like, a huge thing that explains where that change of heart came from. Like, she was pretty set on, like, Shao Kahn, and then she had, like, a brief conversation, was like, alright, fuck it, and then it goes and helps the good guys. So, like, it bounces back and forth. The narrative is pretty sloppy, but again, it doesn't feel like they were putting a whole lot of focus on it, so it's not overly detrimental to the film, but I do think it's something that sticks out, definitely worth mentioning. Overall, I enjoyed watching this movie. I had a fun time watching it. Like I said, Noob Saibot's here. And I will say, Noob Saibot is very hype. The fight with Scorpion and Netherrealm, great. Really good stuff. But then the writing kind of rears its ugly head at the end there when it comes to Noob Saibot. I won't spoil exactly how that unfolds, but it was a little rough what they did with Noob Saibot there at the end. But anyway, like I said, I liked it. I was pleasantly surprised. That's really about it. So yeah. Well, we learned how to handle strangers, but how do we handle God? What if God meets us in the alleyway next to the old van? You failed to watch when they got to bad touch territory? You telling me Winnie the Pooh's Too Smart for Strangers gets into molestation? I don't know, it seems like an iffy topic to be covering, especially on Twitch. But as a PSA, don't get molested.
Work until they drop.
Scribes?
Pharaoh Hitler? Yeah, Pharaoh Hitler. This is who Yugi was fighting in the Yu-Gi-Oh show. Oh, good lord.
But now the Spirit of God moved in the land.
Man, the Bible is hardcore.
His children.
What the fuck? It's been a while since I've read the manga, but goddamn, the Bible is nuts. Yeah, and then they put the baby in the basket, push it down river, and then he gets picked up by a pharaoh or something. Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember the Rugrats episode. Dick's Commandments? Well, they need a better name for that. Yeah, here's the 10 Dick Commandments, losers. Stupid name. It's a dumb name. Fucking Penis Commandments. Oh, there it is. That's that Krav Maga. I've seen these in the women's self-defense courses. Start hitting them with the purse.
That's enough of that.
Damn, Moses is a super Chad. What is he, like 6'5"?
Business. I beat you. You're no royal grandson.
You're fucked now. Look at this action. It's not really Killer Bean levels of choreography, but goddammit, they're trying.
But I can explain it to him. He's my grandfather.
Yeah, just check the security camera footage.
I know you.
Do you not remember the river, the basket, the blanket your own mother gave you?
Why did he wait this long to tell him?
It all happened.
I wanted to wait until you murdered a man before I told you the truth.
Miriam?
You finally come of age, my son.
What about you? Miriam, my family.
These muscles are crazy.
We always have.
I want my arms to look like that. Fucking water balloon on top of a water balloon. Oh, nice! Quick, get out of there. Fire that bitch into overdrive. There we go, pump that ass. The Great Escape.
May God be with you, my brother.
He's getting away. He's on one of those Tesla donkey models. Shit.
I'm a dead man to Pharaoh, and my donkey has a bad temper. So why don't you leave now? Let the women tend to their sheep. The two of us.
So now he just becomes a vigilante. You become Nightwing. Yahoo! Oh, Yahoo! Yahoo! Oh, ew! Bald! Ew! Ooh! Show them the power of the word of God. I don't know. Good God!
Go, go, go!
This isn't even accurate. If you actually paid attention to religion and watched Beyblade, you would know Moses used a Beyblade to let it rip and parted the sea.
Don't forget the wax.
Those manatees are fake. They're CGI'd. Moses is pulling like a Chris Angel mind freak scam.
They'll kill us all thanks to you.
What do you mean? He's just gonna collapse the lake. Obviously.
Game of Thrones pre-sequel is getting made.
Fuck yeah, I hope it's written by 4-year-olds this time. At least it'd be better than Season 8. Oh wait, is this where he has to sacrifice his son, but then it turns out that God was just playing an epic YouTube prank on him? You guys remember that in the Bible?
Joshua,
Might have been Abraham, I don't remember, but it was like, kill your son for me, it'll make me laugh. And he's like, why, God? Well, because I want to laugh. Slit his throat and put him on the altar. It's like, God, I don't want to. He's like, you do it or the world dies. He's like, alright, God, I'll kill my son. And then as he's gonna kill his son, he's like, no, don't do it. Just wanted to see if you would. Lol. I'm pretty sure that was Abraham. This guy sucks. Fucking fat chef pedophile man. Doubting the 10 Commandments. Oh, also, spoiler alert. God doesn't forgive this guy for this.
Here is your God, children of Israel.
That's a shitty God. Let's worship a cow with a magnifying glass. Looks like one of the Arrancar from Bleach firing a Sero. Oh yeah, anyone remember the Tower of Babylon? Where God just wanted people to spread out a little bit more because he put a lot of work into the world, so he made this tower that scrambled their languages for no reason. Instead of just asking them to separate, he just scrambled their languages so they couldn't understand each other. God's quite the prankster, actually, like the original YouTuber. Here comes the genocide. The Lord hates golden cows.
What are you afraid of? It's the judgment of the Lord.
Wasn't there one Jesus Christ. Oh! Well, you just broke the commandments. That's your fault, Moses. Oh no. Dear Jesus. Moses has gone mad. Save them, golden cow.
Lord, forgive them.
What?
They're sorry.
You just condemned them to hell. That wasn't
Still
him.
angry.
You broke the commandments.
If you want to punish anyone,
You earthbended, not him.
punish me first.
Oh, nice. Blueprints. For the first RGB keyboard for gamers. What do they even eat out here in the desert?
All Moses does is talk with
What, fucking, they sustain themselves off faith? Is that their nutrients? That's an empty bowl. You're not fooling me, lady. It rains bread.
How long will these people disobey me?
Oh.
How long will they turn their backs on all I have done for them?
See, that's kind of a douchey attitude.
Perhaps I should just abandon them.
Lord, everyone in the land knows how powerful.
I was a star quarterback in high school, Moses.
They will all wander the wilderness until the last of their generation is gone.
That's so
Their
fucked.
children and their children's children will make the final journey without them.
Thank you. All because they didn't kiss your fucking high school ring. See, it was things like that during, like, the church ceremonies where I was like, well, it's a little douchey. You'd think, like, God, the infallible, would be, like, a little more understanding.
perish.
And also not like an angsty Redditor, like, why aren't they worshipping me? Didn't they see my comment karma?
This because
Soon our people will see the promised land.
They won't.
That is a great thing.
No, that's a shame that he doesn't know. God already forsake them. Told them they couldn't see it. He denied them entry to the club.
One time, I failed him.
What?
So, justly, I was punished.
When did... Oh, he failed him when he hit the rock, right? That was Moses' one sin because he hit a rock.
That is to be my reward, Joshua.
That's such cutthroat. Like, those rules are strict as shit. So where's Moses going? Just looking for a nice rock to die on or something? It's kind of fucked up. God's not even letting him go to the promised land. He's right there. He could literally pee onto it. He could drop trow and take a piss and hit the promised land from here.
This is your place.
It's fucked up. All because he hit a rock with a stick? Boo! Bible's too mean. The fuck? There's a viral video going around on the internet right now that really struck a chord within me, deep within my soul. A video that is about a short man getting very angry and he becomes a massive douchebag asshole. I'm sure most of you have seen this, but from the perspective of a short man, we're a rare breed, so I figured you'd want the unique perspective of a man who's below average male height. I'm 5'6". And one thing I'd like to say about this video before I play it for the few of you that haven't seen it, is this video is so embarrassing on this guy's part that it made me feel tall. Watching this video made me forget that I was short, and I was just laughing at this guy like, this fucking loser must suck being short. And it didn't occur to me until I went to take a shit and I looked at myself in the mirror that I was like, God damn, wait, I'm short too.
You're a great woman. Why is that okay?
You're great. Why is it okay for women to say, oh, you're 5 feet on dating sites? You should be dead? That's okay?
Who said that to you here? Nobody.
Women in general have said it on dating sites.
So you're looking at the protagonist for this new sitcom called 2.5 Hobbits. He's very upset that he's short, and allegedly, according to the girl who posted this video, this took place at a bagel shop, and he was just being misogynistic asshole to all the women, and that's when they started filming it, and he immediately starts talking about dating sites where girls make fun of him, which leads me to believe that he had just got rejected on Tinder, and Bumble, and Match, and Christian Mingle, and his favorite Twitch streamer rejected his application to be a mod, so I'm guessing just all around was a bad day, and he took it all out on women at this shop.
You think I'm making that shit up? Everywhere I go, I get the same fucking smirk, with the biting lip. Shut your mouth! You're not God or my father, or my boss! Dude, you wanna step outside? You wanna step outside? Huh? I'm not standing, pal! Enough!
This is the highest level short man rage I've ever seen documented. This is the kind of shit you only read about on Reddit. I actually couldn't even believe that this was filmed. It's like filming Sasquatch. This is such a high level of short man rage. It's like DEFCON 3 of short man rage. It's unreal. Just looking for a fight, constantly on edge, looking to be disruptive. I wouldn't be surprised if before he even got into the bagel shop, he started sizing up a 7th grader, thinking to himself, yeah, I can take him. He may be a little taller than me, but I can definitely beat his ass. That'll impress the girls around here. But by far my favorite thing about the entire clip is the little chest bump on the guy ready to rumble. He chest bumps the dude's nutsack. This guy is so short, and the guy he's trying to tussle with is so much taller than him that when he does the little chest bump to be intimidating, his tits are rubbing the man's penis. His nipples are handshaking his scrotum.
You shut up too. Just say, no, go ahead and attack me, Jacob.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I just wanted bagels. I recorded the whole thing.
The classic, what are you gonna do, stab me? Says the man who got stabbed. Hey, go ahead and attack me, as he gets fucking tackled by a dude 5 times his size, a fucking college linebacker out of nowhere. I imagine he immediately regretted that decision to try and act that tough around that guy. And the video goes on, but this is the one that's viral, but there is a follow-up to it that shows what happens after he got taken down.
Look, and a guy 3 times my size. That's okay? What happened? What I'm sorry? You know what? Fuck your fucking breath.
There's no need to laugh.
That's fine. That's fine.
What a fucking roller coaster he took us on there. First he says, fuck that bread, wants nothing to do with it, he's above that bread, an alpha male doesn't need that bread. But then Alvin and the Chipmunks start laughing at him, fucking Looney Tunes style laugh comes in, and he changes his mind immediately. You know what? Fuck you, give me that bread, bang. Snatches it up. I wish he had scarfed it down for a power move, or since he wants to really puff his chest out and be an alpha, I'm surprised he didn't drop trow and start peeing on the bread just to show his dominance over the bread. But he kind of pussies out, picks up his bread, and then goes back to just being a really huge asshole and insulting people.
All you women treat shit like shit! All of you! All of you! Yeah! All of you!
You want to go?
No! You women need to stop being so fucked up!
He then went home to make a blog post about why nice guys like him don't get the good-looking girls in society, and it's a shame. He is a nice guy, as you can clearly tell, well-adjusted. He seems to have a good head on his very small shoulders, but I think it's really sad the lack of self-control and most likely self-awareness. I guarantee he went home thinking he did nothing wrong and that society was just beating down the short guy again. Now, he says he's 5 feet in the video. I don't know if that was an exaggeration or if he's under 5 feet or above 5 feet and he was just exaggerating on either spectrum. Doesn't really matter. You know, there's nothing you can really do about your height. You can either be an insecure little bitch like this guy and take it out on the world, you know, shaking your fist at the clouds because you're upset that you're so goddamn short and it's unfair, or you can just live with it, fucking deal with it, and don't be such a little pussy. Have fun with it. Make jokes about it, but why act out like this at a fucking bagel shop? No one wants to be around a guy like this. But I mean, yeah, I don't really have a very super unique perspective on it. To be honest, I just kind of wanted to make jokes about this. But it really is sad that my fellow short brethren act out like this, and that's why a lot of people expect short man rage occasionally, you know? There's no reason to be this insecure about something that you just don't have control over. And that's about it. So yeah. Occasionally a new movie will come out and it's a bit of a stinker, and sometimes we'll even have a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes or other review sites, but it usually only lasts a few hours. It's very rare for a 0% to stick, usually after about a Concord's length of time, so roughly 2 weeks. You'll find it sitting like at 10% or 20% or something as more reviewers go see it. That is not the case for Psycho Killer, however. 0% and it's been 4 days, and the audience score isn't stellar either at 33%, which is the most shocking part to me because that is exceptionally rare. That's a fucking unicorn right there to see an audience score that low on Rotten Tomatoes. They will give anything glowing reviews. For comparison, even just recently, Strangers Chapter 3, which is one of the worst finales to the worst trilogy ever made, has a 50% from the audience. Doesn't matter what movie comes out or how objectively dog shit it is, a movie could come out that actually rips your nipples off and face fucks you in your chair, and it'll still have like a 50% for audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. Yet somehow Psycho Killer is so bad that even the audience score is extremely low. So, the question needs to be asked. Does it warrant that? Is it actually a 0% bad? Well, strap in, sports fans, because I've just returned from the cinema after watching Psycho Killer, and I can tell you that, maybe not a 0%, but maybe like a 10. It's bad, like it's not good. It's really not good. And what's crazy is, and I know this is what a lot of people are pointing out, this is from the mind of the writer who brought us Seven. Yeah, that Seven. The timeless classic film, Seven. I don't know what's happened since then. I don't know if the Monstars came through with the basketball and sapped his writing ability, but he really squeaked out something embarrassing here with Psycho Killer, unfortunately. And right away, I've got to make fun of the name of this movie. Psycho Killer sounds like a Steam stinker that I would just play on my gaming channel for 30 minutes as a joke. Like, it sounds like the name of a movie within a movie where a character's like, bro, we gotta go see Psycho Killer 4, it just came out. I can't believe they actually just ran with that. It does sound like something AI would spit out for you. And I know that's been a big criticism of Psycho Killer, is that it feels like it's an AI-generated experience here because it is not cohesive at all. It does not flow. It feels like so much is missing. The main character and the psycho killer are the only two characters that like even have a presence here. Everyone else is unnamed fodder, basically. I can't think of a single other name. It's genuinely like they forgot to have other characters, and even these two characters get so little to actually do. It is pretty disastrous. And the psycho killer himself, he has a voice changer voice, like the actual generic cliche, I am not a good guy. It sounds like something you'd hear out of an old school Call of Duty lobby on Xbox Live from a kid putting on a voice changer. And it's unapologetic with it, to the point where, by the end, I actually found it charming. Like, that's not, like, I can't even complain about it, because by the end, it was so silly that I actually just appreciated hearing him talk and the dumb shit he was spouting. So anyway, Psycho Killer is about, you're not going to believe this, a psychotic killer. He is a Satanist, and he believes his whole mission is to kill people for Satan. And he just randomly goes through and slaughters people. And he does kill a lot of people, but you'll probably forget that that happens because it's so flat. Like, it feels so, like, off. Because everything is CGI blood in this. I don't think there's a single practical effect throughout the entire fucking movie. And it's, like, noticeable CGI blood. And it's, like, the laziest kills. Like, when it comes to a slasher, typically they try and get like creative to unnerve and disturb the viewer. Here, they didn't bother. So like, he just shoots a guy, CGI blood splurts out, that's it. Hits a guy with a hammer, some CGI blood, they cut away, that's it. Like, the only scene that has something outside of just hit with a hammer and then shoot is a scene which is like a confessional booth where he like stabs the priest and then drinks his blood through a straw. That was the only time that they tried something a little different besides just, bang! Alright, now I'll drive away. So, like, and it doesn't even work in the confessional booth thing either. It's really fucking wacky. Anyway, the movie follows a trooper named Archer. She watched her husband get killed by the hash-slinging slasher here, the psycho killer. And now she is on a mission to put an end to his reign of terror. He is just driving across the country, killing at random. Except, the end of the movie, from out of fucking nowhere, they have this idea for how to wrap it up that is so fucking ridiculous. So, he's just killing randomly, and he's leaving behind his calling card, his fucking Joker card, where he's like making satanic symbols, things like open the gates, 666, hail Satan stuff. He's leaving all of that behind on every kill, so he gets the name Satanic Slasher. And then he needs to get information on some interesting individual. So he puts an ad in the newspaper, and then some goober calls him. Well, some goober puts an ad in the paper responding to his ad in the paper. It's a Satanist code, and it basically says, so you're enlightened, give me a ring, here's my telephone number. So Satanic Slasher calls him. Also, the detective picks up on this. Worth mentioning, every single kill doesn't matter, by the way. Like, all the clues she's gathering play no role in this, and she also makes the worst decisions ever for her investigation. So, like, she actually did track down the Satanic Slasher at one point, and then instead of waiting for backup to ambush him in his apartment, well, at the motel that he was staying at, she instead just goes in for a solo mission and gets blasted. He throws her out of a window, and then the scene immediately cuts to her, like, once again on the road tracking him. This is what I'm saying, where, like, there's no other characters, because she did interact with, like, some FBI guy. He's like, go home, this is above your pay grade, you get yourself hurt, this is not good, you go home, you can't take the Satanic Slasher, this is ridiculous. You give me your badge and your gun, that kind of vibe type shit. And so you would expect that to play a role in it, how she's kind of going off book here against her, you know, higher level people advising her not to. But it doesn't, because they forget those characters exist. So she is like confronting him alone multiple times. Obviously, it never works out. FBI shows up late, obviously. It's just, there aren't any other characters, and it's weird. But anyway, so he gets in contact with Satan goobers, and then he goes to, like, a Satan house where, like, there's this businessman who's giving a speech on why he loves Satan so much, and then his groupies are there like, yeah, that's cool stuff, the fallen one, yippee, yeehaw. And the satanic slashers being all mysterious and brooding, just saying he needs information. So then the goober that connected with him gets him the information on a random guy. Then he kills the Satan church people who are having an orgy. And it's a CGI bloodfest where he's hitting him with an axe, and then there's just actual, like, video game cutscene level blood flying all over the place. It's so fucking bad. But this is where I'm telling you the ending gets unreal. So, that person that they gave him the information on is a nuclear engineer. And from out of nowhere, we learn about a nuclear disaster that happened 3 years prior at a place called 3 Mile Island, which had a huge death count, obviously. That was very detrimental to the civilians. And the Psycho Killer's big plan has been to go to the nuclear power plant with some explosives that he stole way back early into his killing spree. And also, there was a mention about how he got some books from a library. Turns out he got nuclear books, which doesn't matter because he ends up just kidnapping the nuclear power plant executive or engineer guy anyway to do it for him. So why did he even bother buying or stealing the books in the first place? It didn't fucking matter. He had no clue how any of it worked. So he just kidnapped the guy. So he kidnaps that nuclear engineer, goes to the power plant. The trooper Archer was able to connect those dots and meet him there after he had already done everything, after all the alarms go off. So after everyone else figures it out because there's something going on, she then shows up. Then Psycho Killer has the guy melt down the core, about to cause a nuclear disaster that they keep saying, my God, it's going to wipe out the entire East Coast. Lord have mercy on us all. And then one of the security guards is like, wait, there might be another way in. And he takes Trooper Archer to a random room that happens to overlook the command center with a sheet of plexiglass, and he's like, yeah, that's bulletproof, so we're all fucked, but I guess you get a better view from here. And he just runs away, and then she shoots the plexiglass enough that it makes a little hole. She puts a sniper in there, takes out the Psycho Killer, saves the day. But the plan from out of nowhere became the Psycho Killer is going to cause a nuclear disaster for Satan. And he gives a big, like, Satan speech at the end. Oh my God, it's so fucking cringe. It's unbelievable. And then there's a twist. There is a twist at the end. So, early on in the movie, when she was still learning about the satanic slasher, she was flipping through some fucking AM radio stations, and she stumbled across, like, a conspiracy theory power hour where they were talking about how the government is experimenting on mass murderers. So, like, all the mass murderers are actually, like, government experiments that they turn loose. And then at the end of the movie, after she kills the Psycho Killer, but he doesn't actually die, he wakes up in a big van going to an off-grid facility where they welcome him back. It's a government facility, so it turns out the conspiracy was correct. Big twist, they are making the mass murderers at the government facility, and he's one of them. The movie's fucking bad. It's not good. But I would be lying if I said I didn't have a fun time watching it. I do think, for the most part, it's fun bad. And I say that with a little hesitation because the movie is so messy, like the editing is so choppy, and it's very clear that they had to fucking Frankenstein something together here just to get a complete film, that at pretty much every possible point, it doesn't really fit. But I think that makes it fun bad too. Like, I don't think that ruins the entertainingly shit nature of it. Like, it's not a movie I would recommend paying for, because I don't think it's fun bad enough to waste money on. But I think when it eventually hits streaming, it'll be something that you and your friends can laugh at. So yeah, anyway, does it deserve a 0%? Maybe not a 0, but it definitely is a very, 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 very low percent Like, I do think that is probably par for the course there. It's just really bad at everything it aims to do, unfortunately. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. Yeah, you best believe that's a real title right there. There is legitimate drama with Ice Spice and the SpongeBob movie. Some of you may have heard her hit new song, SpongeBob Big Guy Pants OK. She is in the new SpongeBob film, and she went to a premiere event for it and chose very interesting accoutrements where she is now facing a lot of heat because this is a kid's movie and she's got her bikini bottoms fully out here. This clip is pure poetry, though, that much I will admit. This is at the premiere, and the Patrick costume, his eyes make it look like he's going, "Auga, auga," to Ice Spice's bare butt cheeks out in the wind right there, looking like Patrick Starr's discovering that mayonnaise might actually be an instrument. Now, you're not going to believe this. If you're standing up, you need to sit down. There were children at the premiere for the SpongeBob movie. Can you believe it? A kid's movie having kids in attendance for the premiere? Who would have thought? So a lot of people are criticizing this choice of outfit as inappropriate. And I agree. I think it's a really weird choice to wear a sheer dress with a thong where your entire ass is out at the premiere for a kids movie to an event that is attended by kids. I don't know what goober signed off on this wardrobe choice, but he was getting a little too goofy there. It is, I think, a pretty baffling decision. And speaking of baffling, you know what else is going to boggle your mind is the incredible Christmas sale at Gamersupps that starts today. You get a free gift with every tub, so go to gamersupps.gg and use code MOIST. There's a link in the description. Get some goof juice. It'll help elevate your game. Ice Spice might even fall in love with you if you do. And I want to immediately come in here and lat spread real quick and dispel a rumor that I'm seeing taken hold, an insidious fib that's a load of dirty barnacles that a lot of people are sharing as though it's the truth, where there are people unironically claiming that Ice Spice didn't wear this to an event that was attended by children. She wore this to a SpongeBob 18 plus only influencer event for the SpongeBob film. Even just saying that sentence burns my lips. Like, hey pal, did you just blow in from Stupid Town? You think there is a SpongeBob 18 plus only event? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. What the truth is that she wore this to an event for the SpongeBob movie that was attended by influencers, but it was not exclusively for 18 plus. There's pictures of her in this outfit at this event with children, like this right here. Apparently that is a 15-year-old influencer that she took this photo with. There is even video where she is talking to a room about the SpongeBob film, and you can see a bunch of kids in the audience, and she is wearing this dress.
Sorry, I'm out of breath. Yeah, enjoy it. I've never seen the film, so this will be my first time too.
There's a couple other clips of her talking, and you can see that there are kids there. So I don't know where this lie is coming from, that it's only 18 plus at the Ice Spice SpongeBob premiere event. That is the most outlandish statement ever. I don't know where that information came from. Maybe Plankton's trying to toss around a bunch of horseradish, but wherever it started, the genesis, it's not true. They're Schmeckeldorfing you with it. I don't think there's a chance for a misunderstanding where it's supposed to be an 18 plus only SpongeBob event, but they were letting kids in anyway with like their parental supervision. I doubt it, because why would there even be an 18 plus SpongeBob event for the SpongeBob movie, which is a family-friendly children's film? Why would they host an exclusively adult-only SpongeBob event? That would be really confusing. That would be an interesting choice. But again, based on all the evidence I can see from her talking to this room, as well as like the pictures she took with kids, I think I could say with a high level of confidence that this was an event attended by children, and she decided to wear this outfit, which I do not think is appropriate here. I think it's a really weird, peculiar choice of dress for her for an event like this, a kids movie, a kids premiere. It's just not the time nor the place to be wearing a see-through dress and a thong, having your whole keister out. Like, imagine I was voicing a character in the new Bluey film, right? I'm playing Bluey in Bluey the big budget blockbuster feature film. And I get invited out to the Bluey world premiere. And I scoot in sideways, get out of my car in a banana hammock, and I'm just screaming, Bluey for life, yeah! That'd be some freaky shit. Because it's just not appropriate attire for a kid's event to be wearing some shit like that. And I've seen some delusional takes on this, by the way. I saw some people trying to argue that what she's wearing is very in line for the SpongeBob cartoon itself, where like Patrick will have his butt out, or like SpongeBob's butt. And it's like, well, what's the big deal if Ice Spice does it too with her tuchus? And I have to wonder if you need to be institutionalized if you're actually trying to argue that. That is such a crazy thing to compare a cartoon gag moment with butt to a real-life person going to a kid's event with her ass out. And this is a performer who is well known for sexual content in the first place. I think it's a very odd fit to have her be in the film in the first place. I said that the second that song dropped, I thought it was odd that they choose Ice Spice to do the big guy pants okay stuff when one of Ice Spice's biggest shticks, like her main thing and something she herself talks about, is how overtly sexual she is in her lyricism, in her dancing, and in her attire. It is weird that they'd even choose Ice Spice in the first place for it. But even going beyond that, the fact that she still maintains that at a kid's premiere is just not appropriate. And it's not comparable to SpongeBob or Patrick having a gag moment with their butt. That is a crazy thing to try and compare a cartoon to real life like that. That is unhinged lunacy, and you need to be evaluated. Then I also saw a lot of people saying, well, if you have an issue with this, you must have an issue with the beach too, because there's girls in bikinis at the beach. What if a kid sees that at the beach, huh? Where's the outrage there? And that is also a weak, stupid argument. That is swimming attire at a place where swimming takes place. Let's say there's an Arthur event coming up and they want to get excited about Arthur coming back, so they bring out a bunch of kids to a big premiere event and they bring out their celebrity speaker and they come out wearing a bikini. That's inappropriate. That's weird. Why did they decide to wear a bikini to a kid's event? There's no swimming or anything taking place. That doesn't check out. That's fucking peculiar. That's inappropriate. It's just that simple. I don't think this is that deep. I don't see how there's any kind of like debate. You can easily just recognize that maybe dressing like this for a kid's movie and a kid's premiere event just doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not a good idea. And I saw people trying to argue that this is like one of her more modest fits, so she should be applauded for that. You're really going to sit there and try and tell me with a straight face that there is literally nothing else she can wear? It has to be like really revealing with her whole ass out type clothes? I find that hard to believe. Surely there were other wardrobe options, I would imagine, that would have made far more sense for an event like this. Anyway, just a pretty wacky situation here that I wanted to yap about a little bit. That's about it. See ya. Good news. Phoenix Wright just lost a client, as I will no longer be requiring his services. The potential lawsuit that I was wrapped up in is no longer being pursued. It is amicably being banished to the Shadow Realm, so it's done and dusted. I even talked to Brad Arnold on the phone a couple of times, who is one of the people listed in the demands letter that was teetering on lawsuit. And he was very friendly and apologetic about the whole thing, and he was kind of filling me in on things with this system that he didn't even know was going on and he didn't agree with. And I think there's actually a lot to talk about in regards to how this even happened in the first place. But first, let me give you the lay of the land here in case you don't know the lore with what's going on. To bring you up to speed, the previously on Dragon Ball Z, if you have no clue what I'm talking about, yesterday I made a video going over how I might be sued, as I had been served some very hefty legal paperwork. It was spearheaded by an IP law firm believing that I was liable for potential copyright infringements and damages in the many tens of thousands of dollars, even into the six figures. In the papers, there was a sense of urgency to comply and respond, and failure to do so would enact even bigger penalties, and that would be when the full lawsuit would come through. What I received was the demands. And when I received this, I was of course pretty skeptical, because there are a lot of like fraudulent bad actors out there that are phishing. Who knows, this could have been fucking pages from the Death Note for all I knew. It was representing two YouTubers, Brad Arnold and Reed Timmer. And I didn't immediately recognize who that was. And I don't do like React content or anything, so I was pretty confused. I thought this may have just been, potential phony baloney, suing local Florida man because he pooped when he meant to fart, I thought this could be made in error, especially because the language in the paperwork was very fishy, saying like I used it multiple times, but then it just listed the same YouTube video twice as if they were separate instances. It was a live stream I did during Hurricane Milton. I live in Tampa, so Hurricane Milton came through with the fucking meat. And I was streaming during it, and of course I was checking in on Milton to see what the fuck was going on out there with this hurricane that was in my own backyard here slapping us around. And some of the footage that I showed was from Ryan Hall, y'all, who had footage from Brad Arnold in it, and the other was a bit of Reed Timmer. They were both storm chasing Hurricane Milton at the time, and in total, the footage that was used across both of their work was less than 2 minutes, and it was very, very briefly shown just to stay knowledgeable on what was happening, both for my own safety and just, of course, to show the audience, this is the hurricane that's here. It was not copying it or stealing it or trying to make money off it or anything like that. I reached out to both of them privately just to check, hey, are these real right here? Are we dealing with big naturals, or is this all, fake? What's going on? I just wanted to verify the authenticity, but 2 days went by and I didn't hear back, and since the paperwork did express a very real sense of urgency, I made the assumption that, okay, this must have been something they signed off on, so I got my legal team on it, and then I made that video yesterday bringing everyone up to speed on what's happening. And I also do think it was just an important topic to talk about in general, because it is concerning that if you do show less than a handful of seconds worth of a content during a natural disaster, you could somehow be liable for many thousands of dollars. That is something that most people cannot afford to take that kind of hit, especially when there was no wrongdoing, no malicious copying or stealing of someone else's work, just textbook fair use, staying knowledgeable on a natural disaster and using a couple of brief snippets of footage to stay up to date on what's going on. And getting served paperwork like that with the very serious nature, the very serious amount of money on the line, I imagine is very scary to a lot of people that would receive it. I don't know how many people got this big blast here, that I don't know. It feels like it was a shotgun approach, and boy howdy did they load that birdshot in. And both Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold were quick to respond and also quick to retract this whole thing, both saying the same thing. They didn't even know this was happening. So I'm just going to clue you in on everything here. The company, Viral DRM, is a company that has actually reached out to Matt before. And from what I can tell, they are now getting into the space of trying to represent creators as a digital rights manager to enforce their copyright, to smack down, bad actors that might be using it for their own personal gain, so that way you can come in and take the pie back. And that's kind of the business model. The firm was not Viral DRM. I believe the firm was contracted by Viral DRM. They're an IP law firm. They're a very real firm that does IP law. And it's very clear that none of this was ever walked by Reed Timmer or Brad Arnold. They didn't know. Both of them have said the same thing. They did not know I was named in this. And Brad Arnold went a step further, saying he doesn't know when they even send this out to others that are using it. That has now come to his attention now. That they are not even brought up to speed with who their digital rights manager is even going after and what for. Now, based on the conversations I've had and from what I've gathered here, I believe the process is Viral DRM has this content that they have the rights to protect. They log it into their systems, and then their system will start to flag instances of that content appearing in other works that maybe didn't get a license deal or anything go through. So it will now see that that is flagged internally as a potential problem. Then it feels like they go full Yosemite Sam here, firing from the hip, shoot first, ask questions later, making the assumption that it must be a bad actor doing something, nefarious with this content to try and avoid paying for it, and thus action must be taken. And according to what Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold are saying, they don't even consult them first or anything. They just take matters into their own hands and do it without ever even bringing them up to speed on what's going on or why in regards to that content. Without ever even checking with their clients here, in this case Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold, do you want to pursue this? they're just doing it without even consulting them. And it's something that Brad Arnold mentioned is pretty disturbing to him that needs to change. So he's already trying to, like, get a handle on that so this doesn't happen to other creators or other people going forward, because it is an issue. Like, yes, it sucks that I got served this paperwork, but imagine all the other people that might have this exact same legal documents, well, stack of legal documents sitting on their desk right now panicking that it hasn't been retracted because Brad Arnold and Reed Timmer don't even know they got it, because Viral DRM has already just went through all of this without talking to them first. When it takes 2 seconds for Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold to see, like in my case, how it was utilized and be like, oh, that's like totally fine. What the fuck? What are we doing here in the first place? This is a huge mistake. This is a big misunderstanding. Why are we even like this far down the road on it? The reason why they even have someone manage the rights of their content, as I understand it, keep in mind I'm a little new to the whole Storm Chaser ecosystem here and how their content gets like exploited and all of that. But the reason why Storm Chasers sign with these like agencies and these managers is because apparently there has been a history of like organizations like media outlets stealing the content for their broadcasts without paying the licensing fee that they charge to license it out, or they'll do it uncredited, and they'll just take it without ever even contacting the Storm Chaser. And Storm Chasers, as I understand it, they pay out of pocket for these missions, really. So they have these managers manage the rights of it, so that way that doesn't happen. So if a media outlet comes in, takes the content without paying them, well, it now gets flagged internally, so now they can reach out and try and get that money that they are owed for the work. But it is clearly, you know, fucking digivolved into something far different, where now it's extending to the entire internet space, where anyone now that shows even a brief section of the work is on the hook. Which is, I think, very different than how Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold intended for it to be utilized, especially with how Brad Arnold talked about it to me on the phone. He does not agree with how it is being utilized like this. It's just very odd. Like, it almost feels like it's designed to be there for, like, a settlement as opposed to going through, like, the entire process. Because it took Brad and Reed 2 seconds to get caught up to speed with what was going on and why, and say like, oh, this is a big mistake. This shouldn't be happening. But the Viral DRM has already gone through all of it, and I'm now served these papers. So it feels like they just built the case very quickly, and it feels very weird to me. Because I don't think, like, if this didn't get retracted, like, if this went through the entire song and dance, the bells and whistles, I really don't think there's a world in the fucking multiverse that Doctor Strange would peer into where this would win. So it's just, the whole thing is just odd to me. I do think that there was probably paperwork signed between Reed Timmer, Brad Arnold, Viral DRM, about how they have like full autonomy to manage their rights in whatever way they deem appropriate. But I don't know if Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold were aware of things like this happening. And based on how I was speaking with Brad Arnold and what he was talking about, it seems like he doesn't really like that. He doesn't know what's going on in regards to how his content is managed here in like this litigious nature. And like, it seems like the whole purpose is to stop like legitimate bad actors from stealing it and circumventing like the licensing fee and that kind of thing, which this was not doing here. And again, I have no idea if this went to a lot of people or just me. I don't know. Anyway, though, I'll stop blabbering here. Like I said, I did talk to Brad Arnold on the phone, and he was a very nice guy and very understanding of like how messy all of this was here. So, and like I said in the last video, there's no ill will here from my end towards Reed Timmer or Brad Arnold for this. I appreciate it being handled so quickly here, and I've got my fingers crossed, really hoping that if others do have this, it can be actually looked at from all parties here to see, is it a mistake like it was in this case here? So, hopefully all of this can be, you know, more buttoned up and better in the future, so it can actually be used to protect their content from people that are actually trying to steal it, rip them off, and that kind of thing. So wishing both Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold the best here. I know they both have YouTube channels and their own careers. Hopefully this kind of thing is just water under the bridge now, and there'll be no more scary legalese paperwork going to people that don't deserve it. So anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Not something I normally make a video on, but I just saw the news about the fatal car crash that Anthony Joshua survived. that unfortunately claimed the lives of two of his friends, Latz and Cena. A very tragic and just very sad accident that I think the reason I want to talk about it just kind of reminds you how quickly life can change like that. Because it was only like, what, a week ago? 2 weeks ago, maybe, where Anthony Joshua just made, you know, like $100 million or something like that with the Jake Paul fight, and now he went home to spend time with family in Nigeria, and then just out of nowhere, a freak accident that ends with two of his friends dead and him with injuries as well. Based on the reports, they're not like serious injuries, but even still, the loss of his friends like that has got to be beyond traumatic. And there's quite a lot of footage of it because tons of people gathered around. It looked like they were gathering around for like the New Year's Eve ball drop. It was unbelievable the amount of people that crowded the crash and just started filming it, which I know is commonplace everywhere in the world. Anytime anything happens, the first thing people do is start filming. But in one of the longer clips, someone was like actually moving people out of the way that I believe were trying to help Anthony Joshua out of the car so they could get a better angle to film at. It was very disturbing. You can briefly see in that clip that the SUV they were traveling in is just completely destroyed, just obliterated. Now, according to officials, what they believe happened is that the SUV was attempting to overtake another vehicle on the road, so they traveled over the speed limit to overtake them, and while doing so, ended up crashing into a stationary truck, which led to the loss of life here. Just a horrible thing. Wishing the best for the families going forward. Anthony Joshua, according to people that have talked to him since this, is like physically okay. The injuries weren't like super severe. He's shaken up, which obviously makes sense. The fact that anyone is walking away from this accident alive is nothing shy of a miracle. The carnage is horrifying. Now, I want to make a little special mention here to the CNN article I read on this, because at the very end it had this statement: Joshua could not immediately be reached for a comment. No shit. You just blow in from Stupid Town? Obviously he's not going to immediately be scrambling to give you a statement for your piece. Why would you even bother, like, reaching out or trying to get a statement from him a mere, hour, 2 hours or something after a fatal car accident that claimed the lives of two of his best friends? That's crazy to me. That's just like a lack of humanity. Like, quick, get Joshua on the horn ASAP. We need to hear from him about what he's feeling right now so I can write about it and make money off it real quickly in my piece. What do you mean he doesn't want to talk to us? That doesn't make any sense. Fine, alright, I'll just go ahead and say he couldn't be reached for a comment. How selfish. I understand it's just like standard journalism, but that kind of thing always just rubs me the wrong way in the event of a tragedy where they try and like reach out to whoever survived it or something as quickly as they can so they can be like the first outlet to have a statement from them. I don't know, it just, that never really fully sits right with me. Anyway though, like I said at the beginning of the video, I don't normally cover things like this, but when I was learning about this story, I don't know, man, it was just such a terrible thing, and it's a very scary reminder of just how quickly life can change, where things can be going amazing for you in life, right? Like Anthony Joshua just recently was talking about having the best weekend of his life with everything going on. And then just from out of nowhere, at the height of everything going really well, a heartbreaking tragedy can occur. It's just sad and scary. It's just fucking terrifying. You've just got to cherish life every second of it. Every second you spend in this corporeal realm is a gift. And, you know, it's just, you never know what can happen. So I'm wishing the best to the families of Latz and Cena moving forward, and wishing a speedy recovery to Anthony Joshua and the other survivor from this tragedy. And I just kind of wanted to talk about this a little bit because when I was reading about it, man, it was horrifying stuff. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, get your protractor out, nerd, because I'm ranting Wumbo style right now. I am so tired of the Epstein files being treated like it's Half-Life 3, where there's all these like leaks being teased all the time and then nothing. Nothing ever happens. Just release the files. It's been years, and it feels like every 6 months there's like this big push, like, they're finally coming! It's on the way! Batten down the hatches because you're not ready for this bombshell, and then poof! What? Nothing. Nothing new. The reason I'm ranting about this is because yesterday I kept reading and kept being told, like, tomorrow's the big day. The Epstein files are finally fully declassified and all of it's coming out tomorrow. The dam has broken, we're gonna know everyone's names, and we're not ready for it because there's names on there you'd never expect, like, fucking Commander Shepard's on there, you know? The Citadel has been compromised. Like, it's like, okay, finally, it's about time, you know? All this red tape, we finally got around it. Good, let's release it. Well, now it's tomorrow, and all I have seen, some people have this binder that they're all holding that says Epstein Files Phase 1, and they're doing this. They're taking prom photos with it. They're just cheesing on top of the binder and still not releasing it. If what you have there are the Epstein files, why don't you make like a fart trapped in my butt and release it? Instead, they're just taking like these photo ops, like they're just looking for Instagram updates. Like, what the fuck? It's starting to just feel completely performative. It's feeling like it's just banished to the shadow realm forever. Because I have seen this as a talking point for a while now when people are looking for like approval on things or trying to get into a position of power. I've seen this as a big talking point, like, hey, if you choose me, when I get in there, come hell or high water, I don't care whose feelings get hurt, I'm releasing the Epstein files. I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna take a power stance, lat spread, and teabag this shit, going right into the department, marching in there, slapping the files out of their hand, and I'm putting it in the American public's hands. Take my word for it. Well, now there's a lot of people that can do that, and it's still not happening. The names are still not being released. The most we ever get is these little tiddlywinks of Epstein file morsels that have been known for years, and they parade it around like it's new info. It's so stupid, and I'm beyond tired of it, because there is no doubt so much redacted information that is still not publicly known that I'm fully confident they have access to, especially judging by these pictures they're all posing with, like, here's the Epstein files, I've got them right here. Well, how about you open it and let us take a peek inside if we're that close to releasing it? Like, today was supposed to be the day. At least that's everything I kept reading and getting told. So when is it? When will we finally know all of these names and all of this information? Because it has been so long of the same song and dance. Now, as I've been making this video, a new article just dropped that states that after review of the release documents from today, most of the information has been heavily redacted and previously reported. Also, it's called into question if the information was ever even classified in the first place, and it's drawing, of course, heavy criticism because apparently it boils down to being some of Epstein's phone book. And now I just read another article that said it's being pushed to tomorrow because the FBI director is withholding thousands of pages. It's such a mess. Like, I am fully expecting tomorrow to roll around and still nothing to be there. Hopefully I'm wrong about that. We'll see. But based on what I'm reading from the people that did have access to this huge new information, it boils down to mostly redacted shit, as well as things we already knew, and then some of Epstein's phone book. So when are we actually getting the meat and potatoes, the fucking spaghetti and meatballs of all of these Epstein names and all of this absolutely evil shit that they apparently have had access to for so long but still haven't released? It just feels like I'm perpetually reading BuzzFeed slop headlines in regards to this. The first arrest will shock you. The Epstein files are coming. Okay, that's exciting. When? I'm ready to be shocked. When's that first arrest happening? Why hasn't it happened yet? Like, who is it? Who are you trying to catch? Is it fucking Adam Warlock? Like, why can't we get a handle on them? When is that first arrest happening? Like, if these headlines just keep popping up over and over and over again in regards to the Epstein files, and then there's still nothing that ever gets released. It's at the point now where I really feel like there might not ever be an arrest that comes from it, and there may never come a point where the Epstein files ever get fully released. I also read a couple days ago that allegedly the FBI was working to delete some of the files, so it's just such a fucking disaster. It's so infuriating. And I keep hearing time and time again, like, it's coming, it's almost here. It's set your alarm clock. But it's become like the Bloodborne 2 of documents. It just doesn't exist, it feels like. I guess when Jeffrey Epstein mysteriously found a way to kill himself in prison, Tony Stark of suicide. He killed himself with nothing but a box of scraps and toilet paper. Somehow, all of the evidence and everything he had vanished with him. And now it only lives on in headlines occasionally about it's coming, maybe. No, it's actually coming this time, and then it never does. But again, hopefully I'm wrong. Maybe tomorrow is the big day with a lot of new information, a lot of new names, and maybe, God willing, some fucking consequences for the people on the Epstein list. Here's hoping. Fingers crossed. But anyway, just wanted to rant about this briefly. That's about it. So, yep. There are certain subjects I make a lot of content covering. There are just a handful of topics that always wiggle their way underneath my skin and grease my cheeks, and I can't fight the urge to yap about them, like a dog chasing a mailman, just going around barking at it. And one of the biggest, is people using Christianity as a means to exploit and abuse others. Corrupt pastors that are using the faith as a tool for their own self-gain and self-interest. I find it to be vile, evil, and unforgivable. So over the years, I've made tons of videos covering these instances. And just a couple days ago, I made that video going over Robert Morris. This demon was the former spiritual advisor to Donald Trump. He was also a Texas megachurch turbo pastor who recently pled guilty to molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times. And he only got 6 months in jail for this. He is now out of jail and will be serving the next 9.5 years on probation in his luxury property. Now, maybe you can call me short and ugly, but I gotta tell ya, I'll be honest with you sports fans, that doesn't sound like justice to me. That doesn't sound like punishment that fits the crime of molesting a 12-year-old girl numerous times. I feel like that should have been life in prison. But he got 6 months. I already blabbered about that out the wazoo, and I'm not here to just do it again. I wanted to do something a little different, because Robert Morris was Trump's former spiritual advisor. I want to show you his current spiritual advisor, because I truly think this administration is normalizing the epidemic of fake Christians that are just using the faith as a tool for their own enrichment. I believe it is full-blown, fucking full frontal, dangling right in your face, obvious blasphemy. It's not subtle, it's unapologetic. I mean, Jiminy Christmas, Trump was hawking and is still actively hawking Trump Bibles. Expensive Bibles for like 60 clams with Trump's name on them and numerous variants of it. They range in price from $60 up to $1,000, and also a little fun tiddlywink of lore here, they're printed in China. So they're made for less than $3 per Bible, yet he jacks the price up to $60 for the lowest plebeian edition of his Bible. But it goes all the way up to $1,000 for the one that has Trump's signature on the inside cover. Like, I just don't know how that's defensible from any real Christians. That is just completely unacceptable. These frauds worship Trump more than God. It's like textbook idolatry with the way they talk about and discuss Trump. Like, Nicki Minaj is a great example. She's a wonderful case study for this. She spent a significant amount of time squatting on top of the orb of confusion and debasing herself publicly, slurping for this administration, and eventually got in their good graces and received a Donald Trump signed Holy Bible, calling it one of the most meaningful gifts she's ever received. Which is ridiculous, because Nicki Minaj has been very vocal about her faith in recent time. And I feel like anyone who is legitimately very proud of their faith as a Christian would receive a gift like that and be disgusted. There are some Bibles that get signed by like a pastor or someone who is genuinely in the faith and an active community member in Christianity in the local churches. That is something that I am very familiar with. That was something that I had seen when I was going to church, but they weren't sold. They were given to members of the congregation, and it was always just like, enjoy your Bible, or like, I hope I hope this resonates with you, and then signed by the pastor. This is Donald Trump planting his fucking name on top of the Holy Bible, literally going through the word Bible with his signature, making it seem as though he's the most important part of this gift, not the Bible itself. And yet Nicki Minaj is like, oh my god, it's amazing. Nicki Minaj, by the way, whose husband is a registered sex offender, and her older brother is in the slammer serving 25 to life for sexually assaulting an 11-year-old child. Now, I'm not here just to talk about the Trump Bible. Like I said, I want to focus on his current spiritual advisor, Paula White, because I think she is the perfect example of this phenomenon and is serving to normalize this practice.
Wherever I go, God rules. When I walk on White House grounds, God walks on White House grounds. I had every right and authority to declare the White House as holy ground because I was standing there, and where I stand is holy.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God. And I won't do that.
This is a montage that kind of blew up a few months ago. A lot of people have seen this, and it shows some of Paula White Kane's more recent highlights about how she can declare the White House as holy ground because she walked there and God walks with her. And also, she proudly proclaims that saying no to Trump would be like saying no to God, and she's never going to do that. I had the longer section saved, but now that video's taken down, so I can't show you the whole context of that statement, but from what I recall, she was talking about how Trump has basically been chosen by God, so when Trump asked her, to come aboard, saying no to Trump in that position would have been like saying no to God, which she refuses to do. That is an outrageous thing to say. That is genuinely, by all possible definitions and interpretations, blasphemous. To say that kind of statement about saying no to a man is like saying no to God, you are putting that person on this pedestal that they are equal to God. That is like a big no-no in the faith. It's fucking unhinged. And yet, nobody calls her out on that in the administration. All of these supposed Christians have no problem with her saying things like that and acting this way. It's baffling. Well, it's actually not baffling when you stop to realize that none of them actually care about Christianity. They are using it. To them, it is nothing more than a tool to be utilized to get people latched onto their bosom. Because if they can convince people that what they're doing is righteous and chosen by God, then people would be afraid to go against it, thinking that they have to fall in line, otherwise they've deviated from the path of the Lord. That's their whole tactic. That is the playbook that they're using. It is sickening. And it's working for them. It's working extremely well for them. Like just yesterday, Paula White had this to say about President Trump and his experience and how similar it is to our Lord and Savior.
But the truth of it is you are here because of God and because of you. And I just wanted to share this thought and then pray over President Trump. Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership. Great transformation requires great sacrifice. And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you. God always had a plan. On the third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave. And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because he was victorious, you were victorious. And I believe that the Lord said to tell you this. Because of his victory, you will be victorious in all you put your hand to.
Comparing Trump's journey to that of Jesus Christ. Wow. Powerful stuff, Paula. You know, when you put it that way, and I really stopped to marinate and stew, giving it a lot of thought, I actually think that my life's journey is pretty similar to that of Master Chief's. Huh. Isn't that some shit? Now, I know I've mentioned this a couple times in the past when covering people like Paula. I am not as spiritual as I used to be. Growing up, I was very, very religious. As I said, I got baptized twice because I was concerned that God may have been AFK for the first one, and I wanted to make sure that, he had front row seats and popcorn ready for the second one, just in case. So I came in there with the round 2 for the Jumbotron. It was a huge part of my life. And even though I'm not as spiritual now as I was then, I still care deeply for it. And seeing that this is becoming so common now is just gross. It's so fucking abhorrent. Paula White Cain is a televangelist demon. Her whole career is built off of begging for money from her followers, and she still actively does that while being the spiritual advisor to Donald Trump. In fact, her 2026 Unleashed conference, she had this wonderful moment.
Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000 to come in. I want $100,000. There are 10 people that could give $10,000. There's 100 people that could give $1,000.
How selfless, how noble. She wants $100,000. Fork it over, cough it up, guys. Where's the $100,000? I know I said that she begs for money, but it's actually more accurate to say that she demands money. And she tries to present it as though if you don't give money to her, you are doing a disservice in the eyes of the Lord. This is a common tactic used by televangelists that have done this for many, many moons now, but very few of them have the same kind of power and influence that Paula White Cain does. One notable person that I'm sure a lot of you have heard of and someone that I've made a couple videos on is Kenneth Copeland. He is the guy who's very open about like how important it is that he has his private jet. So keep giving him money. He's the pastor and the Lord needs him to have a private jet, so give him money. Paula White Cain is cut from that same cloth. She is still actively doing this and demanding money from people in her church, and it is just disgusting.
Get a check, make it payable to Paula White Ministry. There are people that are watching right now. If you say, I don't have it, give $100. Bring up a sacrificial seed. This isn't for me. This is about kids that will die without you being obedient. This is about kids who are going to be minstrels and instruments and warriors and mighty for God. This is about kids who are going to make a difference. I'm not going to take everybody's blessing. Come on. I'm going to tell you, get a seed of sacrifice. There's only 3 envelopes. I'm not moving. I'm not going to lay hands on people till you're obedient. Get out of your seat. Come on and come bring up a seed. Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000.
She says verbatim that there are kids that will die without you being obedient and giving her money. Oh no, the money is not about me. It's about these kids. We need the $100,000 now. If you can't afford that, the $1,000, then give $100. You gotta give something. If you don't give something, you're a bad person for it. You don't want to be a bad person, do you? Well, come give Paula White Cain some money. It is something that she has done her whole life.
And I believe that when you honor God on Passover, starting on April 12th at sundown, through Good Friday on the 18th and concluding on Easter Sunday, you can receive these 7 supernatural blessings for you and your house. According to Exodus 23, God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity. He'll take sickness away from you. He will give you long life. He'll bring increase in inheritance, and he'll give a special year of blessing. You're not doing this to get something, but you're doing it in honor to God, realizing what you can receive.
For your special Passover offering of $1,000 or more as the Holy Spirit leads, you will also receive the beautiful 10-inch Waterford Crystal Cross. Don't miss your moment to release 7 supernatural blessings and provision into your life.
That's right, you heard it here first. God can take your sickness away, but only if you send $1,000 to Paula White Cain first. Paula will get God on the horn and ensure that you receive these 7 blessings, but it's going to require $1,000, which is chump change compared to what you'll receive for it. It's transactional, so donate $1,000 to Paula White and receive these 7 blessings to save your life and increase your life, and also get this specialty cross. I'm confident that the people that followed Paula and Trump, and when they talk about how he's like Jesus and saying no to Trump is like saying no to God, I'm very certain these individuals have never read the Bible at all. Probably have never opened the Bible, and they just bite on to their words and accept them as truth, and that Paula and Trump are infallible because they are chosen by God. But if you ever decide to actually read the Bible yourself, you're going to see a lot of what they are demonstrating is directly frowned upon in the Bible. Most notably, Matthew 21:12. This gets brought up a lot in regards to frauds like Paula. This is when Jesus enters the temple and drives out all those who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves. he declared to them, "It is written, my house will be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of robbers." And depending on the versions, it changes a little bit, but the message is always the same. Jesus throws out those who use his temple as a means of profiting off of others instead of a house of worship. That is exactly what Paula and many others in this administration explicitly do, blatantly. It is corrupt, it is completely unacceptable, and unfortunately is being normalized, and it shouldn't be. So I really wanted to yap about Paula here, and yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. It's really rare these days for a promotional piece or a promotional trailer to really get me excited or just blow me away in general, but today that phenomenon happened. I straight blew a load when I saw this promotional piece for Supergirl on CW. This whole thing just looks like a project put on by a 7th grade middle school's arts and crafts department. I'm gonna let the whole thing play first of all, and then we'll go back and analyze it scene by scene. And keep in mind, they are using this as the actual promotional piece to get you interested in the show.
The ones you love turn their back on you. That's pain. But you'll see when you suffer the way you made me suffer. You can't touch me without hurting yourself.
That's why he brought me.
We came prepared.
You can't incept any of us now.
Don't be so sure.
Agent Blake? John, now!
Sindark!
Now, if that full-throttle, high-octane, nuts-to-butts action does not have you on the edge of your seat, well then I just don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. Now, I've never seen Supergirl. I know nothing about the character, I know nothing about the show. But you bet your sweet little asshole I'm about to learn, because this shit makes me want to dive in with both feet.
The ones you love turn their back on you. That's pain.
Now, I thought it'd be fun to go back to the trailer and analyze it scene by scene. So it starts with Dragon Ball Evolution's Piccolo saying some super emo shit. "Oh, you don't know the real meaning of pain. My family's turned their back on me, and now I listen to Pierce the Veil in the dark while writing in my diary. Ooh."
But you'll see when you suffer the way you made me suffer. You can't touch me with—
Yeah, this shit here just looks like a cutscene straight out of Mortal Kombat 4 on the Nintendo 64. It looks like a Halloween trick-or-treater standing in front of a green screen while a shitty YouTuber tried to very haphazardly edit them into a scene for a skit they were making in 2009. Also, I'm gonna critique the costuming here. It's not just shitty special effects. Literally everything in this scene is fucking awful. The villain just looks super fucking goofy. He looks like a school shooter from outer space. His fucking stupid cape looks like a shag carpet dipped in motor oil. It's just top to bottom a horrible villain design. And it really does just look like a stock 3D asset that they decided to copy and paste onto this show here. It just looks low quality. But you know what's not low quality? The streams I do at twitch.tv/moistcritical. Come check that shit out, baby.
Without hurting yourself.
That's why he brought me.
There's more cuts in this than there is in most Liam Neeson movies. The shit's jarring and disorienting. But from the split second of subliminal images I could pick up on, I was able to deduce that Supergirl was disguising herself as a construction worker, and then she deactivated her cloaking device to deliver a justice fist directly to the left cheek of the evil Cyberman as he was yanked back via cord. Oftentimes when you see cord acrobatics and shit in movies, they try and hide that it's a cord, but here it's that, like, they kind of embrace it. There's no weight to the punch, but disregarding the punch and the lack of physics in the show, why did the construction worker disguise work in the first place? The supervillain is monologuing in front of one of the main characters in what seems to be an isolated area, but for some reason he lets a construction worker in the front row seat to hear his evil plans. Why? I mean, you know, ideally you would want no one to hear your evil plans unless you've been caught. So why is he just letting some rogue construction worker sit there and listen? Turns out it's Supergirl and she punches him, but still, his planning makes no sense. He would have killed that construction worker or very politely asked him to leave, but he did neither of those things.
We came prepared.
You can't incept any of us now.
Don't be so sure.
Agent Blake?
Now this Power Rangers battle is really starting to heat up here. There's a lot to digest. All of a sudden you got the fucking Avengers portaling in out of nowhere, entering this corporeal dimension, and now they're about to arrest the guy. One girl brags about how he can no longer intercept them, but then he does intercept the football pass and he mind controls that other girl, and she shoots at them. But now I have to wonder if this is all like clipped up out of context and mashed together in this phase montage for the show, or if this is the actual tempo and the actual speed the show goes at, because if so, what the fuck were the Galactic Police plan here? We're gonna try and arrest the man with mind control. Hopefully he won't try and mind control us. Fuck. He mind controlled Beth. Like, you know, they didn't come here with any protection. They didn't have Magneto's helmet on to prevent anything like this. They just came here raw and no rubber, and then one of them gets mind controlled. It's just, I'm a little confused. I imagine maybe in the show it'll make a little more sense, but as it stands right now for promoting this, it leaves a lot of questions.
John, now!
Sindark!
Supergirl obviously intercepts the bullet, and then she fires a laser beam at her friend, and I have to wonder how that didn't split her in half, because she's supposed to be the equivalent of Superman or be stronger than Superman, and for some reason her laser just kind of love taps the gun out of her hand as kind of just like an inconvenience, more like a wasp sting than a fucking eye laser. But she disarms her friend, and then all of a sudden the main guy we saw in the beginning fires like a Ghostbusters proton beam at our main villain, who then makes himself intangible, fucking Naruto Toby style, and then fades away by throwing some kind of portal device underneath him. I'm really not sure. But either way, this display of highly talented special effects departments coupled with incredible storytelling and acting, I imagine will lead to one of my favorite shows on CW. And trust me, CW's got some real good bangers when it comes to shit television. This may take the cake. I'm excited to start watching, and hats off to the Supergirl CW promotional team, because this worked like a fucking charm. That's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Dead Space 3. Let's do this shit. I just restarted from last save. Now we're sustaining heavy fire during the cutscene. Get down, gentlemen. The enemy has a lock on our position. We've got to find cover quick. We're sitting ducks out here. Do these bullets not concern any of you? Oh fuck, didn't mean to pause the action. This is not laser tag, assholes. These are bullets. They can make you feel pain. Don't tell them to calm down, Norton. There's a squad of hostile Wookiee snipers outside our position. Isaac just gave the bullets a hug. His titties just devoured the whole clip. Danik, I don't give a shit about your shitting plan. We should be focusing on retaliation, or relocation, or global lubrication. Goodness gracious. Shake it off, bitch. A little bump on the cranium should be the least of your concerns. We're standing in the middle of Skynet target practice. Will somebody shoot this pile of ass cheeks? He's standing there blasting his shitter around. It should be an easy shot. Don't point your noodle fingers at me. Go fuck yourself. Oh no, look out, he's got a gun. We're only being shot by 100 more of those in the background. Don't be afraid of him, Norton. You're already being shot at and you're doing just fine. Oh, what the fuck? Isaac's true form has been revealed. Oh shit. Jeepers creepers, it's the Headless Horseman! Oh, fuck. I don't think that bullet made a difference. He was missing an arm, leg, and head. I think he just bled out. Grenade out! Torso inbound! There we go. Isaac is in his ultimate form. He is digivolved into Isaac Legsmon. Thanks for the gun. I'm ready, Captain! I got clothesline. Be advised, the enemy is using anti-lower body ammunition. Proceed with caution. What an incredible metamorphosis. He goes into the cutscene as a man, and he leaves as the most powerful legs in the universe. This is now the 4th video I've made on this topic. I follow Trump Mobile like a dog chasing the mailman. I just get excited and can't wait to get my T1 mobile device. I put 100 clams on it, and for some reason, gee willikers, it's just still not here. It was supposed to come out in August of 2025, and I've just been trying to find out what's going on. Why don't I have it yet? And I feel like I pay more attention to Trump Mobile than Trump himself. He probably forgot that this fucking company even exists at this point. It's just been radio silence and crickets for the longest time. And I do keep ringing up support just to see if there's any updates or anything there. And I did do that again this morning. I'll show you that phone call in just a moment. It was a very interesting one. Put a big smile on my face. But before doing that, I want to give you like the foundation for everything that's been going on recently with it. And just to bring you up to speed on the lore if you missed the previous episodes of Dragon Ball Z, In January, I called, and they told me that it's any day now. In March, I called, and they assured me that they're shipping at the end of the month. At the beginning of April, I called, and they assured me they're shipping at the end of this month, actually. And I was going to wait to call them again in May, but I saw some news developing about the Trump phone, and it got me a little concerned. I had heard some whispers that they may have quietly canned the project, which I just didn't believe, because if they are taking $100 deposits, even still to this day, and then just decide not to do it, that would be a huge issue, and I don't think that's going to happen. I'm just surprised it's taking them this long. I assumed that they'd just be drop shipping some Alibaba garbage, but they haven't even done that much. But there has been some fresh little nuggets that have been dropped that they've changed the look of the Trump phone, even the cost, and of course it isn't made in America. That was one of their biggest claims they were touting in the beginning when they were selling this to the country, that it's a made-in-America smartphone at a $500 price point, which is literally more impossible than the fucking unicorn and Loch Ness Monster. So that was never going to happen, but a lot of people put money down because of that promise. They did, a few months later, change it to being a proudly American design when it became painfully clear that it would be impossible to domestically manufacture this kind of phone. And since then, there's been no updates until this week, where the website did get spruced up a bit, and The Verge actually did get to see a product that might be the Trump phone that they start sending out to people that have put money down. Now, the report comes from The Verge, but I can't actually read it on their site because it is paywalled, and I outright refuse to pay to read articles from these fucking sites that already ham-fist thousands of auto-playing ads out the wazoo, as well as banner ads everywhere to the point where you can't even read the fucking article anymore. I will never fork over a single doubloon for access to those kind of websites, so I can't read it directly from The Verge, so instead I'm going to be going through CNET's reporting on this Trump phone and what The Verge learned. So it starts by just giving you a timeline how in February, the Trump Mobile executives actually showed off a handset that they said was near production version of T1. They showed that to The Verge. There were some changes to its appearance, and it was a completely different camera. Basically, the phone was not the same thing that they said it was on their website, and were still actively advertising it as on their website. What they showed was apparently completely different in a lot of ways. They spoke via video call with executives at Trump Mobile who held up the phone. I imagine that went a lot like Lion King, where they hold out Simba over the valley. This will be your domain, T1. Everything the light touches, you will have service. They then make a mention about the FCC documentation that they uncovered authorizing what appeared to be the T1 device. It comes from Smart Gadgets Global, whose CEO is Eric Thomas, a Trump Mobile executive, and it was FCC certified in January, which means that back in August of 2025, they had no FCC certification or anything for this, it appears, which means they were actually selling fucking nothing. They were selling the concept of an idea of a golden phone made in America, none of which actually existed, and couldn't exist, by the way, because you can't domestically make the phone that they were talking about. Genuinely impossible at that price point. Smart Gadgets' global website is apparently mostly empty, apart from some stock images of tech, and the AI chatbot could not provide any info on the T1 phone, and they submitted a question to a human via the chatbot, but we're waiting to hear back as of the writing of that article. Now, on the site, there's less information there than there is on fucking DB Cooper's True Identity. It is always insisted that the T1 device is coming later this year, but it's been like that for 8 months. It missed the deadline in 2025, but it's still got plenty of time in 2026, I suppose. It launched in June of 2025 with their monthly mobile plan, and they sell refurbished Apple and Samsung phones ranging from $369 to $629. It was initially announced that the Trump phone was going to be made in the US, supposed to launch in August of 2025, but it did become obvious that domestic large-scale smartphone manufacturing would not be possible, so they dropped that claim and just call it proudly American without specifying what that even fucking means. That's actual just gobbledygook. It is manufactured overseas. They are trying their best to bury that, but it is just manufactured outside of the US, but they're still trying their best to put on this facade that it's proudly American. And apparently, according to Verge, they were actually eyeing a March release window. So when customer support told me last month that it was coming at the end of that month, maybe they were genuinely told that information and thought that's what was going to happen. But per usual, they were unable to deliver. It then goes into detail about the website's claims for the T1 device versus what they actually saw on video. According to The Verge, it wasn't what was being advertised on the website. Now, that has changed since the website overhaul. They did fix that up. I say overhaul, but it's not like they did a whole lot to improve the Trump mobile site at all. It reminds me of that meme of the guy who takes a picture of himself and then takes another picture of himself turned the other way, but a toothpick in, and it's about how that toothpick one is like a huge improvement. That's basically what they did to the Trump mobile website. So yes, they did try and change it to make it more accurately reflect the T1 device that The Verge saw, from my understanding. But for 8 months, they were advertising something totally different, and the cost of the Trump phone, the T1, is now completely different. It is more expensive. And also, it made me giggle that according to the report, the T1 logo will disappear before launch, but it'll keep the American flag. I don't know why that had to happen. They had to banish the T1 logo to the Shadow Realm, but yeah, I guess that's going to be going. But they are still accepting the $100 deposits on the phone, which continues to be advertised as being $500, which is still what it is on the website as of April 29th, as of me making this video. But this phone will reportedly cost more. If you've already put down the $100 deposit, they lock you in at $500, but I guess everyone else who, doesn't get in on the FOMO right away will then have to be paying more. It's unspecified how much more, but they're saying that it will be under $1,000, just more than the 500 initial. According to Trump Mobile executives speaking to The Verge, the phone has been delayed because the company decided to take its time and skip the first initial entry-level phone that they were going to kind of introduce and be quick to the market. And they told The Verge it's being made in a favored nation with final assembly in Florida. It's unclear what qualifies another nation as favored to handle most of the assembly of the T1 phone. Now, there are pictures of it that exist, and they're not like Sasquatch photos. They're not blurry. They do actually have pictures of this puppy here. But I gotta tell you, I'm equally as confused, scratching my head wondering what it means favored nation will be doing the heavy lifting on the phone here. What the fuck is a favored nation in this case? Do they have the fucking Atlanteans working on it or something? We partnered with Atlanteans using their advanced tech from under the sea. So they're going to be doing a lot of the construction there. But don't worry, final assembly's in Florida, so it's proudly American. It's very silly. It's not made in America. It is made overseas and then I guess is put together in its last step in Florida. I don't know about you, sports fans, but that doesn't sound proudly American to me. To have the phone that you advertised as being made in America be made overseas, giving the business, not domestically, overseas, and then just having it come over here for like the last touch-ups in Florida. Doesn't really scream proudly American to me, but what do I know? I also love their excuse for why it is so incredibly late. Oh, we actually just wanted to deliver a much higher quality product. Initially, we were looking to just kind of pump and dump some poop out there with this entry-level phone and get our feet wet in there, dip our balls in the hot wax. But we decided, you know what? You deserve better, so we're gonna do better. I don't think that's the case at all, because many of you might recall, the first time I called them in January, I was told that the reason for the delay was because of the government shutdown. The government shutdown from little ways back, which wouldn't have had any effect on the T1 phone. Again, it's not even made in America. But they had actually used that excuse for quite a while, that the reason the phone's delayed is because the government shutdown, that pesky shutdown, put the brakes on the glorious T1 device. Like, they've had a bunch of different excuses, and now they're saying that the reason why it's taken so long is because they wanted to do even better. They didn't want just an entry-level phone. I don't know. Sounds a little fishy to me. But anyway, I didn't lose hope on my Trump phone. I did genuinely put money down on it to receive it, so I want to make sure I didn't just fucking have that vaporize into the ether here over nothing. So I did give them another call today to see where's my Trump phone. It's the end of April. I should be getting it pretty soon, or at least getting an email, right? Ooh, got me hitting the hot dog. I'm excited. It's the end of April, and you know what that means. That's right. It's Christmas. Because my T1 mobile device, my Trump phone, should be on its way to me right now, and I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. Earlier this month, I called support, and they told me that I should be in the second wave of phones, which is coming at the end of April. That's what I was told. So I haven't received any emails letting me know about the shipping being in transit or anything, so I'm just going to call to confirm that that's accurate. Though in March, I was also told the same thing, that my T1 mobile device would be hitting my hands at the end of March, but something must have went cattywampus over there. Who's really to say? All I know is I can't wait, and I just want to double check, get them on the horn, and make sure everything's all looking good over there for my Trump phone to come. I also saw that they updated the website for the first time in a long time. The Trump phone was supposed to come out in August of 2025, by the way. Just barely missed that one. We're a little tardy to the party here, but that's okay. Let's see what's going on.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press 1. Para español, oprima el número 2. Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump Mobile account.
That's me.
Thank you for calling
an existing
Trump Mobile.
account.
Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
I feel like
Good morning. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. My name is April. How can I help you today?
Hey, April. I just wanted to check on the status of my order for the T1 device.
The information that we have is that they're going to start shipping at the end of the month. So either today or tomorrow, they should start going out. Now, you'll get an email once yours is ready to be delivered, and it'll give you a heads up that, hey, it'll show up in the next day or so. And they are sending them out in the order that the orders were placed. So, but they're supposed to be going out any day now.
Okay, well, that's awesome. I called a little bit earlier in March about it, and they said it'd be at the end of March. Did something happen then, and has it been rectified now?
The information that we were given was that in March, there was an issue with some FCC licensing, and that's been resolved.
Okay, that's awesome. Have you received one? Has anyone started getting them yet?
We have, yeah. We have one here in the call center that we've been able to take a look at, and it's very sleek, very nice looking, and takes great pictures, great video, and the sound quality is really good. So I think you'll be pleased.
Oh, that's excellent. I can't wait. So it should be in the next day or two?
Well, they're going to be shipping them out. They're telling us, and this was as of our conference call with them last week, they're going to be shipping out by the end of this month, so that'll be today and tomorrow. That's what they're telling us, and you'll get an email in advance letting you know when yours is on the way. Now, when they ship them out, as I mentioned before, they're going to be shipping them out in the order that the orders were received. So if your order was placed last year, then yours will be in the first batch to go out.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, then I should be getting it pretty soon. I was getting a little worried, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Well, oh no, and you know, we've all kind of been concerned about the delays, but the what we were told is that back in March they were getting FCC approval for some technical thing, and that's been resolved, so they're going to be going out soon.
Awesome. Are they going to make an announcement about it, like, publicly? Because I've seen a lot of people saying that it's been, like, canceled or something like that since no one's got it.
No, our understanding is that there will be notification. There's going to be some news coverage on Fox News. That's the one. So, but we're waiting to get confirmation of that. Of course, I'm sure it'll be all over social media.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait. Thank you so much. That's great news.
You are very welcome. Well, thank you very much for being a Trump customer, and I do hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well, April. Take it easy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You too. Bye now.
Hey, what was I worried about? I knew it was any day now. It was any day back in January, now it's any day here in April. So I should be getting it here within, well, at least an email within the next 24 to 48 hours, I believe. So I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. I bet you all feel real silly for ever doubting that this was coming, because now we have proof that it is, because they said so. I'm going to be hoisting this like a prized fish pretty soon, and you're gonna be jealous of all this awesome phone action I'm gonna be getting in on with the T1. I also have to make sure to tune into the Fox News broadcast when they start talking about the T1 and sucking the cock. That's gonna be really cathartic. I can't wait for that either. So yeah, now we have confirmation that the T1 phone is gonna be here any day now, which is reassuring to hear for the fucking 30th time. Anyway, just wanted to give you the update on the Trump phone. That's really about it. See ya. Oh, well then, yeah, who cares? Let them have an attitude. I don't give a shit if they got small dick syndrome and are a little aggressive. If they're still pollinating, then fuck yeah, let their numbers increase. I don't mind going outside in my full hazmat suit to protect myself. Pollination is super fucking important. That's fine. I'm on Team Killer Bees again. Boy, howdy, do I have something wacky to share with you right now. This has to be one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in a tournament. Full stop. It happened at a Pokemon Go regional. A player named Firestar73 came through loser's bracket and won the entire thing, becoming the Orlando regional champion, but he was too happy about it and they took it away from him. He had a small pop-off, like a little celebration, and pop-off is a word I'm using way too loosey-goosey because it doesn't really apply. He was excited, so he dropped his headset and gave a single fist pump, one pump, not even 2 or 3 pumps, one fist pump, and then shook his hand, and they deemed it excessive and unsportsmanlike, so they stripped him of the win, gave him a game loss, and thus his opponent became the champion for it.
Now on to the 11th one. He is the first-time champion for himself and your 2026 Orlando champion!
Incredible series from Firestar, pulling out all the stops, all the Pokemon, taking us to a decisive Game 5. Could not have asked for anything else.
That's the entire thing. That's his celebration that they thought was just out of line. They said, "You're disqualified, Buster. You were too excited. We can't have that. We're like fucking Dementors. We have to sap that shit up. So your opponent is now the champion." And by the way, they didn't even announce this during the official broadcast. It wasn't until after it was all said and done, after the dust had settled, then they made it clear to the community that Firestar73 was not the winner because of this unsportsmanlike celebration. It's unhinged. Any sane, normal human being would look at this and tell you that there was nothing excessive or unsportsmanlike about what he did. His conduct was totally acceptable. It's just wild to me how infested the upper echelon of the Pokemon brass is with the unhappiness virus. Joy is the arch enemy of Pokemon tournament organizers and like Pokemon businessmen, these suit and tie zombies that actually control Pokemon. They hate happiness, truly loathe it. And this is just a further evidence of that. Firestar73 was excited, he was happy, and he did a very light celebration. Like, I mean it. Like, that is not excessive by any stretch of the imagination. I get more animated and excited when I find an extra fucking french fry in my goddamn Miller's Alehouse order. Like, he did not go crazy or anything. When I saw the headline, I was expecting like a Hungry Box level pop-off where he just stands up, picks up the chair, throwing the chair into the audience, lights a match, and then throws like a fucking stick of dynamite or something, like fireworks display. Like, I expected something chaotic, catastrophic, where he was like piling up corpses from celebrating, just beating the shit out of people or something. Something so extreme that it would somehow warrant an automatic game loss there, which gave the opponent the tournament victory. It would have to be something extreme. Like maybe they found out that he wasn't showering using cheeky soap, and then I'd understand why they'd disqualify him, because that's just not good hygiene. If you're showering, you gotta be using cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. But this, all he did was he dropped his headphones. He didn't even throw them. He didn't spike them. He didn't give it like a Gronk spike in the end zone. He dropped the headphones, and then he pumped his fist once before shaking his opponent's hand. That is not excessive. That is not unsportsmanlike. Jiminy Christmas, I can only imagine what these dweebs would do if they saw Hungry Box, for example, pop off. They'd have a heart attack. They would keel over and die on the spot watching someone get that excited. If this was enough for them to be like, it's a game loss. Oh my God, I'm gonna have nightmares. Oh my God, it's so much. Give it to this guy. Quick, quick, quick. We have to punish him for being happy. I can only imagine if they saw like an athlete or something, like an actual athlete celebrating, you know, a big shot or a big moment in a game. These are the biggest fucking losers, man. Actual dorks. And I've seen a couple of people mention that Firestar73 got an earlier warning from one of the judges because he had like dropped his headphones earlier when he was excited. So this was them, you know, following through on their threats and punishing him for doing it again. That's still stupid. He shouldn't have, like, it shouldn't matter. He didn't do anything wrong. You can see him shaking in excitement. So he's taking his headphones off, he's shaking and drops them. He doesn't do anything like throwing them at the computer screen. He doesn't fucking rocket them at his opponent saying, you know, eat dirt, pussy, and like flicking them off or anything. He sets his headphones down. He drops them. That's not a big deal. Now, I don't know how he reacted earlier where he may have got a warning. Maybe it was more excessive then. But what he did here shouldn't have even constituted any level of like eyebrow raising in the slightest. Not even an ounce. So I just think that's a load of barnacles. There is a game theory, though, that's being cooked up that I actually do think has some real oomph to it. There is a belief that these judges maybe bet on the match. And maybe they bet on his opponent to win, because Firestar73 did come through loser's bracket. Making a loser's run is extraordinarily difficult in any tournament. And perhaps they placed a bet on his opponent to be the victor. And you know how the story unfolded? He won. Firestar73 did make the loser's bracket miracle run, squeaking out the big W here. And now the judges, they're not going to get that payday. They're out that money, but they see a way of kind of weaseling a W, snatching a victory from the jaws of defeat by DQing this guy for being too happy. Because fundamentally that's what it is. Hey, you were too excited, so you lost, actually. He won now. So I can definitely understand this conspiracy theory here, and I do believe there's a non-zero chance that it could actually revolve around that entirely. There's enough question marks here for how this was handled to at least warrant an official investigation, I would argue. Gambling has become a core component of basically everything. Esports, sports in general, TCGs, basically anything. And prediction markets are only serving to even further blow that up and expand the scope of gambling. So I have no doubt that there probably were bets placed throughout this tournament here, because in every single tournament, in every single game or whatever competition, there are people betting on it. So there is definitely the possibility that maybe these judges were betting on Firestar73's opponent because it was kind of a safer bet. Firestar73 looked unlikely coming through losers. It's a lot harder to pull that off, so they wanted to make some easy clams, but it didn't go in their favor, and instead, they found a way to try and weasel their way out of it and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Match fixing is something that is extremely prevalent in esports in particular. So it is definitely possible that this could be the explanation for it, because I just really don't buy into this garbage that he excessively celebrated and it was unsportsmanlike, thus they had to punish him by taking away the win and giving it to his opponent. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely absurd. Now, Firestar73 has responded after this whole thing has blown up, saying, I am incredibly thankful for the support directed my way. I have a direct account of my experiences releasing soon in an interview, which I will link when it's out. For the moment, please use the support link if you disagree with the ruling as well. Love y'all. Hopefully there are enough complaints to get this ruling overturned because it just doesn't make any sense. If it stands, then I really think Pokemon Go as a competitive scene should be curtains. I think that should just be the end of it there. The competitive integrity is completely fucking ruined, right in the shitter with this. I think it's unacceptable. And judging from the response to all of this, it seems like the community agrees as well, which is extremely nice to see. So hopefully we'll see some kind of action here as a result of what the judges ruled. I hope they actually pay attention to the direct complaints. I don't know if they just wipe their ass with it like normal Pokemon Company does. I couldn't tell you. I am not an active Pokemon Go player these days, nor do I pay attention to the competitive scene, but this is just completely unjust. It's not fair, and it's unacceptable in a competitive environment. It just truly is. Like, maybe going forward, the Pokemon Go competitive community can rally together, and at the upcoming tournaments, maybe after every player drops their headset in similar fashion to how Firestar73 did, to see if they're going to rule it like this going forward across the board, where that's going to result in a game loss every time for being unsportsmanlike or some shit. I don't really know. I just know that this is just garbage. And I needed to yap about it because it's one of the most embarrassing things I've seen in a fucking tournament setting. That's really about it. See ya. Manfred Kibbles, the dog food whisperer. And this was an early adopter of YouTube right here, May 30th, 07. Nice.
Four very, very high quality premium dog foods with us today.
Ooh, Gravy Train, I don't know that one. Does he eat these? Or does he just talk to him?
My puppy won't stop peeing.
Okay.
Well, you've come to the right spot to cure that. This is what YouTube's about, eating dog food for 4,000 views 13 years ago. Describe it, please.
It's not bad. It actually smells like Captain Crunch
No way.
with a hint of tuna. Which is interesting because it's chicken flavor. But it smells like tuna and Captain Crunch.
I'm gonna have to get myself a can of Gravy Train to test that.
I'm looking. Okay, let's take a little nibble, huh?
Oh, my man! This is what YouTube is all about. Fuck yeah, eating dog food. No shame. This was before clout even existed.
Yeah, it's not very good.
That doesn't look too bad. I think Manfred Kibble might give that a passing grade.
Forkful here of Cadillac.
Yeah, it looks like straight from Gordon Ramsay's kitchen.
Okay, if this tastes half as good as it smells, I think I'm going to be a very happy man. There's texture. I think it's little pieces
Some
of
say
corn.
Manfred Kibbles tries every dog food before it ships
really-
out to major
It's really
retailers.
talking like a hamburger helper here. This is,
If Manfred Kibbles doesn't like it, it just doesn't make the cut.
Another bite if no one's counting calories, which I'm not. I was just on the South Beach diet, so I'm gonna splurge a little bit here today.
It can't be real dog food he's eating,
Really
right?
good dog food.
There's no way.
We have.
But I can't even think of food that would look like this.
Because if you don't like chicken, you've got to like chicken byproduct. Looking at this, I don't know.
I
if you
thought
get a
dog
closer
food
look
was
at it, you see
toxic to
something you
human
haven't seen with our
beings,
other
but maybe
dog foods.
Manfred Kibble's
They
half
actually
dog,
put
half
every
man.
piece of dog food.
He's got the body of a man, but the insides of a dog.
Okay, I'm debating if this is actually dog food because it smells like human food. This smells very, very good.
No, this isn't dog food.
Wow.
It keeps giving like a little transition when he picks up the plate. He swaps it out. That's my theory, at least. But who am I to question the supreme wisdom of Manfred Kibbles? That's real dog food. You can't fake that. I've seen that kind of dog food all my life. Never tried it, but I might now. This man's straight chowing down on dog food. How much dog food does this man taste?
Favorite dog food?
The Misadventures of Baby Josh. Does he feed dog food to Baby Josh? Because if not, I'm not interested. God, we'll never know because he stopped making videos 12 years ago. Go. I'll subscribe just on the off chance he continues the saga. That's my second subscription ever. On this account, I guess. One day he will make a triumphant return. Manfred Kibbles has to come rate modern dog food. Without it, how am I gonna know if what I'm feeding my dog is quality?
Sehr anziehend und sexy, wenn ich so sagen
I
darf.
hate planes.
Die Tragfläche anfasse, kriege ich sofort Feuchtstände und werde total...
I mean, not to be racist, I haven't met your boyfriend here. Maybe he's a good plane, but I just hate flying. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. Ooh, is this like porn? Is the plane of legal age? How old is it?
29-year-old Michelle.
Einen leblosen Gegenstand für...
Objectophilia, I almost forgot about that.
That tickles her fancy.
That's up there with foot fetishism. It's very, very popular.
Model. During her first flight in the Boeing 737.
Oh, a legendary flight to be sure. That wasn't turbulence you were feeling up there, huh? As far as objectophilia goes, she seems relatively normal compared to the other ones we've seen. The one that fucks the Ferris wheel, the one that fucks the picket fence, the one that fucks his car.
Michelle has been granted some time with the Boeing 737.
Who's pimping out their daughter here for her? Or their son, excuse me. She booked quality time with someone's airplane? Lock that father up. He's running some type of objectophilia scam here with his plane. Whoring it out. She seems so happy-go-lucky about this.
Airport, the staff are here to escort Michelle.
Man, the booty call for a plane fetishist must be hard as shit to act on.
Right? Is that good?
Oh, she just got so wet.
We'll fix that for you, okay? Fine.
I hope they put candles on the plane. Rose petals leading up to it.
Yeah. Oh, my name is Michelle. Nice to meet you.
What a cool name. Ulf. Sounds like that's the name he chose for his Dungeons and Dragons adventure. Yeah, I'm Ulf, from the swamps of Mordogbach.
Oh my goodness.
This may look like an aircraft hangar, but this is about to turn into a goddamn X-rated porn set.
Beautiful.
I hope they bring out little, like, RC-controlled planes. Make it a giant orgy. Yeah, you're goddamn right, he's got a nice cockpit in there, huh? About to turn into some, like, stepson shit when the bigger plane comes out.
And she gives consent. Yeah, good. Why not?
Who says if the plane consents, though? Just because you're whoring out your plane here doesn't mean that it agrees to it.
Nice.
Ooh, a backdoor reach around. Kinky on the first date. Ooh, a little rim job action.
Alleine bei Ihnen sein zu dürfen. Ich liebe dich, Schatz.
You don't even know him. She didn't even get to flick her bean in there. Give her some alone time. She fucking flew here to make out with this plane. At least let her get some orgasms out of it or something. Anybody remember Atari? You know, the gaming company that pretty much started video games as a mainstream hobby? Well, they are embarrassing now. I don't know if any of you ever keep up, because I know you don't hear about them, because they don't really do anything, and when they do, it's a catastrophic failure from all that I can find. But the most recent thing that they're peddling is an Atari hotel, which is apparently some kind of licensed partnership with some developers where they're going to be making a gamer hotel, and they used an AI video to showcase it. It is a blatant, obvious, fake thing that even as a concept piece, I think kind of falls flat on its tits, where it basically wants to be an all-encompassing gamer utopia where you have RGB rooms and you have an esports venue, a concert venue, a sports venue where you can bet on sports and watch the big games, and arcade cabinets out the wazoo. And they have this AI-generated video that probably took them like 45 seconds to make to show all of this. Man, my God, does it look like shit. Everything about it is terrible, but the most shameless part is they're using this as a pitch piece to try and get every Joe Schmo out there that happens to stumble across it to give them $500 as an investment so they can be an investor in Atari hotels, and they have it structured like a Kickstarter thing where you can go all the way up to like $50,000 where you give them 50 grand and you get a brick. It's so fucking stupid. This company has to have one of the hardest fall-offs in corporate history. Like, at least Blockbuster, when it fell off, it had the dignity of dying with its boots on. Atari has just existed in a pitiful state for decades now. And despite not doing anything, like, meaningful for decades, their brand is still extraordinarily recognizable. That's how big they used to be. Yet they can't do anything good with it. So now they have this shit slapped on there for a hotel project that I think absolutely is dead on arrival and will crash and burn if they ever even get it off the ground. To be e-begging as Atari Hotels is so laughable. Seeing the latest gaming scam, the Atari Hotel. They have Atari Hotels Official. We're building someone no one else has, the world's first Atari Hotel. This sounds familiar.
Something bold is rising in downtown Phoenix.
You love to hear the immediate AI voiceover. Very cool. That inspires confidence. Atari Hotels launches regulation offering inviting fans and community to own a piece of the future of hospitality. Well, maybe I was too quick to judge. Maybe this is awesome.
The world's first Atari Hotel.
Can't
Become
even say
an
the
owner
name
for
right.
as little as $500. Set in the heart of the city's arts and entertainment district, where culture, nightlife, and creativity collide. Rising at the intersection of Roosevelt and Central, with a walk score of 95, this will become
Hell is
the
a
pulse
walk
of downtown.
score.
Picture yourself on our rooftop pool deck, surrounded by music, energy, and skyline views. Step inside, every space tells a story. An immersive playground built for gamers, dreamers, and creators.
Nice. This is already looking really cool. You had a bunch of fucking mutants in here. Nothing tells me surefire success quite like having nothing to show besides AI-generated renders. Yes, I can't wait to book my $500 stay right now. Here's an article written about it. Let's see. Atari Hotels, a first-of-its-kind immersive entertainment and hospitality venue, today announced the launch of its Regulation A Tier 2 equity offering, giving fans, gamers, and community a chance to become true owners. Yep. Throw that in the wastebasket right away. That's a load of fucking barnacles. Scam! Scam! Atari Hotels recently acquired over 1 acre of land in Phoenix's arts and entertainment district, Roosevelt Row, seeking between $35 to $40 million to fund the development of its flagship location. How is it reimagining hospitality for modern gaming, pop culture, and sports? What is it doing? Adding RGB? Is that it? That's how they're reimagining it? Does it say?
An entertainment experience like no other. Your ultimate all-in-one destination.
How is it like no other?
Recharge
Tell
in
me.
Next-gen suites, where comfort meets the latest in gaming and streaming tech. Catch every moment in our next-level sportsbook and gaming lounge, where competition meets connection. From live concerts to esports battles, our 2,000
Esports battles in Atari Hotels? How stupid do you think I am? Yeah, I'm sure.
1,000-plus person event center is built for unforgettable nights. Here, nostalgia collides with the future. Classic icons.
Damn, look at this arcade! Holy shit! They got like a whole closet full of cabinets. Reimagined fun.
Be a part of it with as little as $500. You can own a piece of Atari Hotels Phoenix. Atari Hotels. Play, stay, live the game. Brought to life by Intersection Development. With over $350 million of projects built right here in this neighborhood. Designed by Rack House, where architecture becomes emotion, and every space is an experience. Masterpiece designs by Top Rank Original. Design tough, built tough.
Design tough, built tough for tough gamers, god damn it. Wow. I'm investing, I have to. I'm losing money not investing in this, my god. It'll fuse nostalgia culture with futuristic technology from high-tech guest rooms and creator studios to 2,000-plus person esports and concert venues, sportsbook, and layers of immersive bars, restaurants, and shopping. With $14 million invested to date in the Phoenix project, Atari Hotels is inviting the public to join in on the next phase, a strategic decision to accelerate development while building a deeply engaged community of stakeholders. The Reg A offering provides participants with actual real estate ownership, including preferred returns and access to exclusive experiences starting at a minimum investment of $500. So they've invested $14 million and are looking for 35 to 40, even though this is backed by apparently fucking Goliath companies here like this, responsible for $300 million worth of developments across their resume, and the most they can fork over is $14 million here. Even if it hits the funding goal, let's say it goes like bananas, $80 million or whatever gets raised, how the fuck is it going to be anywhere near this? $80 million is not going to get you a facility like this with state-of-the-art reimagined technology rooms, a fucking immersive bars, restaurants, shopping, concert venue, and esports arena. That is so stupid. No way. No way! The second video goes over the scam in more details. This one is the same video. They just re-uploaded the same video. They did it twice. No, not that one. Oh, this one.
This AI-generated slop hotel is the epitome of marketing buzzwords, but it's apparently also really cheap to get in on. An official Atari hotel is popping up in Phoenix, Arizona, and it's pretty safe to assume the branding is completely meaningless at this point. Their juiced-up website is projecting that the cyberpunk-esque building will be done at the end of 2028, and that the whole shebang will be super walkable, convenient, and luxurious for gamers in particular on account of all the arcade cabinets and whatnot. The thing is, though, their whole promo shtick is essentially just begging you for investments on the project. In a move straight on Kickstarter.com, Atari Hotels is asking for a minimum $500 US in exchange for partial ownership of their not yet existent building, inclusion in the...
But just like Akon City, it's coming. And look at how sad all of us were that we didn't get a chance to invest in Akon City. Now we can with Atari.
Hotel's loyalty program and a personalized printable PDF of a certificate of ownership. The promo video for the hotel literally ends with these, but hey, at least you're guaranteed a physical brick with your name on it if you fork over 50 grand on the thing.
And I mean, it's a team you can at least trust. They have a combined track record of creating and structuring over $500 million in real estate deals and $4 billion in successful tech exits, blending a strong financial track record with creative execution. With deep roots in Phoenix's Roosevelt Row, including the successful launch of 15 hospitality and residential projects, this team boasts a rich understanding of the local neighborhood, which is why they're so confident in it. They only invested $14 million of their own money, but want $40 million of your money. This is a grand slam waiting to happen. It's going to be like that Willy Wonka amusement park in Scotland. The Willy Wonka experience, yeah, for hotels. Unbelievable, man. That's crazy. That's so shameless. Well, it's coming pretty soon. It's starting in 2026. We'll get to see it from the ground up. I can't wait. The people who get nostalgic about Atari are all in their 50s and probably fall for AI, so who knows. I mean, that's still kind of a stretch, though. Like, I don't think people in their 50s are going to be like, $500? Alright, I'll give it to Atari Hotels. This is exactly what I want. A place where I can watch esports events. Like,
battles.
The 50-year-old Atari fans are not going to care about the esports event space or anything like that. I don't know. I think it's just... I just don't think this has a chance of getting any real human beings to put money into it. You'd have to be a fucking beyond degenerate moron to throw $500 at this. Like, they couldn't even do the bare minimum of AI generating something that looks realistic. Like, just look at this. You can stop at any single frame, and it is just a disaster. Like, everyone's fucking face is melting. This guy's arm has fallen to the back rooms. Like, every single thing here. And they're all just like, these hills have eyes, like mutants everywhere. They're not even using, like, the newest AI videos or anything. It's whatever the cheapest, fastest shit they could churn out was. And even just as a concept, the hotel has a terrible idea. Yeah, it doesn't even have a strip club. Well, not yet. That's if you donate the $50,000 to it, you get a brick and a lap dance. And a free 1-year subscription to Sohids. Would have been better in Vegas, like a gaming casino hotel. I guess. I don't think this is a hot take. I think this should be a pretty obvious take. But the thing is, if you're trying to market to gamers for a social experience, you're fucking stupid. Like, the last people that would want a gamer hotel would be gamers. They're not gonna go. If this actually gets built... Oh, yeah. I mean, you can just stop it right there if this actually gets built. It won't. Here's what I think. I think they will start construction on something. I think whatever they end up finishing construction on will not be Atari Hotel. It won't be a gamer hotel. I think it'll end up just being another one of their endless hospitality projects, and this was just going to be a fucking failed concept. They'll just pivot. Wait to hear about the Atari's next project, Atari Airline that takes you to Atari Cruise. Genius. I know you're making a joke, but it actually is incredible to me how Atari was so early to video games. They had such a stranglehold on it, and they floundered. And now, all they coast on is their once powerful name. Despite not having any real, like, products or anything of value for the last, like, 2 decades, almost 3 decades, they still coast with this name because it's so recognizable, but they won't do the bare minimum of just trying to make good games or anything again. Like, they are just totally content to do nothing except try and cash in goodwill on the Atari name. It's crazy to me. Oh, it's the actual Atari business. As far as I can tell, this is the actual Atari business, yeah. This isn't like a knockoff or anything. This is an Atari partnership, from what I can tell, based on their website here. Though, I did just Google something that came up with a Reddit post from someone who's been looking into this. So, I'll take it with a grain of salt for now. According to this post, it's a hotel with the Atari license and branding, but totally unaffiliated with Atari. Which sounds very par for the course if that is true. Atari they probably got a cold call and an email like, hey, for like $50, can we, like, use the Atari name for a little something we're cooking up? And they're like, yes! Yes, God, please! Anything! Basically like Nickelodeon Hotel. They just use the brand and IPs, but it's actually run by Holiday Inn. God, the Nickelodeon Hotel is a classic. Oh, it's so good. These new-gen scammers don't know how it was back in the day. They actually had to work to scam people. All you need now is AI. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, like, you're making a joke, but it's actually super true. You actually had to try to scam back in the day. Now, AI does it for you. It's such a shame. There had to be some level of intelligence to a scam. No longer the case. Bernie Madoff with AI would have been unstoppable. Yeah, they would have never caught his ass if he had AI in his tool bag. Got another disgusting update for you here today. It has just been reported that Maxwell is being moved to a minimum security prison in Texas with no explanation for why, and there are no answers for any of the questions people have about this, but the timing is very suspicious considering she just started cooperating with the DOJ behind closed doors, which again, there is no transparency with in regards to anything that was talked about there. Now she's mysteriously just being pushed into a very, very minimum security prison, which is it's a camp, by the way. It's a minimum security prison camp where it is usually reserved for non-violent, like white-collar criminals, shit like fraud. And now she's enjoying a cozy stay there. Now, her previous spot was also, like, on the lower end of prisons. It wasn't exactly like Azkaban they had her held up in, but there were still serious offenders in there, and it wasn't nearly as lax as the place she has just been moved to in Texas, seemingly out of nowhere.
The move comes a week after Maxwell met in private with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche at the U.S. Attorney's office in Tallahassee. The details of that meeting have not been made public. It also comes after the family of one of Maxwell's alleged victims, Virginia Giuffre, spoke to our own Hallie Jackson, urging the president not to pardon Maxwell.
Isn't that just fucking preposterous that the family of one of the victims has to come forward and beg the president to not pardon a convicted child sex trafficker who was a co-conspirator to the biggest pedophile and sex trafficker in this country's history, because there's a very real possibility that it's something he's considered because he keeps fucking teasing it, him and his administration?
The big question here is, do we know why Maxwell was moved?
It is the big question, Zinkley, and the United States Department of Justice spokespeople are refusing to provide any answer or comment this afternoon. We have called them, we have texted them, we have emailed them.
They're staying extremely tight-lipped around the reasoning with this sudden move. It's very suspicious. I think anybody that's activating neurons should be able to tell you that something smells very fishy here. Instead of releasing the Epstein files, which it seems like is never going to happen here, which has gone through the craziest song and dance. It's been like 10 seasons worth of plot twists in regards to that from this administration. First, they're going to release them day one when Trump's in office. Next, they're coming. Next, they're on Pam Bondi's desk. Next, turns out it was a figment of everyone's imagination. It was a made-up boogeyman. Everyone just fucking, ayahuasca tripped and envisioned these files, but they were never actually real. No such thing as the Epstein files. Then, no, the Epstein files are real, but they're a Democrat hoax. Next, the files are compromised, so instead we're going to Maxwell directly to get all the names and dangling a pardon in front of her face. Now, all of this happening behind closed doors, by the way, this conversation with Maxwell, whom I imagine will be squealing and singing any names that the administration wants her to, omitting the ones they don't want her to say, and saying whatever names they'd like to put in her mouth. And now, all of a sudden, she's just being transferred to a very minimum security prison that sounds almost like a summer camp that also has another celebrity resident there, Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos. You remember that huge scam? This is one of those like cozy, bougie prisons where like the rich elite get privileged to go to
a facility that, frankly, and you can look at it on Google Earth, the fence line is the type of fence that you would put around a school. In many places, there's no razor wire. There's not a fence that would be difficult to climb. The gates of it look more like the gates of a country club than they do of a federal prison. So this is one of the camps that people like to go to. It's all women's. We do have a response from several of the victims saying today President Trump has sent a clear message today. Pedophiles deserve preferential treatment and their victims do not matter. That's coming from Annie Farmer, Maria Farmer, and the family of Virginia Roberts Giuffre.
Yeah, it really does seem that way, huh? It's very weird, so peculiar how Trump is so buddy-buddy and cozy with so many pedophiles, and even just last night proudly presented and brought aboard a registered sex offender to be part of the sports commission that will be overseeing things like the youth presidential fitness test, which is being brought back.
You want to say a few words? Come on up. Come on. He's a little shy, but once he gets going, nobody can stop.
Oh, no, don't stop. I'm just proud to be on this team. I don't know why. I don't know what we're supposed to be doing, but I'm here to serve, and I'm here to serve you. Okay, so I'm going to do the best I can for as long as I can. Thank you very much.
Nobody like him.
If you know anything about football, you probably recognized who that was immediately. That's Lawrence Taylor. He is a Hall of Famer, probably still to date the hardest tackler in NFL history. But Lawrence Taylor is a registered sex offender. In 2011, he pled guilty to sexual misconduct with a 16-year-old who was trafficked, by the way, and has since been on the sex offenders registry. He was registered as a level 1 offender, and some people are actually using this as a defense of him. Like, it's not that big of a deal. He's just a level 1 sex offender, which is crazy. But that's the times we're living in right now with the absolute lunatics running wild outside of fucking Arkham Asylum. They're now just in society here with us. Anyway, though, the facts are he pled guilty to 1 count of soliciting a prostitute and a 2nd count of sexual misconduct and having sex with a woman without consent since the victim was 16. Under oath, he admitted to having sex with a 16-year-old, but claimed that she had told him she was 19, so he believed she was of the age of consent. Now, I don't know about all you lovely people out there. I'm not trying to put farts in your butthole here, but I'm gonna go ahead and maybe be a little brave here. This might be, just a spicy hot take, but I'm gonna let it rip anyway. I don't think a registered sex offender who has openly admitted to having sex with a sex-trafficked individual he thought was of the age of consent but was actually a child is really the best fit for the Presidential Sporting Commission here that will be overseeing activities for children. Now, maybe it's just me with those crazy thoughts, though. Maybe that's the problem, actually. I'm not open-minded enough to see why this is actually such a galaxy brain good idea. Because there's a lot of people defending it. Like, how's Trump supposed to know? This was 14 years ago. It's ancient history. What's the big deal? And then people just excusing it like, oh, it happened so long ago and Trump is such a busy man. There's no way you could have possibly known about this history with Lawrence Taylor. Like, what the fuck, man? It's a sex offenders registry. It's public knowledge. All of Lawrence Taylor's neighbors know it. How could the White House not know it before hiring him to bring him on board for this sporting commission? Do they not do any homework on the people they hire? Is there no vetting process whatsoever? They just hire anybody randomly? I mean, actually, that's probably exactly how it goes. Because even Lawrence Taylor, when Trump, babies him up there, Trump talks to him like he's talking to, an actual 4-year-old, by the way, like, oh, do you want to come say something? Come on. And then, rubs his back. Come on, say something. Which is super weird in and of itself, by the way. But when Lawrence Taylor does talk, he's like, don't really know why I'm here. Don't really know what we're supposed to be doing. But I'm happy to be here. So he doesn't even know what the fuck he's doing there. Why is he hired? That is the perfect encapsulation of this whole administration. What he said. Don't really know why I'm here and I don't know what I'm doing. That is exactly what the fuck is happening right now. Everything from the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files and all of the circus shit that has followed. It is unbelievable. And it somehow just keeps getting worse. Just stew on this. Really just fucking sit and spin on this preposterous shit that we are seeing here. It is not normal. It is not okay. It actually seems like this administration is trying to normalize pedophilia. It literally does seem that way. He just added a sex offender to the President's Council of Sports, Nutrition, and Fitness, which will give initiatives to children. What is happening? How can that possibly not be something that everybody comes out and says, whoa, this is fucked up? There is no defense of that. There are hundreds of other NFL legends that you could have put on this council if you really wanted to. That aren't sex offenders and shit. It's crazy. It's like he goes out of his way to find pedophiles and be close with them and give them positions of power. It does feel like he gives preferential treatment to pedophiles. He's moving Maxwell to a cozier, more low-security prison in Texas for some reason that's not being disclosed. He's got Lawrence Taylor now as part of this president council. It's absolutely unhinged. I had to talk about it. Sorry, I've been yapping quite a bit about it now, but it is incomprehensible. To a sane society, this would be this would be unforgivable. But it's just still unfolding in front of everyone's faces, and some people are just so brainwashed and lost that they accept it and just move on like it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. All of the evil people that were on the Epstein client list are still getting away with it with no punishment, and the only person who has faced any punishment at all for being a co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, is maybe going to be receiving a pardon. What the fuck? Anyway, I'll stop blabbering for now. That's really about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
I finally fucking finished Death Stranding, and now I'm left confused, and yet enlightened. I feel as though Kojima's brilliance has allowed me to achieve nirvana. I feel like I now have a higher appreciation for the finer things in art. I feel as if my farts smell better to my nostrils now. Because this game transcends anything you could possibly envision for a video game. This was one of the most tedious chores I've ever taken on in all 25 years of my time as an elite top-tier gamer. Let me get the best things out of the way: the story, the setting, the aesthetic, the writing. Though everything that's not gameplay is good. I'll expand on that in a minute, but let me just vent about the gameplay. Credits just rolled, and I need to tell you how fucking awful this gameplay is. Now, I already know saying that has triggered a fucking Winter Soldier response in some commenters that have their pinky out and finger on the trigger ready for a Reddit comment because I didn't appreciate the high quality art. It just, my American brain couldn't comprehend things that weren't bang bang shooty shooty, as Kojima says. Let me justify this position. No matter how you spin this gameplay, it is boring. At no point can this gameplay even be misconstrued as fun. It becomes tolerable at a certain point, but at its core the gameplay is deliver packages from point A to point B, and it's typically the slowest and longest journey possible. I had deliveries that extended 4,100 kilometers, and I had to approach some of that shit on foot due to batteries running out, lack of generators, or just the mountain being too high and not having enough supplies for it, because you couldn't prepare for a fucking journey that long. You'd have to take breaks, break it up. It's boring. It becomes tolerable with the shared universe where you can use other players' bridges and roads which help you get from point A to point B. That's fine. But it's never fun. It's never enjoyable. It's always just a means to an end to get to great cutscenes and great writing and characters. Never do you revel in the gameplay and just take time to just appreciate the walking, the being an Amazon delivery man, being a fucking post-apocalyptic postman with a fetus in a pickle jar. It's never enjoyable. It's so slow. It's boring. Now, I streamed this entire game at twitch.tv/moistcritical. You can see that I did everything possible to make the game more exciting in its gameplay, to make it faster, more fun. I spent 4 fucking hours setting up an elaborate network of zip lines, which is the fastest form of travel, from every major location in the game, or so I thought. From the entire middle of the game, I spent setting up zip lines to make the travel between them faster, because this game is all about backtracking and delivering packages of fucking bricks from person to person. Excuse me, hologram to hologram. You deliver sperm and eggs. You deliver some trivial shit. You deliver pizza, porn magazines. Yeah, sometimes it's goofy, but oftentimes, not oftentimes, every time it's never fun. The goofiness is never enough to make the boring tedium fun. It's so insufferably, frustratingly boring, and there's so many anti-fun mechanics in this game for no reason. For example, the recycling mechanic could have been totally just done away with. Half of the mechanics in here and features seem so arbitrary and just there to slap the player's face with Kojima's penis and make it take longer for no reason. It just seems like it's there to be punishing for the sake of punishment. To give you an example, if you want to build a road, it takes a substantial amount of materials, metals for example. In order to get those metals there, you have to individually bring those briefcases and packages full of metal to it. You can use cars to help, but it's going to take multiple trips. It is beyond agonizing. You feel every yard traveled with those packages going to one of the auto pavers for a road, and then you probably don't even use the road because you progress past it, but then you'll get 20,000 likes from other players that have used your road and benefited from your hard work, the fucking sweat of your brow, the blood, sweat, tears, and cum you poured into getting that road built for them to go viral on the Death Stranding social network. It's just not fun at any point. It's more fun to spit on your window and watch it slowly fall to the bottom. There's more fun to be had when you sneeze into a tissue. There's more action when you're shaking a protein shake or mixing something in a blender. Not saying this game really needs action. I'm totally fine if there was no action at all, but there is, and it's bad, by the way. When there is shooting shit, it's not fun. It's straight out of 2006 mechanics. But it doesn't need action is what I'm saying. But there's more engaging gameplay in a visual novel than here. This gameplay is just there to punish you and be tedious for the sake of tedious. And I guess what everyone defends there is that it's relaxing or calming, or you just don't get it. It fits the world and the tone of the world. Who gives a fuck if it fits the tone of the world if it's not fun? And it's definitely not relaxing, because the vehicle driving mechanics betray you oftentimes. Shit has a mind of its own. If you take one of the bikes off-road, for example, that shit controls like a grocery bag being picked up by strong wind. It is impossible to go where you want to go half the time when you're out of the map, and there's so many fucking rocks. There's a million rocks. This is a technical marvel in the amount of little rocks that it throws in your way that your fucking vehicles will pinball off of if you make the mistake of taking the road less traveled. It is unbelievably frustrating. I could vent for hours about how not fun it is, and it wants to be not fun. And yes, I can see why people could find it relaxing if they want something to fall asleep to. This game would definitely help with your insomnia, but it's still, no matter how you spin it, never, ever fun. And it's by design. Now, this being a video game, that's a huge problem. It's a fucking game, not a movie, but it should have been. This would be a masterpiece if there wasn't a game attached to it. This is a great movie that unfortunately has a shit game on top of it. Everything else that's not gameplay is superb, spectacular. I love almost every character in here. Yes, there's cheesy dialogue, but when there's this many lines of dialogue, obviously there's going to be some stinkers. But a lot of them happen with Fragile. Fragile's lines often get really comical. She has a line where she goes, "I may be fragile, but I'm not fragile." And then she says verbatim, "Everything you've heard about me is true, except for the lies." So yeah, there's some like, I'm 14 and this is deep kind of shit. But, you expect that from a game that has this much in it. So that's not a complaint. I love the characters and I love the writing. It has such a fascinating story. It has so many nuanced details to the characters and what goes on. And there's certain things you can do when you're in your private room. There's a lot of options available to you. There's just so much in it. Aside from gameplay that is so great. But unfortunately that fucking gameplay is still there. Like a pimple on the face of a supermodel. Like 1,000 pimples on the face of the world's best looking supermodel. Graphically, this game is absolutely awe-inspiringly gorgeous. The settings you visit, the certain areas you go to, some of the, without spoiling anything, some of the certain enemies you encounter, some of the BTs, pretty much everything in this game is gorgeous and its design is flawless. The villain, Higgs, he looks great. It's just so beautiful to look at, an absolute marvel. But then there's that gameplay. There's that gameplay that this 20 minutes of great cutscenes, this 20 minutes of interacting with the characters is about to be fucking ruined when I have to go make this delivery because some old bitch over in the middle of nowhere wanted to have this plastic fork delivered to her, and I'm the only man for the job. And also, the music in this game bangs. The soundtrack is so great. Every time a song comes on, it is a joy to listen to. Absolute pleasure. But then there's the gameplay. You hear that song, but you're still playing the game, so now you're conflicted. Shit, I got shit gameplay, but great music. Fuck! If only the gameplay wasn't here, I'd rather just listen to the jukebox. I can't stress enough how miserable the gameplay is. I'm not exaggerating. I was genuinely miserable whenever the gameplay would drag on. I had a mission towards the end of the game in a snowy mountaintop. The entire snowy mountaintop area can suck the dirtiest part of my butthole, by the way. Where the mission was visit one area, go 1,000 kilometers to the left. After going 1,000 kilometers to the left to visit one mountaineer, I had to go 3,000 kilometers to the right to visit a doctor. After visiting that doctor 3,000 kilometers on the right, I had to go 3,000 kilometers all the way back to the mountaineer. After going back to the mountaineer, I had to go back to the main hub that I started it in, and then that was the quest line complete. It wasn't interesting, that was not well written, that whole side quest was not good, and it was the most tedious thing in the world because the mountains couldn't be traversed very efficiently. There were zip lines placed but in bad locations and also couldn't be used overly great throughout that area. I could go on and on, I really could. The gameplay is unlike anything I've ever played before in a bad way. There's a reason games don't make gameplay like this, because it doesn't lead itself to being fun for the player. It just reaches a point where you're able to tolerate it and put up with it for the greater good of finishing the plot that Kojima has made here, and it is absolutely fantastic as a movie. And plugging this into the moist meter, I'm giving Death Stranding a 60%. There's so much to love about Death Stranding, none of it involving its core gameplay loop. If that was just improved, changed, or just completely gotten rid of, This could have truly been a fucking masterpiece. And I have no doubt once Kojima does start making movies, they're going to be absolutely wonderful. But this game, I can't recommend it. What I would recommend is watching Death Stranding. Watch a full playthrough without the gameplay perhaps, or the sped up gameplay, but just watching the cutscenes, watching the characters, and some of the side quests, I think would be much better than actually picking up the controller and playing this for 60 hours. That's it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Sex Squad Adventures in Sex City. Let's do this shit. In the dark of the night, Sex City is in panic because of the terrible Sperminator, whose sole mission is to infect all citizens with various fuck me, I'm just starting the game. This is for the PC, also, so there you go. Wonder Vag is a virgin, believes in true love, and promotes abstinence until marriage. Power, human lie detector, can tell if a person is lying. I'm glad they defined that term for us. Willie the Kid was bullied as a child because he never grew taller than 4 feet and is now sensitive to others who are different. He joined Sex Squad to prove size doesn't matter. Massive rock hard strength. Power Pap is sexually active and is a strong believer in getting tested regularly. You know what, I'm gonna stop reading there. And I could have stopped after is sexually active. Who's next? Captain Condom was a scientist who constantly worked in his lab to create the perfect condom. Due to a freak accident, he is now half man, half condom. He spends his spare time handing out free condoms. He's a regular old Johnny Appleseed. I'm gonna go ahead and play as the Wonder Vag. Because you've gotta wonder, what does her vagina smell like when it's doing a handstand? The Sperminator was once part of the Sex Squad. He got infected with an STI, went untreated, and now his goal is to infect everyone with his evil sperm. That is one fucking cruel goal. That is a nefarious plot. Sperminator. I warned you to get tested. Brrr. That's quite a response. Oh, what the fuck is that? He's firing street sharks out of his penis hands. If that's the way you want to play it, here, first question, what do we got here? Using a condom can always prevent the spread of STIs. Is this amateur hour? Oh yeah, give me that. Condoms are really good for preventing... Fuck it, I already know this information. Unfortunately, I can't read, but I do know this information. Oh yeah, get that shit out of here. Deflected. I've got the Captain America Vibranium shield here, you sack of shit. Herpes and genital warts can be spread even if no sores are present. Most people get infected from someone who has no visible lumps, bumps, or sores. Got that one. What the fuck are you doing, Sperminator? Yeah, take that. You trying to get me while my guard's down? My guard's always up. You could say I'm wearing a chastity belt, you sack of bitch. If you receive oral sex from someone who has a cold sore, you can get genital herpes. That's a trick question, isn't it? I'm going with false. I should have gone with true. That's a stupid question. Have they never heard of cold whores? It's when you have sex with a woman who's rather chilly and loose. Hang in there, Wonder Vag. It's just one bit of sperm. You'll be alright. Next question. Here we go. Let's rock. If you wear 2 condoms at the same time, you are being extra safe. Any rookie knows that. This game is simply incorrect. It's spreading false information. They call this sexual education. They may as well call this sexual defecation. I'm fucking appalled right now. 2 condoms, double the protection, double the fun. It's like the woman's being penetrated by a fucking tank. The birth control pill provides some protection against STIs. That's bullshit. Yeah, and it knows it's bullshit. I gave that question the business right there. Try and hit me. No, try. Yeah, there you go. Fuck you. Yeah, you're going flaccid now, Sperminator. Females need to start having a pap test when they start having their period. The fuck's a pap test? Porcupine? Anus? Pinata? Test? That's a very important test. Damn it. Females should start having regular pap tests once they become sexually active. Sexual activity includes vaginal sex, oral sex, and fingering. It is important that females who have sex with other females have a pap test as well. It is also important that females who have sex with other females invite me over so I can watch. I'm not letting the Sperminator win this battle. The Wonder Vag is an undefeated vagina of pure power, and I'm not about to let the Sperminator take her down. The morning after pill, Plan B, can only be taken within 24 hours of unprotected sex. I don't know what the fuck the morning after pill is. But the morning after, you know what? I'm gonna go with true. That's within 24 hours. However, Plan B could indicate, you know, it's time to blow up your ass cheeks, but you know what? I'm still gonna go with true. Fuck it. It says morning after. Terrific, I got it wrong. Oh, up to 5 days after sex, you don't say. You know, there's some false advertising, the morning after pill. Why not call it the 5-day after sex pill, Plan E? Finally, an easy question. There we go. Oral sex is sex. You can get infections like gonorrhea, syphilis, and maybe even HIV through oral sex. You can decrease the risk by using a condom or dental dam. A dental dam is a thin piece of latex that you put between your mouth and your partner's vulva or anus. You know, that's just what people want these days. Some saran wrap around their mouth when they're muff diving. That's an excellent invention, Galileo. When a female goes for her pap test, she is always tested for STIs at the same time. Well, I've had just about enough of this pap test nonsense. Oh, I got it right. Holy shit. Alright. Awesome. There we go. Okay. There's 2 right in a row. Here we go. We're getting back on track here, Wonder Vag. The urinary tract. Women who have sex with women are at risk for STIs. I think that's true. Yeah, you know what? I'm going with true. Here we go. It is possible to spread STIs anytime bodily fluids are exchanged, or there is skin-to-skin contact in the genital region, or area. Sorry, adding my own words here. Get really excited about my sexual education. Next question. Most people masturbate. I have never been presented with such an easy question. In fact, it's not even a question, this is just a sentence. I've never been presented with such an easy sentence. The sex squad here is not pulling any punches. They're telling it like it is. Most people masturbate. Now you have a choice. You can either stand up right now and say, I do masturbate, you son of a bitch, or you can sit down and say, I masturbate. Most STIs occur in people who are over the age of 25. Yeah, that's bullshit. Yep, there we go. Well, that was a really short fact. Usually it's like a couple sentences. That was just one. Guess I don't really care much about that one. If you want to be tested for STIs, the doctor will need to see you naked. That's about as true as it gets right there, folks. Alright, well, that changes everything. Yeah, that's groundbreaking right there. That should have been true. Please don't hit me, Sperminator. You're a dick. I don't understand. Like, that's a question anybody could have got wrong. The more sexual partners you have, the higher your risk of getting an STI. Everyone knows that's a myth. Except Sex Squad, apparently. Where are they getting this information from? A very unreliable source of information directory? Location? Yep, that's probably where they're getting it. Finally, I got one right. Poor Wonder Vag has been getting showered in sperm. Finally get to deflect some of it back at Commander Cock Arms. Vaseline is a good lube to use with condoms when you're having sex. It's a trap. They just want me to admit I use Vaseline on my nipples. I'm going false. Well, that worked out nicely. That's 2 in a row right there. We're hitting the hot streak right now. Wonder Vag is doing wonderful. Alright, moving right along. Give me that next question. What do we got here? Brushing your teeth right before performing oral sex can help prevent the spread of STIs. I'm not a dentist. How am I supposed to know this? I'll just go with false. Whoopee, I got it right. I'm not sure how I got that right. Although I guarantee that having a 50-50 shot of getting it right had a large role in getting it right. The morning after pill, Plan B, is an abortion pill. I don't know shit about the not-so morning after pill. I'll just go false because it worked last time. Works this time too. Plan B is not an abortion pill. It may prevent pregnancy by temporarily stopping the release of an egg from a female's ovary. Fuck it. I don't feel like reading the rest. Good enough. I now know what the Plan B, or the morning after pill is. That ought to be useful. That seems like it'd be true. I'll go with true. It was true. I bet that detective on the billboards there is pretty impressed with my deductive reasoning. Alright, let's move on to the next question. Nope, yep, first wiener wielder's gotta fire his semen at me. Here we go. Most common symptom of an STI is discharge. Well, why not just ask me to explain the Copenhagen interpretation? I don't fucking know what this one is. I'm gonna go with true. Of course, why would it be true? That would mean I get one right. That would be a fucking shame now, wouldn't it? I feel as though these questions are geared towards females, considering I'm playing a female character. Wonder Vag, to be precise. She's more than just a female. STIs that are not treated can lead to infertility. That's something that seems true. There we go, it was. But yeah, like I was saying, like I feel like if I was playing Captain Condom or Willie the Kid, I'd be getting a whole different lot of questions. You can't get pregnant if the male pulls out before he ejaculates. Who is she getting fucked by? Captain Planet? Oh, I actually got that one right. Oh, thank goodness they put coming in parentheses. I would have never known what coming was. They finally cleared that up. The clouds have been lifted. The sun is shining. Sperminator has been defeated. Alright. You have answered so many questions correctly that you have actually cured the Sperminator of his infection. He once again joined the sex squad and now does his part to keep Sex City a safe and happy place. If you have been having sex, make sure you come to the clinic to get tested and have your questions answered. Once again, the day is saved, thanks to WonderVag and her titties. That actually had a really happy ending. Sperminator went back to being a human, and WonderVag did what she does best, saving the world. Alright, well I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.